Now we're gonna work on another model, which is the discovery model. And you can see the tab here, we have a button, discover sources. And once we click on the button, we're going to pop up another model, which is discovery model. Now, in order to create it, we're gonna head into in here, inside the node folder, and we're gonna pass the file discovery model, okay? And we're going to import this package in order to build this model. And so we're gonna pass the discovery model, and we're gonna import this button for testing purposes, okay? And we're gonna import also the base model, and we pass you the open property, this function in order to open the model, and we pass the title discover sources, and the width and height, but also the footer. Inside the footer, we pass in two button. We have the cancel button and save button, and then we pass here a text area, but also pass here the header of the model. Now we're gonna head into the notes, the notes page again. We're gonna try to see what we got in here, notes page, and in here I'm going to pass you the name of the model, discovery model, like this, and we're gonna import it in here. And here I'm gonna comment the create note model and see what we got in here. Okay, yeah, we get it over there. I'm gonna click here. Okay, you can see this is the discovery model. Okay, once we're gonna click on the add sources button, we are going to pop up the model. And let's say we want to learn about a given topic. We're going to pass the subject, and then we're gonna make a web search. Now we are going to create here another model, which is the EditNote Modal. Okay, I'm passing EditNote Modal like this, .ts6, and in here I'm gonna just pass here the model. Okay, and again we pass EditNote Modal, and we pass here the base model. We pass the title, the width and height. Okay, the title is edit. For the title, I'm passing edit note like this. We can edit the title of the note, and we pass here the body, and inside the body we pass in the label, but also the input. And now let me import the base model. We're gonna head into again the note page, and I'm gonna import it again in here and see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, I'm gonna click here. You can see this is the EditNote Modal. Okay, now we're gonna work on the chat page. I'm going to head into in here and pass the chat page, and we have here the chat page. Now let me pass you chats like this, and then we are going to move to this page. Okay, we have here the chat page. Now we are going to create some components for the chat page. I'm going to head into again inside the component folder. Okay, in here we have notes. I'm passing chats. Okay, and in here we're gonna pass here left panel. This is a component. I'm passing here left panel. Okay, left panel .ts6. We're gonna pass here middle panel. Passing middle panel .ts6. We're gonna pass here the right panel. Pass here right panel .ts6. And I'm going to head into in here. I'm passing SFC to create a stateless component, and then I'm passing left panel. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing into the middle panel. We're gonna pass here middle panel like this. We can copy the name in here, and we're gonna pass it in here like this. Copy that again. We're gonna head into the right panel, and then we're gonna pass it in here. And here I'm passing right panel like this, and I'm gonna copy the name again. We're gonna pass it here, right panel. Now we're gonna install Redux. Redux is a state management library. We're gonna use it in order to share the state between our components. And you can see in here we have Redux. We have the left panel, middle panel, and the right panel. Now we can create a state inside Redux, and then we are going to have the possibility to get access to it inside the left panel, middle panel, or the right panel. Now let's head into in here. And we are going to head into the installation menu, and you're gonna copy this command npm install our Redux.js /toolkit. You're gonna copy a complementary command here, npm install React Redux. Okay, once done, head into the getting started with Redux, and in here we're gonna copy a boilerplate. I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna head into the source folder, and in here we're gonna pass install, and inside of it we're gonna pass you chat slice.ts, and I'm passing you the index.ts file. Okay, we're gonna put in this code. Now I'm gonna copy the config store. We're gonna put it inside the index. Okay, yeah, we should copy this and put it inside the chat/ts. And we're gonna copy the config store, we're gonna put it inside the index, okay, and we're gonna export it. Pass here, yeah, I'm gonna export it. Yeah, we are going, and then I'm gonna export it and party exports. Let's head into the, we're gonna head into the main.ts file. Pass here main.ts file, and in here we're gonna wrap the root provider inside the provider components, and then we're gonna import the provider component from React Redux, and also we're gonna import the store, okay, which is the config store function, and we're gonna pass it to the provider components like this. Now let's go back inside the chat slice, and in here we're going to modify the name of this slice. We're gonna pass here chat slice like this, and here we're gonna pass it chat. We are going to define here some states and pass here left panel, pass left panel open, default value is gonna be false, right panel open, default value false, and I'm gonna define here a width, pass it chat, pass here middle panel default width like this, if is equal to 50, okay. And now I'm going to create here some actions and pass here add extra width, okay. And once we call this function, we are going to increase the width of the middle panel, okay, because it's gonna look like this. Let me show you. You can see on the, we have here an image, okay. Once we click here on this bar end, we have here little bar end. Let me show you, we have it in here, okay. We have here little bar end, okay. Once we click on the bar end, we are going to shrink the width of the left panel, and then we are going to increase the width of the middle panel, okay. That is the logic. Now we are going to come back in here, add extra width. We're gonna pass the state, and then I'll pass the middle panel default width, middle panel default width. Here we're gonna pass it 21, and I'm gonna copy and pass another function, reduce. Let me copy this. We're gonna pass here reduce extra width, okay. In here we're gonna pass here reduce extra width. We're gonna pass here minus 1 like this, okay. I'm gonna remove that, and we're going to pass here the extra width. We're gonna pass it in here, and we're gonna copy also the reduce extra width function. We're gonna pass it in here, and here we're gonna pass a chat slice direction, okay. Now we're gonna get rid of this. Now we're gonna go back inside the index.ts file, and in here, guys, we're gonna import the config store, and we're gonna pass here the chat slice, and inside the reduce property, and we are going to define here two states here, two type, and here we're gonna define two type, the root state in order to get the type of our state. And actually we have here the chat property, we don't have here the states, okay, because we haven't yet export here the reducer. And pass exports defaults, and pass export defaults, we're going to pass here chat slice that reduce, okay. Now if we go back here, put our cursor over the root states, you can see we have here the type of our state, okay. We have here the left panel, right panel, middle panel, default width, okay. And also we have here, we have here another tab, app dispatch, in order to get a type of our actions, okay. Because when we are going to call the use dispatch hook here, okay, let me tap it with, I'm gonna tap it with app dispatch. We're gonna tap it like this, app dispatch like this, and let's say we want to call the add extra width and pass add extra width, okay. If we pass it in here, actually we don't have a typing error, but what if I pass here X? If I pass here X, we have here typing error because this action doesn't exist, okay. And that is the benefit of passing here type. Now we're gonna head into the left panel, and in here we're gonna import the app dispatch type, but also we're gonna import the root states from the store folder. We're gonna import the add extra width, the reduce extra width function from store/chat slice, and we're gonna import the use dispatch hook and the use select hook. And here we are going to pass here use dispatch hook, and we pass it the type, and we have also the use select hook in order to get access to our states. If you pass here state that chat, we have the possibility to get access to the left panel, right panel, middle panel, and we can extract them. And we're gonna pass in our function toggle panel, and once we call the function and the left panel is equal to true, we are going to add extra width to the middle panel. Else we are going to reduce the extra width. We pass here div, and the class is bgy shadow mdh full transition or duration 300. And if the left panel is equal to true, the width is, we are going to pass the width of 25%, else we're going to pass the width of full rem, which is equal to 64 pixel. And we're going to pass you a button inside the header of the panel, and we are this in here, you can see we just pass here a p tag, and we have sources, and we have here a button. Inside of it we have panel left icon. Okay, we extract the panel left icon from Lucid React. You can see if you put our cursor over the panel left, it is an icon. We extract it from Lucid React. And then above that we're going to pass it to button, and again in here we just check if the left panel is equal to true, we are going to pass it to button, add, and discover. Okay, and inside of this to button we have here the plus icon, and also we have the search icon. And here we have here again in here we have to button, else if the left panel is equal to false, we are going to copy these to button. In here we're going to pass that in here, but right now we are going to remove the label. You can see pass the add and discover, and in here in the else block here we don't have add and discover, and that's it. Now we're going to head into the chat page, and in here we're going to import the left panel. Okay, we're going to import it, and now let's see what we got inside the browser. Okay, you can see we have here the left panel. Okay, now if I click on this button here, we need to increase the width, and I'm going to create here another function inside the chat slice, pass a chat slice, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to pass it toggle left panel, pass it toggle left panel like this, and we are going to pass here and pass the left panel is equal to different from the state that left panel like this. If the value is equal to true, we are going to modify to false. If it's equal to false, we're going to modify to true, and so on. Now we're going to copy the toggle left panel. We're going to pass it in here, and then we're going to go ahead and head into the left panel again, and we're going to pass it in here and pass the dispatch, and then we're going to pass the left panel. We're going to copy that, we're going to pass it in here, and we are going to import it. Yeah, like this. Now let's check again here. If I click on the button here, you can see actually we increase the width. If the value of the left panel is equal to true, we are going to increase the width. Okay, if it's equal to false, we are going to reduce the width. You can see, yeah, like this. You can see in here we have add and discover, and now you can see in here we pass here this left panel. If the value is equal to true, we are going to pass here these two button with a label. You can see we have here add discover. If is equal to false here, I just remove here these two label, the add and discover. We just remove them from these two button, and then we are going to get this. Okay, like this. Now we're going to head into the right panel, and we're going to repeat the same process. Okay, I'm going to head into the right panel, and in here we're going to import this package, and we are going to pass here the use dispatch hook, the use selector hook, and right now we extract here the right panel, and we pass here toggle panel function. We repeat the same logic, and we pass here return. We're going to pass here div bgy shadow empty, the same div that we passed into the left panel, and we're going to pass here the error. Okay, and now let's see how it looks like. First, I'm going to head into the chat page here, right into the chat page, and then I'm passing the right panel. And now you can see we have here the right panel, but also we have here a button. Okay, once we click on it, we are going to open the right panel. Now we're going to go back in here. Let's go back inside the right panel, and here we're going to pass here the panel item. The panel item is a component. We're going to create it, and we're going to pass here to the button. We are going to pass the add node, and this is the panel item. Now let's see how it looks like in here. You can see the panel item is the component, and we pass it some icons. You can see we have a star icon, video icon, reports, and also we are going to head into the chat slice, and I'm gonna creating another function, toggle right panel. Okay, I'm copy that and pass here tag and pass toggle right panel like this, and we're gonna pass here right panel open. We're gonna copy that and pass it in here, and I'm gonna copy that too. We are going to pass it in here like this. Now I'm gonna go back inside the right panel, and so we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and pass it in here. We're gonna import it and copy that, then I'm passing it here, and it's gonna work. Now let's try this. If I click here, you can see we open the right panel. If I click again here, we close it. Okay, and here we have some panel item. Okay, but also we have his bar, and it's pretty simple, guys. We don't have to lose time creating this stuff, guys. We are going to focus only on writing the logic implementation. Okay, yeah, this is pretty easy. Now let's go ahead, guys, and design the middle panel. And inside the middle panel, we are going to import the use dispatch hook and the use select hook. We are going to pass here the middle default width. The default width is 50%, and we're gonna pass here the chat section. Now let's go ahead and get into the chat page, and so we're gonna import here the middle panel, and some pass it in here middle panel. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, you can see this is the middle panel. Pass here the chat section, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the chat slice, and I'm gonna pass you default value of the left panel, and default value of the right panel is gonna be true like this. And now let's test this. Yeah, beautiful. Now if I click at the left here, you can see actually, well, once we click on the button, we are shrinking the left panel. Okay, if I click at the right here, it works pretty well. Now I'm going to go ahead again inside the middle panel, and then I'm pass here the input at the bottom, and yeah, this the input. Okay, if we type something, we are going to send it in the chat area. Okay, we just finished in here. Now we are going to head into the source folder, and inside the source folder, I'm pass here config folder. Okay, and also I'm pass here a data file. I'm pass here .env in here, and I'm passive vids API URL like this URL, and we're gonna pass the base URL of our backend, and I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna pass it in here, and for the port is 8000 like this. Now we are going to head into the config folder. You can see we have here config folder. Okay, I'm pass here get on the TS, and I'm pass here, yeah, we are going to pass here cons API URL is equal to imports that matter that's env, and then I'm pass here vids, I'm pass vids API URL like this. And now we are going to export the API URL. I'm gonna export it, and now we're gonna create another folder inside the source folder and pass the helper like this, and I'm not putting a file make HTTP rec, make pass HTTP rec like this, the TS, and I'm gonna export the function, export function make HTTP, yeah, HTTP rec, and I'm passing generic T, and I'm passing free parameter. And the first one here, we're gonna pass the endpoints, and I'm gonna create a type here, export, I'm pass here export type, and then I'm name it HTTP, yeah, I'm passing HTTP, yeah, let me name it HTTP verb type like this. We are going to pass here get, and we are going to pass here put, yeah, we're gonna pass here get post puts, and here we can pass here patch like this. Yeah, and pass here get post put. Okay, and pass this HTTP verb, and then we're going to tap these endpoints in here. Now we're gonna copy that, and then we are going to tap the endpoints. Okay, and I'm passing the URL. The type is string, and also the input here can be optional, and I'm tap it with the generic type. Okay. Now we're going to pass a promise, and inside of the promise, we're going to pass a try catch. In case we have an error, we're going to catch it. And we're going to use fetch API in order to make HTTP request to the server. And in here, we're going to pass here request res, const res is equal to away, and then pass here fetch. We're going to pass here the API URL. Okay, yeah, let me pass here we are going to pass here the API URL like this. Okay, we're going to pass here the API URL. Okay, we're going to import it, and then I'm passing /v1 /API /v1 like this, and then we are going to pass here the URL like this. We are going to pass here the endpoint, okay, like this. But also we forgot to pass here the delete HTTP verb, okay. Yeah, let me remove that. You should pass here delete like this. Now we are going to pass here another object. Yeah, we are going to pass here an object and pass here the method. We are going to pass here the which is the pass here verb like this. Okay, we're gonna pass here the verb, and we're going to pass here the headers, and inside the header and pass here accept. Pass here accept is equal to application /JSON /JSON, and we're going to pass here includes. Yeah, let me pass this application /JSON, and we're going to pass here the body, and for the body we're going to pass here JSON.stringify. We're going to pass here the input like this, and here we should pass here the URL, okay, and I'm passing here the endpoint. This is the endpoint, and we're going to copy that. We're going to pass it in here, passing the API URL /API /v1 /endpoint, okay. And now we're going to check if we failed. Now we're going to check if we have an error. Pass if res.awk, we got an error, and pass it throw no error, and pass it fails to process this request. And if we don't have an error, if we process this request successfully, we're going to pass a const data is equal to res.json, and then pass here resolve data like this. Else we are going to reject an error if we have an error. Pass here reject like this, and then we're going to pass here the error like this. Now what I'm going to do next in here, we are going to make an HTTP request to the server in order to authenticate. Okay, now you can see if we head into the browser, we are going to move to auth /login, okay, and we have here button. Now I'm going to go ahead, and we're going to head into the login page, and in here we have a button, okay, handle Google login. Okay, we are going to add these endpoints. Now once we click on this endpoint, we're going to be redirected to the server, okay. And here I'm going to create another page and name it auth callback. I'm passing auth callback page like this .tsx. Okay, we're gonna use this page in order to get data from the server. Okay, we are going to take this user data that we are going to get from the server, and then we're gonna store that into the local storage. Okay, pass this, and let's copy everything in here and put it in here. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, pass a div. Okay, I'm passing authenticate. Yeah, I'm passing authenticate like this. And here we are going to pass here. We're going to modify the name of the page of callback page like this. And I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. We are going to go ahead and head into the router, and in here we're gonna pass the page in here. Okay, we have here login page. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here, and we're going to get into the auth folder, and we're gonna pass here /auth callback. Okay, like this. Pass here auth callback like this. Now we're going to head into inside of our Node.js app in here, and you can see in here we pass success redirect. We pass a process.env React app URL. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and get into the .env, and we are going to modify that. Okay, you can see at the top we have here React app URL. Okay, and I'm going to copy that and pass here success redirect URL. Okay, pass here success redirect URL, redirect URL. Okay, like this, and here we're going to pass here of /callback like this, and this is the endpoints that we pass in here. You can see this is the path of /callback. You can see. Now I'm going to go ahead and go back inside the expressive.ts, and then we're going to pass it in here like this, guys. Now we're going to go back inside our React app, and in here, guys, we're going to head into the source folder. You can see we have the source folder. I'm going to create here another folder and name it API, and inside of the API folder, I'm going to pass here auth.ts. Okay, and I'm going to export here function, and pass here get use data. I'm passing get, we're going to modify, we're going to pass here export function, get of use data. Okay, like this. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here sync, because we are going to pass in premise a sync, and I'm passing const data is equal to away, and we're going to pass here make it preg. And once we pass here make it preg, we're going to pass here the HTTP verb, we're going to pass here get, we are going to pass here the endpoints. The endpoints we're going to pass here of me, like this. I'm passing of /me like this. This is the endpoints, and also we need to send an input. Okay, and as we aren't going to send an input, we can let it like this, and you can see the third parameter is optional. Okay, and then I'm passing return data like this. Okay, and we're going to okay, everything is okay in here, and also we can pass here API /v1 like this, because when we're gonna add these endpoints, we're going to get data. Okay, API we're going to pass here this /API /v1 /of me like this. Okay, this is the endpoint that we're gonna add in order to get data. Now I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go back inside the of callback. Okay, and we're gonna pass here const get use data, and we are going to pass here another function. Okay, and in here we're going to pass here const data is equal to await, and then I'm passing get of use data, like this. And in here we should pass here to async, because we pass in the premise. I'm passing here async like this, and then we are going to console the data into the console. We are going to pass here console.log. We're going to pass here data, and pass here use data. Okay, use data. Okay, like this, and then I'm passing data. We're going to try to see if we are going to get data. Okay, once we hit that endpoint, and then pass use effects. And once we mount this component to the DOM, we are going to call the function. Okay, and in here we are going to pass here get use data. Okay, like this, and then I'm pass here an array. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna try this. Okay, in order to see if we are going to get data. Okay, now I'm going to head into the browser, and in here we are going to pass here this. We're gonna pass here auth /login. Okay, I'm pass here auth /login, and then we're gonna click here login with Google. Okay, we are going to select here our account. Okay, I'm gonna click here continue. I'm gonna click again continue. Okay, I'm gonna click again continue again, and then you can see actually they redirect us on the auth callback page. You can see auth callback, and now let me head into the console and see if we are going to get data in here. I'm gonna head into the console in here, and guys, you can see that actually we have here an authenticated error. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead. We are going to go inside our React app. Okay, and let me go inside our React app, and in here we're going to tap here make it preg, and in here we're gonna pass in our property credentials includes, and then we're going to get use data. Okay, we are using cookie, that's why we pass here credentials, and I'm going to refresh the page in here again, and inside the console you can see use data. You can see actually we are authenticated. Okay, user data, we have the data. Now I'm gonna tap the data, and this is the type of this data. Okay, now you can see we have of data, and we have the ID, name, email, image. We have the access, the Google Access token, Google Refresh token. And if I tap here, if I click here, you can see we have the same shape. Now I'm going to go ahead, and in here I'm gonna create another folder inside the source folder. In here we're gonna pass here tabs, okay, like this, and I'm gonna pass here of types.ts, and then we're gonna put in this type like this, and we're going to go ahead and get into the of.ts inside the API folder, and then we're gonna tap the function. Okay, actually it returns a promise, you can see, and I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here like this, and then I'll pass here of, yeah, we're going to pass here the of type. Yeah, let me check here, of data type like this. I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it in here, okay, right here, and we're gonna import the type, okay, like this. And here we are going to tap also the type. Now let me tap here this. I'm going to assert it as of data, and then I'm passing of data type like this, and we're gonna remove this typing error. Okay, now let me check in here, and I'm passing that of data, okay, like this. Now we're going to go back inside the of callback page, and in here let me copy that, and I'm gonna wrap it in try catch, and here I'm gonna pass this. Yeah, we're gonna pass this in here. Okay, I'm going to check if we have data, and I'm going to extract here the ID. I'm passing cons. I'm going to extract the ID, name, email, and image, and I'm gonna store the data inside the local storage. Okay, and pass here res props like this is equal to data like this. Okay, and I'm going to pass the local storage that's CRM, and we're gonna pass the use the data, and then pass the JSON.stringify, and we're going to pass here this data. Yeah, we're gonna pass here the data. Yeah, we shouldn't pass that. I'm gonna copy that here. We are going to pass it in here like this, and I'm going to pass here these props. I'm gonna copy this prop, and I'm pass here const user is equal to this. We are going to copy that object. We're gonna pass it in here. We're gonna stringify it, okay, like this. We are going to store the user data inside the local storage like this. And then once we store the data inside the local storage, we are going to redirect to the node page and pass window that's location that href, yeah, that href is equal /nodes like this, /nodes. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now I'm gonna check that everything is okay in here. Now let's head into the browser, and we're gonna add that endpoints. Okay, we are going to pass here. Okay, we are going to pass it off, and of callback again. And yeah, you can see actually they redirect us on the notes page. Okay, and if we head into the console, and I'm gonna tap this local storage. Let me pass here local storage, and then I'm passing GRM, and we're gonna pass the use data like this, and you're gonna see actually we have here the use data inside the local storage. We have the name, we have the name, email, and the image. Okay, that's good. Now we are going to head into the API folder. Okay, let's head into the API folder again, and here I'm gonna pass here now API, pass notes.ts. Okay, like this. We are going to copy everything here. Let me copy that. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'll put it inside the note.ts. Okay, right here, and some pass here get notes like this, and we don't know the type of notes. Let me try to check it. We're going to pass here localhost. We're gonna pass ports 8000, and pass here API /v1 / and pass here notes. Okay, like this, you can see we have here an array of notes. This is the type. Now let's see the type here, and we have here an array. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna pass it in here. Let me, yeah, we are going to tap it. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then we are going to head into the tabs folder. Now I'm going to copy that. Okay, we are going to head into the tabs folder. Okay, we are going to pass the tabs. Okay, and here we're gonna pass the notes tabs. node tabs like this, the TS. And then in here, we're gonna create a tab here, exports tab, and pass in node type is equal to ID. We're gonna pass the underscore ID. The tab is a string. We're gonna pass here the title. We're gonna pass here the image, the user ID. The tab is string, and also we have here created at. The tab is a string, and this is a type of a node. And now we're gonna create here another tab, and I'm pass here node saver data. Okay, and in here we have an array of nodes here. Let me check in here. Yeah, you can see we have here an array of nodes. Okay, I'm going to pass here an array. Pass a node type is equal to an array like this, and also inside of it we have here we have the pagination. Okay, this is an object. Okay, now I'm going to copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it in here too. Okay, and pass it in here, and I'm gonna wrap that into an object like this. Now we're gonna pass it the pagination, and then we're gonna get here an intersection tab. You can see we have node array, and we have here the pagination. This is an object. Now let's head into the Node API. In here, we're gonna pass here the node saver data, node saver data like this. And here I'm gonna pass here the endpoints. We are going to pass here the endpoint. Let me pass here the endpoints. We're gonna pass here nodes first. Nodes page is equal to page. Okay, and pass here page, and we're gonna pass here also we're gonna pass here search and also we're gonna pass here the search property is equal to empty. Okay, now for the default page we're gonna pass here 1, and default value of search right now I'm pass here empty like this. Okay, yeah, like this. We can just pass here empty, and let me pass here, I'm gonna type it as a string like this. Okay, that's good. And here we're gonna pass here search. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now let's head into the store folder, and inside the store folder we're gonna pass here node slice. Okay, node slice, we have here the node slice, and in here we are going to pass here create sync thing in order to make HTTP request to the server. We're gonna pass here the node state and extends node saver data. Okay, and we pass here to property, loading, and error, and we pass here the initial state. We type it with node states, pass the nodes, the loading, the error. And here we are going to pass in some extra reducers, and we're going to pass in some conditions, fetch nodes when we are going to make an HTTP request to the server, and the state is equal to pending. We are going to pass here the value of the loading property is going to be true. The error, for the error now, and once we got data, this request fulfilled, we are going to pass here action.payload.nodes, okay, in order to pass to the node state value, and we are going to modify the value of the loading property. And then here we pass another condition. In case we have an error in here, we're going to modify the value of the loading property, and we're going to pass here state.error is equal to error.message or failed to fetch nodes. Okay, now let's head into the index.ts file, and here we're going to pass here this reducer and pass here nodes like this. Let me import it. Imports node slice. Yeah, we're gonna pass here import node slice from node slice like this, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Node slice. Yeah, node slice like this. We can copy it, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, cool. Now let's head into the node page. Okay, and in here we're gonna call here the use dispatch hook. Okay, now I can just head into the left panel, and then I'm copy something like the use dispatch hook and the use select hook. You can copy that, and let's head into the node page, and then we're gonna pass that in here. Okay, like this. I'm gonna comment this. We are going to import the use dispatch hook, and we're gonna import the use select hook and the app dispatch type. Now we're gonna pass the use effects, and inside of it we're gonna pass dispatch, and here we're gonna pass the fetch nodes action. Okay, like this. And in here we have here the nodes. Let me extract to the loading and pass the loading. We may need it. Okay, Yeah, like this. Yeah, we have here loading, okay? And actually we have here typing error. All the structured elements are unused. Okay, now we are going to use them later. Okay, now I'm going to comment this array. Let's comment this array like this, and I'm going to comment this model in here. We're going to pass here the note array, and let me see the type here, node type. We are going to head into the node car. Okay, we are going to remove all of this. Okay, I'm gonna remove this, and then I'm passing node type like this. We're gonna import it from node types. Yeah, like this. And here I'm passing node type like this. Okay, and we have here the ID. And for the ID, we're gonna pass the underscore ID. The type is a string. And for the color, we don't have the color here, guys. I'm gonna just pass here option chain. Let me remove it right now. I'm gonna remove it. We're gonna try to see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna remove it right now. Okay, and then we have here another typing error. We have here date is created at. Okay, and for the source, I'm gonna remove this right now. Okay, now I'm going to head into the utility folder. Let me see if we already create the util folder. Okay, we're gonna create two utility file. We are going to create two utility file. Yeah, let's create here the utility folder. Okay, and pass util. Okay, and inside of it, we're gonna pass a format date function. Yeah, let me pass here, and then we're gonna return a format date. Okay, now let's head into the note car. We are going to call the function formatted date. We are going to pass that in here. Okay, passive formatted date. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here, and also we're gonna call another function truncate title. Okay, truncate title, and pass the title. Okay, and also guys, let me show you something. You can see in here we have here an image, and here too. But for the third node, we don't have here an image. Okay, for the third node, we don't have here an image. Now you can see this is a broken link. Okay, as this is a broken link, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move to the image tag, and then I'm pass here on air function. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the source another image. Okay, now let me import here a default image. I'm going to pass here that. Okay, that default image, and let me click on it. You're gonna see what we got inside the asset folder, and inside the asset folder, we have here defaults.png. Okay, we are going to pass that. If we have a broken link, we are going to display this image. Okay, now let me go back in here, and I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it in here. Okay, like this, and then I'm gonna remove the brand image. Okay, let me get rid of it in here. Yeah, like this. And now I'm going to click here, format document. Okay, that's good. Okay, now let me refresh in here. You're gonna see in here we have here a notes image. Okay, if we have a broken image, a broken link, we are going to display this image. Okay, and yeah, now we're gonna work on the pagination, and for that we are going to need this Shadcn component, pagination component. Okay, you're gonna copy these commands, and then you're gonna head into your command prompt. You're gonna type here npx Shadcn at lattice add pagination, and then you're gonna tap enter. Now let's head into the node slice. Okay, and in here, guys, we're going to pass to the getNode function. We're gonna pass it to parameter the page and search, and we are going to tap it. We're gonna pass it the page is a number and search is a string. And in here, we're going to pass it state the pagination. We're going to get access to the states. And then we're going to pass it the pagination object that we get back from the server. Now, let's head into the Node page. And in here, we're going to import the pagination component and the import components from Shadcn. And we are going to extract the pagination object. And then in here, we're going to define two states, okay? The page and search. And we're going to pass the total pages. And we're going to get the total pages that we get back from the server. Okay, pass it pagination, that total pages, and we're gonna use it in order to create links. Okay, and we're going to pass it set notes, and here is equal to title that event that target the value, and then we're gonna pass it to the title state. Okay, and we're going to pass to the fake notes the page in the search, and in here we are going to pass to the use effects the page is dependency. Now we're gonna pass you the inputs and pass you on change events. We're gonna call the search node function, and we pass you the search states. Okay, and here we're gonna pass you the pagination components. We're gonna pass it the links. We pass here total pages, and then we iterate through that, and then we iterate through the array to create links. And we're gonna pass you the previous page and the next page. Now let's see what we got inside the browser. Okay, you can see actually we have here the pagination. If I click here next, we move to the next page. If I click here one, we move to the previous page. Okay, everything is working pretty well. Now let's test here the search. Okay, and see. Now let's pass something into the input. Let's pass here the title, design. Yeah, actually we don't make any HTTP request to the server. Let me check here. We are going to head into network tab, and I'm trying to pass you something, even the title, then pass you docs. Okay, we don't make an HTTP request to the server. Maybe we don't wrap the fetch nodes function inside dispatch. Okay, now if we copy, we wrap that into dispatch, we're going to make an HTTP request to the server. Okay, now I'm pass here now dogs. Yeah, you can see that actually I'm making an HTTP request to the server, but we are making a lot of HTTP requests to the server. Okay, now in order to prevent this kind of behavior, we are going to use the bounce. Okay, now in order to get the bounce, we are going to type here npm install Lodash. We're going to import it from Lodash. Okay, type npm install Lodash, and once done, you're going to type here npm run dev. Okay, npm run dev again. Now I'm going to head into in here. Now the first thing I'm not doing here, I'm gonna import here load and pass the bounce like this from Lodash, and we are going to pass here cons fetch nodes with the bounce, pass it with the bounce like this. We are going to pass use callback. We're gonna pass the debounce function inside use callback because we don't want to render the bounce function on every time we're gonna visit the page. Okay, now I'm gonna pass here debounce. Okay, I'm passing debounce. Okay, you're gonna pass it debounce. Yeah, debounce like this, and debounce takes a callback. Okay, I'm pass here a callback. Yeah, let me pass here, and debounce takes a callback. Okay, like this, and we're going to pass here an object. Okay, I'm pass here the page is a number, but also gonna pass here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here the page like this. The page, okay, I'm saying type is number, also search, the type is a string like this. Okay, and what I'm going to do, let me import the use callback hook. We're gonna import it, and let me pass it first. We're gonna pass it dependency, pass it dispatch like this, and here we are going to pass it. Let me see where we got this error. Okay, let me pass it first dispatch, and we're gonna pass it fetch nodes. And you're gonna pass here an object, we're gonna pass here the page and search like this. Okay, and actually we still have here an error. Let me pass here the page like this, pass here the page and search like this, and now we are going to pass here the timer. Okay, when we finish typing inside the input, we're going to make an HTTP request to the server after 5 milliseconds. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to call that. We are going to head into in here. We're gonna pass that in here and pass here to parameter page and search like this. And now I'm gonna remove this function here. We are going to pass here. Yeah, let me pass here this. We're gonna pass the fetch node with the bounce as dependency. We're gonna pass it in here and pass it search, and then I'll pass that there. Okay, like this. I think everything is okay in here. Let me remove that in here. That too. And when we are going to make an HTTP request to the server, when we're going to be typing into the inputs, I'll pass here set page. We are going to pass a page. We're going to pass here the page. And when we're going to make an HTTP request to the server using the input, we're going to pass here set page is equal to 1 like this. And yeah, everything is okay in here. Now let's try this. Let's head into the browser, and we're going to refresh the page. Okay. Let me check if our save is running. Okay, now let's refresh the page in here and see what we got in here, guys. Okay, yeah, we got data. Now let me pass here the design scalable backend. Okay, and now let me pass here title, design a scalable backend. We're gonna pass here design. Okay, and you can see when we finish tapping into the input, we are going to make an HTTP request to the server. Okay, you can see. Now I'm gonna modify the BG of this node car. Okay, we are going to head into the node car component. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here. No, I'm passing node car, and then we're going to pass here BGY like this, and we're gonna have something like this. Okay, beautiful. And for the pagination, also we are going to put it at bottom. Okay, we're gonna pass it and also for the pagination, we're gonna pass it at bottom of the cards. Okay, now I'm not heading to the note page. Note page, we're gonna pass it note page. We're gonna copy that in here, and then we're gonna pass it at the bottom. Okay, you can see actually we have the pagination in here at the bottom. Okay, that's good. And now we are going to work on this button in here. Once we click on the button, we are going to head into the chat page. We're going to move here, and also we are going to pop up this model. Let me see the name of the model. The name of the model is EditNote Modal. Okay, we are going to pop up the model, and if we click on this button in here too, we are going to pop up the model in order to add here sources for this note. Okay, now we are going to head into the store folder. Okay, pass here chat slice. Okay, in here, and then I'm gonna pass here add source model. Okay, this name add source. Yeah, add source slice. Add source slice like this, the TS, and then we're gonna put in this slice. Okay, you can see we pass the add source slice, we pass the name of the slice, the initial state, we pass here model value is equal to false. Let me pass it false, and here we pass here tag add source not model. Once we call the function, we are going to change the value of the model property. Okay, of the model state. Okay, if the value is equal to true, we are going to change it to false, and so on. Okay. And now let's head into the index file, and then we are going to import that slice. Okay, pass the imports, and then I'll pass add source. Yeah, add source slice like this. I'm gonna import it like this, and then we're gonna pass here add source. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass it here. Now we're going to head into the chat page. Okay, and we're going to import in the model. We're gonna pass here EditNote Modal. And then we're gonna pass it in here, EditNote Modal like this. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here. And let's head into the EditNote Modal components. And here we're gonna import the use dispatch hook in order to get access to the states of the add source slice. And what I'm going to do, let's go back inside the note page, and we're going to copy something. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it inside the EditNote Modal like this. I'm gonna pass it in here, and then I'm gonna import the app dispatch type. I'm gonna import the root states, and I'm pass here state that we're gonna pass here add source. And if you put our cursor in here, you can see actually we have the possibility to get access to the model. Now I'm gonna extract here the model. I'm pass here model like this, and let's import use dispatch. I'm gonna import that. And let's import use dispatch hook in here. Let's import it, and we're going to copy the model state. We're going to pass to the open property in here, and we have here a function. I'm going to copy that and pass here on click event. We are going to call that. Okay, we are going to pass it dispatch, and then toggle. We're going to pass it toggle. Yeah, let me see the name of the function. Okay, we're going to copy here toggle add source model add. We're gonna copy toggle add source not model. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, let's import it. Okay, like this. Everything is okay in here. And also, I'm gonna copy that. Let me copy that here. I'm gonna pass it in here on click event. We're gonna call it like this. Everything is okay in here. Okay, everything is okay. Now we're going to head into we're gonna head into the notes model. I'm pass here notes. Let me pass here. Yeah, we're going to head into the note page. Okay, and so you can see in here we have here this big button. Okay, this button. Let me head into in here and pass here notes. You can see we have this button, and once we click on this big button, we are going to pop up the model. Okay, that's what we're gonna do in here. And now I'm going to pass here. I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna pass here the model. I'm passing the model state. Now I'm passing that add source like this. We have the model here. Okay, we are going to copy that. Okay, we shouldn't do this, okay, but instead we should import this function in here. We need this function, okay. Let me see that. Let's go again inside the create node model. We need the function in here. Let me copy it in here. Okay, on click events, we're going to copy that, and we're going to pass it to the backend node page. And let me scroll a little bit. We are going to pass it in here. Okay, we have here this div on click events and pass it on click events. We are going to call the toggle add source node model. Okay, that's here. Okay, let me import it. Okay, and yeah, let me create here a function. Okay, I'm passing here const show add node. Yeah, you're gonna pass here show add node source model like this, and we are going to pass here. And in here, what I'm going to do, once we click on the button, we are going to navigate to the chat page. Okay, I'm passing const navigate. Navigate is equal to use navigate. Okay, like this, and then I'm passing navigate, and then I'm passing /charts like this. And also we're going to pass here, we're gonna pass here dispatch, we're gonna pass here toggle add source node model like this. Okay, now we're gonna copy that, and we're going to pass it in here. Let me pass it in here like this. Okay, like this, and everything is okay. Now let's try this. Okay, we're gonna refresh the page in here, and I'm gonna click in here. Okay, you can see that actually pop up the model. Okay, and also, once we click on the add button, we need to pop up the model too, okay? Now we're gonna head into the left panel, and here, let me head into the left panel. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm put it inside the left panel, and we are going to pass it in here, sources. Yeah, you can see we have here the add source button, okay? On click event, we're gonna pass that, and we're gonna import that's here. Okay, we don't import it. Let me copy that. Okay, let me pass it at the top here, and then we're gonna import it. Okay, let me head into the note page. Okay, and we're going to, I'm gonna copy that. Let me see the name. Yeah, the name is toggle add source node model. Okay, this is the function that we need to call. Okay, let's copy that, and we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, let me import it, okay, like this, and then we're gonna copy that, so we're gonna pass it to the button, okay, right here, guys. Okay, now let's try this again. Okay, if I click here, we're gonna pop up the model. Okay, let me refresh. If I click here, yeah, we forgot to wrap the function inside dispatch. Okay, you can see we need to pass here dispatch. Okay, in order to pass here dispatch like this, and then we're gonna pass here toggle add source node model. Okay, like this, and then we're going to pop up the model. Now let's try it again. I'm gonna click here. Yeah, you can see pop up the model. Now what we're gonna do next in here, guys, you can see we have here a button, okay, Google Drive, and once we click here, we are going to have access to Google Drive files. Now in order to do so, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to head into my account in here. You can see this is the name of our project, NotebookLM, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into library, okay? And you're gonna look for Google Picker, okay? Tap Google Picker API, okay? Click there, and then you're gonna see this, okay? You're gonna see Google Picker API, okay? Now click there, okay? Click there, and then you're gonna tap here, enable. You can see I've already enabled the Google Picker API, okay? Now we're going to go back in here, and then you're gonna head into your projects, click projects, okay? I'm gonna choose my project in here, I'm gonna click here, okay? Let's move inside the API and service. Click here, API and service, and then once in here, you're gonna see at the top here, you can see enable API and service. You're gonna click here, Okay, let me go back in here. We are going to, you're gonna head into credentials, guys. Head into credentials, click credentials, and then you're gonna see a button at the top here. You're gonna see create credential. Okay, you're gonna click there. You're gonna see API key. Click here. You can see actually I've already created an API key. You can see I'm gonna click here API key, and then you're gonna pass it the name of your API key. You can name it drive picker key. Okay, and then don't select here this checkbox. Don't select it, and then scroll at the bottom here. You're gonna pass here restrict key. You're gonna select here Google. You're gonna pick here Google Drive. We're gonna use the key for Google Drive. You're gonna select Google Drive. Yeah, Google Drive API, but also gonna select Google Picker API. Okay, click here and then OK, and then create. Okay, once done, you're gonna tap this. Okay, npm is you're gonna tap npm react Google Drive Picker. Google Drive Picker. Okay, tap this, and then you're gonna move in here. You're gonna install this package. Okay, let's move in here. Okay, let me see. Yeah, you're gonna see React Google Drive Pick. Okay, click there. Okay, and then you're gonna copy this command in order to install it. Okay, once done, you're gonna copy this line here. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm going to head into my model. Okay, I'm pass here create note model, head into there, and then pass it in here, pass the line there. And also we're gonna copy everything in here. Okay, we are going to copy that. I'm copy that. Okay, and then I'm going to head into again inside the model, and then we're gonna pass that in here. Okay, head into the create note model again, and then you're gonna pass the code in here. That's good. Okay, now in order to pop up the component, okay, once we are going to pop up the components, we're going to have the possibility to select a file inside our Google Drive. Okay, now we are going to pass you, now you're going to pass here your Google Client ID. I'm going to head into my data and file. You can see I pass here my Google Client ID. Okay, pass that in here. Okay, and also you're going to pass here the developer key. The developer key is the key that we just created. Okay, is the key right here. You're gonna copy the key here, and then you're gonna pass it, and then you're gonna pass it there. Okay, now for your client key, if you wanna get it, you can copy it right here, guys. Okay, this is your client key. Copy that here, and also you're gonna copy the drive picker key. You're gonna copy that, and then you're gonna pass it in here. Okay, create these two environment variable. Void Google Client ID, and also you're gonna pass your key void developer key. Okay, like this. Now I'm gonna head into config and pass here getanv. Okay, getanv ts, and here I'm gonna pass it export cons. Let me see Google Client ID like this, and then pass here import. We're gonna pass here import that matter that like this, and then we're gonna pass it the key. We're gonna go back again in here. I'm gonna copy that. We are going to get into again we're gonna copy the void. We're gonna copy also the void developer key. We're gonna copy that and go back inside the get on the ts, and so we're gonna pass the export cons the developer key like this is equal to import that matter that, and then we're gonna pass here the name of the key. Okay, like this. Now I'm gonna copy the key, and so we're gonna head into the create note model, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, we're gonna import it, and we're gonna pass here the developer key like this. Okay, and we're going to pass here so the access token. Okay, for the access token, we're gonna get it when we are going to authenticate. Okay, now let me do this. I'm going to copy the function handle open click. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, you can see we have here button. Okay, Google Drive click event. We're going to call the handle open pick. Okay, we're gonna call that function. Okay, and also pass here a class cursor is equal to pointer, like this. Now let's head into the browser and we are going to authenticate in order to get the key. Now I'm gonna move here. I'm going to pass here auth/login, and then we're gonna click here, continue with Google, okay? And continue again, and then we are going to be authenticate, okay? Go back, okay? Now we are authenticate, okay? Now I'm going to pass here localhost, and pass here localhost, and pass here localhost. I'm passing localhost API/v1/auth me, and actually you can see we have here a token. You can see Google Access token. You have here the Google Access token. Now we're gonna use the token in order to get access to our drive files. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try to copy the key. Let me copy that key right now. I'm gonna reduce the zoom, and then I'm going to copy that key. In here, we're gonna try to test if it's gonna work. Okay. Okay. Let's copy the key in here, and we are going to head into inside the EditNote Modal. Okay, in here, and then we're gonna pass the key in here. Okay, you can see we have here token, and pass it in here. Now let's head into the browser and try this. We're gonna click here, create new notebook, and we're gonna click here Google Drive. Okay, and we pop up the Google Drive picker, but actually the token is invalid. Okay, now let's fix that. We're gonna head into the user repository, and in here we have a function create user. Okay, and we are checking here if the user doesn't exist. We are going to create a new user, and we're gonna store the Google Access token, Google Refresh token inside the user table. And if the user exists, we aren't gonna store the access token and the Google Refresh token. Okay, you can see in the else block here, we don't update the token. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to update the token. Okay, I'm gonna pass this code. Okay, we are going to pass a user found by ID and update. We're gonna pass the existing user, that ID, and then we are going to pass here the Google Access token and Google Refresh token. Okay, in order to update the token. Now I'm going to copy here the update user and pass it in here like this. Okay. Now let's head into the Express server. We are going to create another endpoint in here, logout. We're gonna pass API v1/logout, and then we're gonna pass erect the logout, and then we are going to destroy this session. Okay, like this. And once we logged out, we are going to get a message logged out successfully. Now let's head into the browser, and we are going to add that endpoint API/v1/logout, and then we're gonna refresh here. You can see logged out successfully. And if I add this endpoint in order to give the user data, API/v1/auth me, and then if I tap enter, you can see not logged in. Okay, we just cleared out the session. Now I'm going to head into again inside our React app. Okay, in here, and you can see we have a helper folder in here. Let me head into the Auth callback page. And once we are authenticate, they redirect us on this page in order to store the user data inside the local storage. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to store the Google Access token inside the local storage. Okay, and pass here local storage. Okay, I can just extract to here the Google Access token, pass the Google Access token, and I'm gonna copy that and pass it in here like this. We're gonna store that, and we are going to head into the helper folder. I'm gonna tap here, make ATP rec, and in here we have helper folder. Okay, now pass here get user data function, get user data.ts. Okay, I'm gonna export it, export function get user data like this, and I'm passing try catch. In case we have here an error, we're gonna catch it, try catch like this, and I'm passing here const use data is equal to local storage that get rm, pass use data, and I'm passing, we are going to check if the type of use data is an object. It means is now. If use data is different from now, and pass is different from an object, we are going to pass here. We are going to pass here const parse data okay, is equal to JSON that string if that parse, JSON the parse, and we're gonna pass in the use data like this, use data, and that's all we're gonna return a parse here, return parse to use data. In case we have here error, we're gonna pass here console that's log error, okay, and pass here. We're gonna pass here failed to parse user data, yeah, like this. We are going to console that in case we have an error. And now I'm going to copy the function. We are going to head into the note layout, okay, note layout, and in here you can see, let me move here, pass here. We're going to refresh the page, and we're going to move to the note layout. Okay, you can see in here we have an avatar. Once we click here, we're going to pop up a menu where we're going to display the username and email. And now let's head into the note layout. We are going to pass here notes layout, okay, like this. And yeah, notes layout, okay, yeah. In here, guys, we are going to define here two states, menu open and menu ref. And inside the use effect, we're gonna pass here handle click outside, and we are going to use the function in order to close a menu, okay? And now once we click on this div, we are going to pop up the menu, okay? This is the menu. We're gonna pop up the menu, and we're gonna pass here the name, email, but also the image of the logged in user, okay? Now let's check in here. You can see if I click here, we pop up this menu. Now we are going to display the username there, okay? Pass here const use data is equal to get use data, like this. And here I'm gonna copy that, and we're going to move in here, pass here use data, that's here, I'm passing that's name, like this. Let me check what we got. Okay, yeah, you can see we display here the name. Let's display the email. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass you the email, pass you email, and also we need to display here the image, okay? Pass you user data, that's image, like this. That image, we're going to copy that. We're gonna pass it in here, like this. Use data, that image, okay? Now let's check this inside the browser. Okay, you can see actually we display here the name and the email, okay? And let me refresh here the page. I'm gonna increase the width of this menu. You can see our email doesn't fit in. And here, what I'm going to do, let me increase the width in here. And you can see past here, the width is 48 and past here 58, okay, like this. And let's check again in here. Yeah, let me increase the width again a little bit. Past here even 60. 68, okay, like this. Pretty good in here. Now you can see we have here my name but also my email, and once we click on the logout button, we're going to log out the user. We're gonna add that endpoint in here. This is the endpoint. I'm gonna copy here these endpoints, and we are going to head into the API file, API folder. Let's head into the API folder. You can see in here we have Auth.ts, and I'm gonna copy that like this, and pass here logout user, and we are going to export here a message. Okay, I'm passing message objects like this, and I'm going to assert it. We're gonna pass here message, and we're gonna type it as a string like this. Okay, and in here we're gonna pass it get. Now let's copy the endpoints. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. Pass it. We're gonna pass here logout like this. Okay, now we're going to head into the notes layout, and we have here this button on click event. We are going to call the function, okay, logout, and let's import it, okay, like this, logout. And also once we logged out, let me pass here even try catch, and pass it try catch, and I'm gonna pass, yeah, let's pass here this, okay. And when we log out, we are going to move in here and pass here this. In case we have an error, we're gonna catch it, okay. Console.log failed to log out, and here we are going to pass here window that's location. Yeah, and pass here local storage that's clear, and to clear out use data instead of local storage, and we're gonna pass here window that's location that's pass here that's location, and then we're gonna pass here that's href is equal to of, we're gonna move to the login page of /login like this. Okay, that's good. And also we can pass here const.log data. I'm gonna pass here data like this. That's message. Okay, now I'm going to do this. Let me pass here void type. We aren't gonna return anything in here. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to head into now inside the create note model. Okay, and in here we're gonna pass here const use data is equal to get use data like this, and we're going to get access to the Google Access token. Okay, and pass here this. Let me remove this. Okay, this string, we're gonna get rid of it. Pass here use data, and then I'm pass here Google Access token. Okay, now let's head into the auth callback page. Okay, in here we're going to copy the Google Access token. I'm copy that, and we're gonna pass it in here like this. And here too, we should pass here developer with 1p. Okay, let me go to the top here. We're gonna pass here this. Let's head into in here. We're gonna remove this. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now let's head into the browser and try this. Create new notebook. Okay, now let's click here Google Drive. Yeah, you can see actually we get access to drive files. Okay, and yeah, you can see actually this window freeze. We don't have the possibility to select a file or even scroll. And what I'm going to do, I'm not heading to inside the create NotebookLM. Let me head into in here and pass here create NotebookLM model. And what I'm going to do in here, once we pop up the model, we're gonna close the model. Once we pop up the Google Picker, we are going to close the model and pass here dispatch. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here toggle add source note model. Okay, like this. We are going to close the model. Now let's try this again. I'm gonna click here chat. If I click here add and I click here Google Drive, you can see we close the model and we show up the Google Picker. Okay, actually we can scroll and you can see we can select a file in here. You can see we have here the possibility to select a file. Okay, all right guys, as we just finished working on the Google Drive Picker, now we are going to work on again we're going to work on the left panel. We are going to take an array of documents of a given note. We're going to display that into the left panel. You can see we have here the note page, and so once we click on a given note, they're going to take us to the chart page, and we are going to pass here an array of documents related to the note. Okay, and now we are going to create that endpoint. Okay, you can see we have here notes with its documents. Okay, now let's head into we're gonna head into the doc schema. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna click here within our Express app, and now we are going to pass here note schema. Okay, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna add here property docs. This is an array, and once we create a doc, we're going to take the ID of the note. We're gonna push it into the array. And now let's head into the doc repository, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna take the node ID here, the note ID, and then I'm gonna push it into the array. Okay, we are going to pass here note that founds and updates. We're gonna take here the node ID. Okay, once we have the node ID, we are going to push it into the docs array that we define into the node schema. And again, now we are going to head into the note repository again. And what I'm going to do, I'm pass here populate. Okay, and once we hit that endpoint in here, we pass here this. Okay, we pass here API /v1 /notes. We are going to have an array that looks like this. Okay, you can see we have here notes. Okay, you can see we have here notes that is documents. Okay, and for other notes, they don't have documents. Okay, and yeah, that's why we add the array. Okay, and we pass it populates. Now, what I'm going to do next in here, I'm gonna create here another function and pass here a sync function, pass a sync like this, and then we're gonna pass a get single note like this, and I'm gonna pass in this query. Okay, we're gonna pass in note that found by ID. We're gonna pass in node ID, and then we are going to populate. We are going to pass that populate in order to retain a note with its documents. And then I'm gonna retain the note. Pass you return and pass you notes like this, and here we're gonna pass you node ID. We're gonna type it with a string, okay, like this, and done. And yeah, okay, actually we have here typing error. Okay, let me check in here, the error disappear. Now we are going to copy the function get single note, and we are going to head into inside the controller folder, pass you get and pass a create note, okay, in here. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna create here another function. Let's see, we are going to head into the note folder and pass here get single note, okay, get single note like this. This is a controller, okay. Now I'm gonna copy everything inside the we have here node schema, and here we have here get single note. We're gonna copy everything inside the update node.js, and we're gonna copy everything. We're gonna put it inside the get single note function, okay, in here. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get rid of this code, okay, and pass here get. We're gonna pass, and then we're gonna pass here get single note like this. Okay, we pass the request, the response, but also the next function. And I'm gonna pass here this and pass here node ID is equal to rect that parents, okay, and then we're going to pass here that ID like this, okay. And now I'm gonna check if the node ID is undefined. Node ID is undefined. We are going to pass here return res that status, and we're gonna pass here 422 and unprocessable entity, and then we're gonna pass here that sends, and pass here message, okay, like this, provides the node ID, okay, provide the node ID, okay. And we're going to import in here the nodes repository. We're gonna import it in here, and then we're gonna pass it that get instance. And in order to either function, we're gonna pass here that get single note. Yeah, we are going to pass here in order to either function, we're gonna pass a get single note, and we are going to pass it the node ID, okay, node ID like this. And also we are going to assert it as string, pass here as string in order to remove the typing error, okay, like this. And then we're going to retain the note, okay, and pass here notes like this. Let me pass here notes, and so we're gonna copy that, we're gonna pass it in here, okay, like this. Everything is okay in here, okay, guys. Now we're going to head into the root file, okay. Okay, everything is okay in here. Yeah, let me check in here. Yeah, this is string, and here, yeah, we should pass here nodes ID like this. And now we are going to head into we're gonna pass here nodes roots, okay, like this. Let me check here. We are going to, you can see actually we're in the notes folder, okay, this is the notes folder, and you can see we have the roots folder here, roots, okay, where we put in all roots related to the nodes. And in here I'm gonna look for the roots here, ghetto nodes roots, okay. In here I'm gonna head into in here, and I'm gonna copy that, and we're going to pass here rather that get nodes / and pass here the ID, okay. And you're gonna pass here get single note, okay, pass a get single note like this. And so we're gonna import it. Yeah, everything is okay in here. Now we're going to head into inside our React app. We are going to move here. You can see this is our React app, and what I'm going to do, you can see we have the node type, and I'm pass here the docs array, and I'm pass here the doc type, okay. We're gonna have here the ID, the file name, node ID, user ID, okay. Now we're going to head into the API folder, API, and you can see we have notes.ts, okay. Now we are going to pass here get single note, make it prereq, pass here get, is the HTTP verb pass a note / the ID, and then we're going to have here a notes, okay. This is an object, okay. We're gonna have a note, but also we're gonna have in a document. Yeah, that's good. Now we're going to head into the chat slice, okay. Head into the chat slice, and in here we're gonna use here create a sync function to make an HTTP request to the server, and pass here get single notes, okay. And then we pass here single note state, pass the notes, loading property, the air property, and then we're going to pass here to the initial state. We're going to pass here the single notes, and in here we're going to pass extra reducers. We are going to check here if we are making an HTTP request to the server. We're going to modify the state of the loading property to true. If we get data, we are going to pass here, we're going to pass to the node state data. And if we have an error, we are going to pass here we're going to pass to the error property this message, okay. Now we are going to head into the nodes car, okay. And inside the nodes car, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to define a prop. This is a function. We're going to define a function, okay. Let me define a function, view node detail, okay. We pass it the ID, okay, and then we're gonna pass it in here. And once we click on a given node, they're gonna take us to the chat page, okay. On click event, we're gonna move to the chat page. Now we're going to head into the node page in here, and we're going to define the function view node detail. We are going to pass in navigate /chat. We're gonna pass the ID. And then we're going to pass it to the nodes car like this, okay. Everything is okay in here. Now we are going to, once we click there, they're gonna take us to the chat page. Let's move to the chat page, okay. And in here, what I'm going to do, we are going to head into the left panel, okay. Inside the left panel, we are going to define here another property, left panel props, and we pass it the notes, okay. This is an object. It has the notes, it has the node title, image, user ID, but also here it has the docs array. Now we're going to iterate through the docs array. We are going to pass to the left panel the nodes object, and then what I'm going to do in here, we are going to check if the left panel is open. We are going to display an array of nodes, okay. Let me see what we're gonna get in here. And if the left panel is open, we are going to have here this display. If the left panel is closed, we're gonna see this, okay. That's what I'm trying to do. And now let's go in here. We're gonna move here, and then we are going to pass here this div, and then we have here checkbox, and we iterate through the docs array in here, okay. Like this, pretty easy. And then if we don't have data, we are going to pass here another div, okay. Saved sources will appear here, okay. If we don't have data, we're gonna display this. Now let's go back into the chat page, okay. And in here, what I'm going to do, we are going to import the fake single nodes from the store folder /chat/, and then we're gonna extract here the use param, okay. And because we use here use param in order to extract the ID that we're gonna pass to this route, because once we click there, they're gonna take us to the chat page, and we're gonna have here the node ID. Now, in order to get the ID, we use here use param, okay. Now let's head into the router folder, and in here what I'm gonna do, I'm pass here the ID, okay. We have the ID, and then inside the chat page, we're gonna use that ID in order to get data. You can see inside the chat slice, we have here get single nodes, and it is here the ID, okay. And now once we pass the ID, we are going to get data from the server. And now let's go back inside the chat slice. Yeah, the chat page, I'm pass here chat page, okay, like this. And in here, we are going to pass here use selector and use selector hook, and we pass here state that chat in order to get to the chat slash property. And then we are going to pass it dispatch fetch single nodes. We pass here that ID that we extract, okay. And then we're going to pass here the node object. That's pretty easy, guys. It's pretty easy, guys. And we just finish. in here we have an error. Now, in order to get rid of this error, I'm gonna check if the note ID, and here if the ID isn't defined, we are going to invoke the fetch single note function. And yeah, we just finished. Now we're gonna head into the browser and we're gonna try this. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna click here. Okay, I'm gonna click here, hello. The name of the note, the title of the note is hello. I'm gonna click here. Okay, and you can see we display here, pass here, and rev documents. Okay, you can see doc title here. Okay, this is the title of the first doc and the title of the second doc, and that's what we got in here. Okay, and let's try to go back in here. I'm gonna go back. Okay, I'm gonna click on the second. Note, and you can see on the second note we don't have here anything as documents. Okay, and we have here this section. Okay, now what I'm going to do next here, I'm going to add here a header. Okay, we're gonna add a header for the chat page, and I'm going to pass here div flex item center justify between margin bottom 4, and we're going to pass here a link and move left. Okay, and once we click here, we are going to move to the notes page. Okay, and then I'm gonna click here again. You can see we have here this button, and I'm past there the title of the note. Okay, we're gonna pass in the inputs, and again, we're gonna pass in the input, and also we're gonna have here another section where we're gonna pull the avatar of the logged in user. And now let's check what we got in here. You can see we have here the inputs, an overview of RAG. Okay, now I'm passing the title. Okay, you can see the value, and what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to pass here this. I'm gonna remove this and pass here notes, and then I'm pass here the title like this, and then we're gonna have the title of the note. Okay, you can see the title of the note is hello. Now I'm gonna pass here the avatar. You can see if we move here, you can see we have here this avatar. Okay, now we're gonna head into the notes layer. I'm gonna pass here notes layer, and inside the notes layer we have the avatar. Okay, and I'm going to copy it. I'm gonna copy that, and then we are going to head into inside the component folder. You can see we have the components notes, and here I'm pass here avatar. Let me pass here. Okay, I'm gonna put it inside the notes. Yeah, let me pass it even. Yeah, let me pass it into. I'm gonna pass it inside the base folder. I'm pass here user avatar like this, that TS6 like this. Then we're gonna pass here spheres, and then to create a stateless component, we're gonna pass here user avatar like this. I'm gonna go back inside the note layer, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy this property. Okay, yeah, we're gonna copy the menu states, the menu ref, the use data. Let me copy everything in here. Okay, I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna put it inside the user avatar and pass it in here like this. Okay, we are going to import the use ref function. We're gonna import use state, and so we're going to import also the get use data function. Yeah, like this. We're gonna import use effects. Okay, like this. Okay, everything is okay in here, and also we are going to import the logout function. Okay, like this. And now we're going to head into the notes layer. Okay, in here, what I'm going to do, I'm pass here now. We're gonna pass here the use avatar. We're gonna pass it in here, and we're gonna import it in here, guys. Okay, now we're gonna copy that. We're going to head into the chat page. Okay, chat page. Okay, in here, and so we're gonna pass it in here, and let's import it. Okay, like this. Now let's head into the browser. You can see we have it in here. Okay, it works pretty well in here. If I click here in hello, and you can see we have it in here too. Alright guys, now we're gonna learn how to add a source. You can see on the left panel we have the add button. If you click on it, you can pop up the create note model. And on the create note model, we have different ways to add a source. We can upload a file. We can upload a file using Google Drive. We can pass here a web link. We can use a YouTube URL, or we can copy a text. Okay. Now, in order to do so, we're gonna run through some steps. You can see in here we let's say we want to download a file in Drive. You can see if I click here, we are going to pop up the Google Drive picker. And here I have the possibility to pick a file. Let's say I pick the file. We are going to send it to the server, and then we're going to extract the contents. And once we extract the contents, we are going to use the contents in order to create a title. Now in here, we are going to send the file ID, user ID, node ID, and we are going to download the file in Drive using the file ID, and then we are going to parse the file. Once we parse the file, we are going to generate here. We are going to generate the. And here, once we parse the file, we are going to generate a chunks of documents, and then we can use the first chunk in order to create the title of the document. And after that, we are going to create a file name. Okay, let's say random file name. And once we have the file, we can use it in order to store the contents of the file to the disk. Okay, that's what we're gonna do in order to download a file in Drive. Okay, that's what we're gonna do in order to create a source. Okay, now in here, in order to create a source, as I said, we're gonna use here the node ID. The first thing, we are going to head into our React tab, and in here you can see we have in here, I'm gonna move edit tab in here. Let's head into the chat page, and in here, guys, you can see edit tab here. We extract the node ID. Okay, and now I'm gonna pass to the EditNote Modal. The node ID is prop. Okay, now let's head into the node ID, and here we are going to pass here the node ID. Okay, like this, and then I'm gonna type it. We are going to pass here an object node ID, and I'm type it as a string like this. And then we are going to take the node ID. We are going to pass it to a function. Okay, right now you can see we pass here drive data. We are going to take the drive data. We're going to pass it as a dependency to the use effect. So if we have data inside the drive data variable, we are going to run a function here. If drive data, if we got data, we are going to pass here a function. Okay, we are going to say, we're going to say send drive file to server. Okay, we are going to run a function in here. Now let's head into the API folder. Okay, you can see we have here notes.ts. And what I'm going to do in here is to create a function, download file in Drive. Okay, we pass the file ID and node ID. And here pass here get use data to retrieve data from the local storage. Okay, and we pass here. We get access to the user ID by doing user data.id, and then we make an HTTP request to the server. We're going to either endpoints, not/drive files. We pass it the file ID, user ID, node ID. Okay, and then we are going to pass the function into the upload picked file function. Okay, we are going to pass here an array of documents and node ID. Okay, we are going to cap the function. We are going to pass it inside the create note model. Okay, in here, that's what we're gonna pass in here. And here, let me pass it in here. We are going to pass here drive data. The drive data variable is an array. Okay, and that's what I pass here. Let me see in here. We are going to pass here the doc array. Okay, the drive data, this is an array, and we are going to pass it the node ID. Let me pass here node ID. This is the prop that we pass to these components. Okay, and yeah, actually we have here typing error. Let me check in here. Pass here. Yeah, okay, docs. Yeah, I can set it. Okay, you can see in here we have a typing error. You can see pass it drive data. Let me check in here. Drive data. Okay, we pass here picked callback. Okay, this, I know this is an array. Okay, we are going, I'm gonna let it like this, guys. We're gonna try this. If it fails, we are going to change it. Okay, now let's go back inside the API folder notes, and in here you can see we are going to iterate through the docs array, and then we are going to send the file to the server. We're going to pick here the doc ID and node ID. Now let's head into our backend. Okay, and in here, what I'm going to do, we are going to head into the notes folder. Okay, you can see in here, let me head into, you can see we have here notes. Okay, and you can see we have here another routes, drafts. Okay, And in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create here another endpoint, okay? Store drive files, okay? This is another endpoint, okay? And what I'm going to do in here is to create a function, store drive files. And then here, we are going to extract the user ID, node ID, file ID, rect the body. And in here, we are going to pass here user is equal to rect the user. We got here the data of the authenticated user stored into the session, okay? We got the data, we store the data into the user variable, okay? By doing rect the user. And then we're going to pass here user.auth data, that Google Access Token. We check if the access token exists. And then we are going to instantiate the model, okay? We pass the LLM that get instance. And after that, we are going to instantiate the Auth2, okay? And then we say credentials. And then we're going to get access to draft files. And once we have access to draft files, we are going to pick a file by ID, okay? And in here, we pass here draft.files.get, and then we pass here the file ID. And once we got the file ID, we are going to store it, okay? We pass here, we got here the current working directory, and then we are going to pass here no file name. We are going to take the file name here, the draft file name, okay? Let me see, you can see at the top here we have file name, this variable in here. We are going to take it, and then we're going to generate a new file name, okay? And let me create the generate file name function. I'm going to copy a URL function, okay? I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to put it inside the URL folder, okay? Now, let me head into the URL folder, okay? You're going to create generate file name, and in here, we're going to pass this, okay? We have generate file name. We are going to use this function in order to create a random name of a file, okay? We don't want to keep the same file name, okay? But instead, we need to generate a random file name that is going to be unique. And once done, we are going to pass here fs that's create write stream. We are going to write the file to the disk, okay? Once we create a file, we are going to write in, okay? We are going to write in, okay? We are going to on end, once we finished creating the file, we are going to use the load document function. We pass it the uploader, no file name. We are going to parse it. We are going to extract the first chunk, okay? We pass here get.chunk, and then we are going to generate the title, okay? Once we got the first chunk, we're going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate the title. And then here, we are going to pass here doc repository that get instance, doc repo that create doc, okay? And we're going to pass here the title. Now, let me head into the doc repository, and then I'm pass here to the title, okay? The title can be undefined. We're going to head into the doc schema, and in here, we're going to pass the title, okay? Now, let's go back inside the draft files, and in here, once we finish, we are going to see this message, okay? Store file to disk, okay? Now, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here, and on error, we're going to return this. We are going to send a response to the user, error saving file. And now let's create here the get.doc-change. Now we're going to head into the create notes. We are going to copy the get.doc-change function, okay? Now pass here create note roots like this. Okay, create note controller. Head into the create note controller, we have the function get.doc-change, okay? Now we can copy it. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna put it inside the URL folder, okay? And pass here get, yeah, okay? I'm passing get.doc-change, okay? I'm passing rename. We're going to pass a get.doc-change like this, okay? Like this, and then I'll pass here the TS. We're gonna export it, and pass here exports function. I'll pass here exports function get.doc-change. And now let's head into the create note, and then we're gonna import it in here. And so we're going to head into the store draft files. So we're going to import it in here too, like this. Let me import it in here. Yeah, that's cool. We just finished in here. Now let's head into the draft roots, the TS, and we are going to pass here the control, okay? And I'm pass here that endpoints, node/draft, and then we're going to pass here the roots, node/draft files, store draft files, okay? Now let's head into the browser, and we're gonna click add, and here we're gonna click here Google Drive, And now let's head into the console here. We're going to check if we have an error. Okay, I'm gonna click here, I'm gonna select the file. Let me pick the CV here, and then I'll click here, select. You actually have here an error. Docs is not iterable. Okay, now I see why we got the error. Let me check here to the doc here, and yeah, I see we should pass here the data. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here, I'm not extract here the data. Okay, I'm pass here data. Okay, like this. Okay, we're gonna rename it with draft data. Okay, you can see we have here used draft picker. This is a composable, and the composable will return this property. Okay, now we're gonna copy here. Yeah, we're going to pass. Yeah, let me check here. If pass data, let's see the tab. You can see pick a callback, and if I pass it draft, yeah, pass it draft data, and let me copy the draft data. Let me see again the of results. Yeah, let me pass data first. And I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna pass it in here. Let me pass it console.log, and then pass it draft data like this. And then now let's see what we're gonna get here. Pass it data, and I'm going to pass it data. If we when we're gonna put when we're gonna select a file, we're going to console draft data. Okay. Now let's see in here what we're gonna get in here. Now we're gonna go back here, and I'm gonna click here again. And let's pick a file. Let me see in here. Let me pick the CV again, and then I'm click here, select. Yeah, you can see in here, draft data, we got here data. And we have here an array. Okay, you can see this is an object. Inside of it, we have an array of documents. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass, yeah, I'm not remove that. And let me remove that. And we are going to pass here, pass here data. That docs like this. This is an array like this. Okay, we just finish in here data the docs. Okay, but actually we still have here a typing error, but it's gonna work. Now let's try this. Okay, let's head into the browser, and now we're going to click here add again, and so we're going to pick this CV in here. You can see, yeah, let's scroll a little bit. You can see we have here this CV. We can pick a file we want in here. Even this AI roadmap, I'm gonna click here, or I can, yeah, I'm gonna click this and pick this one, and then we're gonna click here, and then we're gonna click here, select. And now let's head into the console and see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, you can see file saved. Okay, you can see we just created the file. Okay, file saved, and yeah, that's good. And now I'm gonna head into Mongo Compass, and here I'm gonna click here docs. I'm gonna refresh here. We are going to scroll at the bottom. Here you can see we have here free Stanford AI graduate certificate curriculum roadmap. Okay. Alright guys, now we're gonna work on the website link. And in here, once we click on the website button, we're going to show an input here where we can pass the website link, and then we're gonna send to the server in order to parse it and extract the contents. Now I'm going to do this. We are going to head into our Express app again. And in here, we are going to create a controller, store web link data. Okay, create a controller. We are going to do pretty much the same thing that we did into the store drive files. Okay, we're gonna do pretty much the same thing. Now let's head into in here, and we are going to create a function store web link data. And here we're gonna extract the user ID, node ID, web link. Okay, this is the web link that we're gonna send here. We're gonna instantiate the LLM. And here we're gonna get the current working directory, and we are going to use the load web. Okay, this is a web loader. Okay, we use here Cheerio web-based loader in order to try the contents. We already talked about web-based loaders. Okay, now we're gonna go back in here. Once we have it, we are going to, the load web loader return an array of documents. You can see we have here promise of you can see we have here an array of documents. That's what the load web function is going to return. And once we have an array of documents, we're going to use here format document as a string. We already learned about that. We import it from Langchain. Okay, you can see at the top we import it from Langchain, and we already talked about it. You can see if we head into pipelines, key of a doc, we got it in here. You can see format document as string. I've already teach you what is the format document string. And now we're gonna go back in here. Once we convert the data into a string, we are going to extract the first chunk, okay? And once we extract the first chunk, we are going to create a title. And once we create a title, we are going to generate unique file name. We have the function inside the URI folder. And here we're gonna pass the doc repository, that get instance. We're gonna create a document, and then here we are going to we're gonna get here the file path where we're gonna store the file, and we are going to write the file. Okay, we're gonna pass here the file path, and then we're gonna pass here the doc to string data. Okay, this is the data that we store into this variable. Okay, and once we got here the file path, we're gonna store the data into a file, and then we are going to return this message. Okay, and if we have an error, we're gonna return this, and that's all, guys. Now we are going to, you can see in here we have drive folder. Inside the controllers folder, I'm gonna create here folder add sources, yeah, like this, add sources, and we are going to head into the drive folder. I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna move the controller in here, copy that, I'm gonna move it in here too. Okay, we are going to create here root folder, roots, and let's head into the drive roots. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and so we're gonna pass here add source roots, add source roots like this, the TS, and in here we're gonna put in this. Okay, let me get rid of this controller in here, and we're going to head into the drive roots. We are going to remove this one in here. Let's get rid of this. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, I'm gonna pass it in here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this. We're gonna pass here another controller. Let's go inside the store web link data. We're gonna copy the name of the controller. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. Let's import it. I'm gonna import this, and we're going to import the store web link data. Okay, and here for the name of the roots, I'm gonna copy it in here. We're gonna pass it in here. Yeah, like this, add source roots, and then we are going to pass here routed the post not / web link data. Okay, and pass here web link data like this. And now we're going to head into the API v1, and then we're gonna pass that endpoint there. And yeah, I'm pass here cons. We're gonna pass here cons, and then we are going to pass here add source roots here is equal to this, and we're gonna pass in the router. And now we're gonna copy that, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, let me pass that in here, and then we're gonna import it. Yeah, like this. Okay, that's good. Now let's head into our React tab, and in here we're gonna create here 4 states. Okay, the first one is drop zone, YouTube link form, website link form, paste text form. Okay, we have here the drop zone. We are going to use this state in order to toggle the drop zone form. If the value is equal to true, we're gonna show it. If the value is equal to false, we're gonna hide it. And we have here the YouTube link form. This state, we're gonna use it in order to show the YouTube link form. We have also the website link form, the pairs text form. Okay, now we have here function in order to toggle the YouTube link form. If we call the hide YouTube link, we're gonna hide it. If we call the show YouTube link, we're gonna show it. Okay, and you can see in here if the YouTube link form is equal to false, we are going to set the drop zone to true. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing for the link form and for the paste text form. Okay, now we are going to pass it in here. We're gonna pass a drop zone and upload file section. If the drop zone is equal to true, we're gonna show the upload file section. And if the YouTube link form state is equal to true, we are going to show the add YouTube form. Okay, if the YouTube link is equal to true, we are going to show the add YouTube form, and we are going to pass it a function hide YouTube link, because we are going to, inside of it, we're going to have a button, and once we click on it, we are going to modify the state. And we did the same thing, and we do the same thing for the website link form and for the paste text form. And in here, we are going to pass here an event, and we pass here a function show YouTube link to the YouTube button. Okay, you can see in here we have a YouTube button. Okay, once we click on it, we're gonna show the YouTube link form. And we are and also we pass here another function to the post test form. Okay, we have here another function in order to show the post test form. Okay, now we are going to pass here add YouTube link form component. We pass a function as a prop, and here we call that function add YouTube link. Okay, and we pass here add web link, and also we pass here add post test form. Okay, now let's head into the browser and see what we can here, guys. Now let me go in here. Okay, I'm gonna move here. Let me move here, and I'm gonna get rid of the upload file section. Let me remove that, and in here let's refresh the page and see what we got in here, guys. Now if we click here add, and if I click here website, you can see we show this form. We are going to pass here a web link that we're gonna send to receiver, and if I click here back on the icon, we add it. Okay, you can see if I click here, we show it, and if I click on YouTube, show that, and we have here copy text. Okay, now we're gonna install React Hook for handling form. You're gonna head up to reacthookform.com/get started, and you're gonna type these commands. But also you're gonna move it to Zod.dev, and heading to on the page, you're gonna copy this command in order to install Zod. Zod is a schema validation package. Now let's head into the EditNote Modal. Okay, in here, and you can see inside the notes folder we have here create note model. Okay, and actually the create note model is getting bigger, okay, because we have a lot of things in it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna refactor the components. Okay, now I'm gonna copy that. I'm going to create here another folder. I'm gonna name it create note model, which is the name of the folder. We're gonna put in these components and pass here let me pass here add we're gonna pass add YouTube form.ts6, okay, like this, and we are going to head into the create note model. We're gonna copy this. Okay, we're gonna put it inside the add YouTube form.ts6, okay, in here, and also I'm gonna pass here another prop. Let me pass here the node ID, node ID, like this, and we are going to I'm gonna add here tab node ID. The tab is a string, like this. We're gonna use it inside here. Now let's go back inside the create note model. In here we have another components, add web link form. We're gonna copy it, and then pass it in here that ts6 like this. Let's go back in here, and then we're gonna copy it. Okay, let's copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and we're going to pass here another prop node ID like this. And in here I made a mistake. You pass here node ID instead of node ID. Okay, like this, node ID in here, and let's go back in here too. Okay, let me type it in here and pass here node ID, and then I type is a string. Now let's go back inside the create note model again. We have here add paste test form. I'm gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass it in here that ts6 like this. Let's go back in here and copy it, and then we're gonna pass it in here, and we are going to pass here the node ID is prop node ID, like this, and I'm gonna pass it in here node ID like this. Tab is a string. Okay, we finish in here. Let's import the label from the UI component. Okay, I'm gonna import it. We are going to import the text area in here. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna head into the add web link form and pass it at the top in here. Let me pass it in here. Okay, we're gonna pass that here like this, and let me check in here if we have a typing error. We are going to import the component move left from Lucy React. Okay, we're gonna import it. Okay, like this. We're gonna head into again inside the add YouTube form. We are going to import the label and the input. Okay, let me pass it at the top in here. Okay, like this. Let's import the label. We're gonna import the icon like this. Now let's go back inside the create note model, and in here you can see that actually we have here some typing errors. We're gonna import the add YouTube form. Okay, we forgot to export it, and pass here exports like this. In here we're gonna pass here two exports, like this. Okay, in here and here too we're gonna pass here export like this. And now if we head into the EditNote Modal, we're gonna import these components. This is the first one. Okay, and now let's go back inside the EditNote Modal, and in here you can see we have here some typing error. We're gonna pass here the node ID. Okay, is equal to no, yeah, I'm pass here. We're gonna pass this the node ID like this. We're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it in here to the add web link form and to the paste test form. Okay, like this. Yeah, like this. Yeah, we are going to import also this component. Let's import this. Okay, we get rid of the error, and let's import these two. And actually you can see in here we have a typing error. You can see type string or undefined is not assignable to a type string. Okay, now in order to get rid of this error, I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna say the node ID can be undefined. Here can be undefined like this. I pass this. Okay, we are going to pass here to this. Yeah, and if we go back in here, you're gonna see we get rid of this typing error, and everything still works pretty well. Okay, let me show you. If I click here, if I click website link, everything is working pretty well. Now we're going to head into the API folder, pass here API folder /notes. Okay, and in here we're gonna create a NetPage request. Okay, send web link. We're gonna pass here the web link node ID, and here you can see we extract here the user ID from the local storage, and so we pass it in here to the make HTTP function. Okay, we're gonna create here another function, send text data. Okay, and we extract here the user ID, we pass here the text, we pass here the text, the user ID and node ID. Okay, and then we're gonna send that. And once we finish working on these two endpoints in here, we finish working on the website link and copy text. Okay, and also once we finish on drag and drop zone, we're gonna work on the video and audio. Okay, and at the end we're gonna finish with the discovery modal. Okay, you can see in here we haven't yet worked on the discovery modal. We still have here the discovery modal. We're gonna work on that. Now we're gonna head into the component folder, and in here we are going to call the send text data function. Okay, head into notes, and you can see we have create note model, and I'm gonna import the create note model.tsx. I'm gonna import it inside the create note model folder, and we have it in here. Now let's head into the add paste text form of components, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna extract here. We're gonna import in here use form hook. Okay, and once we import it, we need to use it. Now in order to use the React form hook here, we need to define here the shape of the input, and then we're going to invoke the use form, and we're gonna extract the register function, handle submit, and we can extract even the form states. We can have you the errors, but also the loading states. And here we are going to pass here on submit. We're gonna pass here submit handler, and then we're gonna pass here the input tab, and we're gonna get here the data. And after that, we're gonna wrap our input into the form tag, and then we're gonna invoke here the handle submit form. Okay, and we're going to pass the register function to the input. Okay, that's what they said in here. Now we are going to do the same thing in here, and in here once we already import use form hook, we're gonna import here Zod for schema validation, and we are going to import also Zod resolver. Okay, now we are going to define the shape of the input. We're gonna pass it text, and I'm gonna extract here the type by doing z.infer, and we have here type. Okay, you can see we have here an object, we have in the text property, and I'm gonna invoke here the use form, and in here you can see I just extract here two states. We extract here the errors and is submitting. Okay, now we are going to pass here on submit. We're gonna pass here the data, and the type of the data is an object we have in the text property, and we're gonna call the send text data function in order to make an HTTP request to the server. We're gonna send here the text here and node ID, and then once we finish processing this request, we're gonna reset the form, and then we are going to wrap our inputs inside the form tag, and here we're gonna pass the text error, and we pass here register. Okay, register function, and then we're gonna pass here the input error is the text, the message, and then here we're gonna pass it the button, okay, and we finish in here, guys. Okay, pretty easy. Now let's head into the add. We're gonna head into another component, add web link form. Okay, we're gonna import here. We're gonna define here. First of all, we're gonna define here the form schema. Okay, we have here web link, and we extract the type here. You can see we have an object web link, type is string, and we invoke here use form hook, and then here we're gonna pass on submit. We are going to pass here send web link. Okay, we're gonna pass here the web link, but it's not ID. And once we finish processing the request, we're gonna reset it. And once we finish processing the request, we're gonna reset the inputs. And then in here, we're gonna wrap that into the form tag. We're gonna call here the handle submits function. Then we're gonna pass the input to the text error. Okay, and we are going to pass here the input error, and we're going to pass here the back. And you can see in here, we finish with add paste text form, the TS6 component. We finish working on it, but also for the web link form. Okay, for this second component, we already create an endpoint for that. But for the add paste text form, we haven't yet created an endpoint. Okay, you know, for this endpoint, we're gonna send here text. Okay, once we pop up here the model, we pop up the model in here. We open the model. We are going to send here text. Okay, we're gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it text. Okay, now we're going to head into our Node.js app, and we're gonna head into in here. We are going to head into the add sources. You can see we have here an endpoint. Okay, in order to extract the data inside a web link. Okay, store web link data. Okay, you can see we have here this endpoint. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna create here another endpoint, store text data, the TS. Okay, and in here we're gonna use that endpoint in order to store text data. And we are going to extract here the user ID, node ID, the text. Okay, and we pass here the LLM, and then we get a current working directory. We are going to generate the text. We are going to generate the title using the text. You can see pass it generate title, pass it the LLM, and we pass here an array of document. Okay, we are going to, you can see we wrap that into an array, and then we pass in new document, pass it the paid contents. And here, after that, we are going to generate a unique file name. Then we're going to take the file name, the user ID, node ID, and title. We're going to store that inside the model, inside the doc model. And then here, we're going to get a file path where we're going to put in the file. And we're going to pass here fs.write file. We're going to pass here the file path. We're going to pass here the text that we want to write inside the file. And then we pass here the encoding, UTF-8. If we have an error, we are going to return the response, error saving file. If we don't have an error, we are going to send document saved successfully. And it's done. Now let's head into the add source routes, the TS. And in here, we are going to import in that endpoints. And then we're going to try this. Okay, let's remove that. Now let's head into the browser and try this. And we're going to click here, add. We are going to click website. Okay, we're going to pass a website link. Okay, if I click here, you can see the link form here is required. Okay, if I click again, link is required. Now I'm going to head into in here. We are going to copy here the link reward hacking. Okay, let's copy that and see what we're going to get. Okay, I'm going to head into in here and pass the link in here. We're going to click here, submit. Okay, let's head into the console and see what we're going to get in here. Okay, we are submitting the link. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can see file saved successfully. Okay, we just save it. Okay, you can see this the doc name. And if we head into the public folder, yeah, let me see inside the public folder, we got it in here. And you can see we have here that txt. Okay, and they talked about the reward hacking in reinforcement learning. Okay, let me pass here. Yeah, you can see reward hacking in reinforcement learning. Okay, we just save the data, okay, into a file. Okay, you can see the data, and also if we refresh the page here, you can see we're gonna have here title. You can see reward hacking in reinforcement learning. Okay, we got that. Now let's copy a text here. I'm gonna move to React hook form, and in here I'm gonna copy the design and philosophy of React hook form. Okay, we're gonna copy that, and now let's move here. I'm gonna click here, add again, and we're gonna click here, copy text, and paste that in here. Okay, we're gonna click here, send. Let me head into the console. You can see again the finish here. We have here in our file, and if we head into the public folder, you can see we have here in our file. You can see design and philosophy of React hook form. Okay, we got that there, and now you can see here's the generated title. I'm gonna refresh the page here in order to call the function. Yeah, you can see React hook forms performance. Okay, that's great. And now, alright guys, now we're gonna work on the YouTube link form. Okay, once we pass here a link of a given YouTube video, we are going to extract the contents, the script of the video. Now, in order to do so, we're gonna install a package. Here you can see we have here YouTube.js. You're gonna type npm install YouTube.js, and then you're gonna get it. And we are going to import it from Langchain, YouTube loader. We're gonna pass here the link here, and once we pass the link, we're gonna have here an array of documents. Okay, that's all we need to do. And now we are going to head into our Express app. Yeah, I'm gonna head in, and in here we're gonna create another controller store YouTube scripts. Okay, we're going to import we're gonna create a function store YouTube scripts, and in here we're gonna extract the user ID, not ID, YouTube link from the body, and we instantiate the model. We get the current working directory, and then here we pass YouTube loader that creates. And then here we pass YouTube loader that creates from URL. We're gonna pass the YouTube link, and then we're gonna get here the scripts. And once we have here an array of documents, we are going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate the title based on the documents, and then we're gonna store that inside database, and so we're going to create a file, and that's all we need to do. And now we are going to head into the add source roots in here, guys, and then I'm gonna pass here roots, pass here router.post, and we're gonna pass here node / let me see, we're gonna pass here YouTube link like this. YouTube link, you can just pass it YouTube link like this, and we're gonna pass here the function, okay, like this. Now let's import a function. Okay, we're gonna import it, pass it there, and so I'm gonna copy this endpoint. We're gonna head into the Note API. Okay, here we have API and Note API, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy the function here. Let me see, I'm gonna copy the function, pass it in here, and then here I'm passing send YouTube link like this. We're gonna pass it the text. Yeah, we're gonna pass it the YouTube link like this, and then I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here, and we are going to copy, and we're gonna pass here the endpoint. I'm passing YouTube link like this, and we just finished. Okay, now we're gonna head into this component, add YouTube form, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the add web link form. Okay, in here I'm gonna copy everything in here. I'm gonna copy everything in here and head into the add YouTube form, and I'm pass that code here. Now I'm going to copy here this. I'm gonna copy here this prop. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, yeah, we got it. It is the same. Let me see in here. We have here hide YouTube link form. Okay, we're gonna copy that, and that's what we're gonna pass it in here as function. Okay, like this. I'm gonna remove that. We're gonna pass also the node ID. You can see we have here the node ID. We're gonna pass it in here, and here too we are going to copy that. Okay, let me see in here, we're gonna pass here YouTube link like this, and yeah, let me see in here YouTube link like this, and here we're gonna pass here hide YouTube link form. Okay, like this. And now let's get rid of this code here at the top here. I'm gonna remove that, and we are going to pass here the name, the YouTube link. I'm copy that, so we're gonna pass it in here, in here too. Yeah, and here you're gonna pass here, paste a YouTube link like this. Okay, now we need to call the function, and here we're gonna pass here send YouTube link like this. Okay, that's great, guys. We just finished. Now we need to test this. Okay, everything is okay in here. Everything is okay. If we're into our command prompts, our server is running. And now let's head into the browser and try this. And here we're gonna click here, add, and yeah, let me see here. I'm gonna copy a link. Okay, I don't got a link here, guys. We are going to head on YouTube and pass YouTube. Okay, let me pass YouTube. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna head on my channel, and then I'm gonna copy a link of one of my video. Okay, now I'm gonna click here, view channel, and I'm gonna copy the link of this video. I'm gonna copy the link. I'm gonna copy that. Okay, and so we're gonna pass it. Okay, we talked about how to let's load view components in view. Okay, now I'm gonna close that. We're gonna head on our app here. We're gonna click here YouTube link. Yeah, we got a form, and then we're gonna pass here the link of the video, and then we're gonna click here send. Okay, and actually, guys, you can see we don't have here the submit button. We don't have it in here. Let me refresh the page. We don't have it. Okay, yeah, we got an error. Does not provide an export named add YouTube form. Okay, now let's fix that. And here, what I'm going to do, let me pass first of all the link here. And now let's head into the component, and let me remove that here and here too. Yeah, we're gonna import it. Let me see here the name. Yeah, the name is add YouTube link. Let me pass here add YouTube link form like this. We're gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass the edit tab here as the name of the component. Let's head into in here now, and we're gonna pass it in here, and we're gonna import it. Yeah, let's import it, and now it's gonna work. Now I'm gonna copy my link in here. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna refresh the page here. Okay, and you can see if we test our link, I tap inner, like the how to let's load view components. Okay, now, and we are going to click here add YouTube link. We're gonna pass the link in here, guys, and now we're gonna click here submit. Now let's see what we got inside the console in here. Okay, you can see file saved successfully. Okay, we just created a file. Now if we head into inside of our Express app, and in here we are going to head into public folder, and you're gonna see we have here another file. And if I scroll all the way to the bottom in here, this is the script, guys, that we got from the video. And yeah, it works pretty well. Alright, guys, now we're gonna work on the drag and drop zone in order to add a source. Once we drag a file to that section, we are going to send it to the server, and then we're gonna add a source. Now we are going to pass to the upload file section a prop node ID. The type is a string, and we're gonna define a state is dragging. We're gonna use the state in order to check if the user is dragging a file over the drag and drop zone. If the value is equal to true, we are going to modify the color of the zone. Okay, in order to specify that the user is dragging a file over there. Now we have here a property. We have here a property file input ref, and then we pass it to the input tag here. And now we're going to create here function handle drag over, and here when we are going to drag something over the drag and drop zone, we are going to modify the value of the state, so that in here we are going to apply this Tailwind CSS code. Okay, so that we're going to apply this Tailwind CSS utility classes. Okay, we are going to apply this if the value of its dragging state is equal to true, and we are going to pass in another function handle drag leave. On drag leave, we're going to modify the value of the state, and here handle drag drop, when the user is going to drop a file there, we are going to take the file, and then we're going to send it to the server. We are going to call a function upload files. Okay, and if we select a file, handle file select, we pass it to the input here. We are going to send it to the server. Okay, we are going to call the function upload files. We are going to send it to the server, and here we have our upload file function. We pass here form data, and then we pass it the user ID, and we pass here from there the append, we pass the file, the user ID, node ID, and then we're gonna send that to the save. Okay, guys. Now let's head over up and try this. And here we're gonna click here, add again, and I'm going to take here file. Let me see here. I have here some PDF. I'm gonna try to drag that, okay, and pass it in here. You can see actually we don't modify the state in here. Let me see. Yeah, we don't upload it. Okay, let me refresh the page in here, and again we're gonna try this. Let me see in here. Yeah, I see why we don't upload a file, guys. We forgot to pass here. We forgot to pass this function to the input. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here to that section on drag over function, on drag leave function, on drop, and on click. Okay, now let's head over the browser again. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the page in here, and I'm going to pick a file. Let me pick a file. Yeah, this one. And now, yeah, we already closed that. Let me open it again, and we're gonna pick a file here. Let me pick a file, even this one. Okay, pick this. We're gonna head over the browser, and you can see actually, if I drag here file, you can see we are adding a border. Okay, a border. We are getting rid of the dashed border, and we add here a solid border. Okay, you can see if I pass here file, we're gonna make an HTTP request to the save. Okay, yeah, like this. And if I click here choose a file, we are going to open the window in order to pick a file. That's great. Now let's head into our Express app, and we're gonna create that endpoint. And in here you can see we are going to create here another controller. The name is store upload files. Okay, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass a function store upload files. In here I'm gonna use Malta in order to upload a file. Okay, you can see if we head into the create note route. Okay, you can see previously we already learned how to use Malta in order to upload a file. Now I'm gonna copy this code, and then I'm gonna pass it inside this controller, and we're gonna upload a file. Now what I'm going to do, we're gonna go back inside the store and pass the store and pass here the name. We're gonna head into the store upload files, and we're going to click here add source route. We're gonna head into in here, and then we're gonna use Malta in order to upload a file. Now we're gonna pass here Malta, okay, this code, and then we're gonna pass here that endpoint. Okay, right at the pause /upload files, and then pass here upload single doc, and we pass here the name of the file. Okay, yeah, let me see here the name of the file that we send in here. Okay, we are going to move here, and I'm gonna pass here doc. You can see this is the name of the file. Okay, we use the property in order to get the name of the file. Now we're gonna go back in here, and then we're gonna go back inside the store upload files, and in here we are going to pass here. We're gonna extract here the user ID, node ID, and here we're gonna get the current working directory, but also the file name. And here we pass here the file name into the generate file name in order to modify the name of the file, and we instantiate the LLM. And then we're gonna take the file, we're gonna pass it to a document loader in order to split it into chunks, and we're gonna pick here a first chunk, and then we're gonna use the chunk in order to generate the title. And once we get the title, we're gonna pass it to the create doc function in order to store the title inside the database. Okay, that's great, and we just finished here. And yeah, let's fix the error first. I'm gonna get rid of this. We are going to extract only the user ID, not ID, and also in here, guys, we shouldn't pass the generate file name here. I'm going to remove that because we use Malta in order to upload the file. And as we use Malta, you can see inside the add source routes, we use here Malta in order to upload the file. And as we use Malta, we are going to upload a file immediately to the public folder. And once we get a file there, we are going to use the real file name in order to get a path. And once we got the full path of the file, we're gonna pass the load document function in order to split our document into chunks so that we can generate the title. And I'm pass it in here like this. And also let's check something inside our React app. And also don't forget to pass to the upload file section component. Don't forget to pass it the node ID. And we pass it in here. Now let's try this again. I'm gonna pick a file again here. I'm pick this one. What is generative AI? We're gonna pass it in here. I'm click here upload. And now let me see in here. Okay, what we got? We don't see anything in here, guys. Let's wait a bit. Let me head into in here. You can see doc saved. Okay, and yeah, let me refresh the page here. Okay, you can see we have here another title, another source, generative AI, and the rising cost, and this is another source that we just added. If we head into our Mongo Compass, and you can see, I'm gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. Here you can see generative AI and the rising cost of the data breaches. Okay, we just added another source, and that's great. Now what I'm going to do, we are going to work on the discovery model. You can see actually we finished working on the add source model. Now let's work on the discovery model. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to head into the create chat page. Let's move here. I'm move to chat page. Okay, in here we import here the EditNote Modal. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to import here another model and pass here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here. Let me head into in here. Yeah, you can see we have here another model. Let me see the name. You can see we have discovery model. We're gonna import inside the chat page. You're gonna import in the discovery model. And now let's pass it in here, discovery model, like this. And we're gonna import it. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass it node ID as a prompt. Node ID is equal to that ID. And I'm going to head into in here. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it inside the discovery model in here. Okay, great. And also you can see we have here a slice inside the store folder and chat slice. We have here add source slice. Okay, we use the slice in order to pop up the create note model. Okay, now I'm gonna create here another slice. I'm gonna copy this. And yeah, I can just use the same slice in here. And here yeah, let me copy that, and we're gonna pass another slice, and we can pass a discovery model slice, like this, discovery model slice like this, the TS, and then I'm pass it in here. We're going to modify the name. I'm copying the name here, and we're gonna pass it in here like this, like this, like this. And we have here the model property and toggle discovery model. I'm pass here for the name. I'm gonna pass it toggle discovery model like this. Okay, and let's copy the function. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, great. Now we're going to head into inside. Now we're gonna head into the index.ts, and we're gonna import the slice and pass here imports, and then we're gonna pass here discovery model slice. Pass here that from discovery model slice. Okay, we're gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass it in here. Pass here. We're gonna pass here we're gonna pass here discovery model like this. Then I'll pass it in here. Great. Now let's head into the create note model. I'm gonna copy something. I'm gonna copy here the use dispatch hook and the use select hook. I'm gonna copy these three here, and we're gonna pass inside the discovery mode. I'm passing edit tab in here like this. Let's head into, we're gonna head into the left panel and pass here first. Yeah, I'm passing that. We're going to pass the discovery model, and now let's head into the left panel. I'll pass the left panel, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm going to get access to the slice. I'm passing here, and here we have state the discovery model. Okay, and here, yeah, we should pass. I shouldn't import this in here, but instead we are going to copy the dispatch function. We are going to pass it in here. We have here in our button discover. Okay, on click events, let me copy this, and then pass it in here, and we're gonna pass it toggle discovery model like this. And once we click here, we're gonna modify the state. We're gonna modify the state of the model property. And now we are going. Now what I'm going to do, let me head into the chat page here, and yeah, everything is okay in here. Yeah, let's head into the discovery model now, and we extract here the prop. We are going to pass it in here. Let me pass it in here where we got open. We're gonna get rid of this button. Yeah, everything is okay in here, guys. Okay, let me remove this, cancel changes. Okay, in here we are going to pass here dispatch, and then we're gonna pass here toggle discovery model, and we're gonna pass here toggle discovery model like this. Okay, and I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it on change events. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here like this. Everything is okay in here. Let's head over the browser and try this, and I'm gonna refresh. We're gonna click here discover. Okay, we pop up the model. Okay, discover sources, and also we can head into the EditNote Modal, and once we click here, we need to pop up the model. Okay, now we are going to head into, again, we're gonna head into the EditNote Modal, and in here, what I'm going to do, you can see we have that button in here. Let me move here, and we have here another button, discover sources, and here on click events, we are going to pass here this click event. We're gonna pass here the function. Now let's head into the browser and try this. And here if I click discover sources, we pop up the model. Now I'm gonna add here another section under this input. Okay, now let me show you what we're gonna add here. If we head into the discovery model, and in here I'm going to add here something. We are going to create here the array of sources. We're gonna pass here the title, description, the link, and then we're gonna pass here the section. We are going to iterate through the array, and so we're gonna have this section. Okay, let's see the section. Let me reduce the width of that input here. Yeah, I'm pass here 50 pixel. Yeah, let's pass here 50 pixel, and here, if you can see in here, we have here some sources. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take these sources, these links, I'm going to send it to our Express app, and then we are going to parse these links and extract the contents. Now, in order to do so, we are going to use here Tavily. We already talked about Tavily. Tavily is a set tool that allows to save the web. Now, in order to use Tavily, create an API key, and then you're gonna copy this. And in order to invoke Tavily, you're gonna pass it to that invoke. That's all we're gonna do in order to make it set to the web, and then we're gonna get an array of documents. And also you can try to use here, we have here another set tool. The name is ExaSearch. You can use this one in order to make a web search. And in order to use it, we are going to instantiate it. We're gonna pass here the API key, and then we're gonna pass here ExaSearch results. We're gonna pass here the tool, and we're gonna pass here that invoke in order to get an array of documents. And if you don't have an account, you're gonna move here, you're gonna tap exa.ai, and then you're gonna create an account. Tap this guys. Okay, tap this exa.ai, and then you're gonna create an account. Once you create an account, head into API keys, and then you're gonna get your API key, and then you're ready. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy this code in here. I'm gonna copy that. I've already explained you what is Tavily and what is Exa. Okay, pretty easy to use. And we are going to head into our Express app, and inside the app folder, we're gonna pass it to a folder. Pass here to, we are going to pass here tools like this, and inside the tool, and pass here set tool data, and pass here function, and pass here file search tool data, the TS like this, and then we're gonna put in this class. Now, in order to get data from Tavily or Exa, we're gonna simply instantiate the set tool data class. Okay, we pass the doc, and we're gonna pass the new search tool data like this, and we can pass in Exa or Tavily. And so once we pass here Exa, we are going to pass that invoke, in order to make an HTTP request to the web, okay? And we can pass in the query. Let's say, what is RAG? What is RAG? Like this. This is how we're gonna use it, and then you're gonna get here an array of documents, okay? And you can see it's pretty simple, guys. Inside the constructor, I just pass here if the provider is equal to exa, we're gonna instantiate the exa class, okay? And then we're gonna pass it to this the exa set results object, okay? And once we pass in here, and we are going to get data. I do the same thing for Tavily, and it's pretty simple here, guys. You can see pretty simple. Now we are going to head into the add sources. Okay, inside the add sources, we're gonna create here another controller. The name is search web.ts, and in here, what I'm going to do in here, we're gonna create here a function, and then we're going to pass here rect the query. We are going to extract the query. We're gonna check here if the query is undefined. If the query is undefined, we're gonna send this message. Query should not be empty. And if the query is undefined, we are going to instantiate the set2 data. We're gonna pass the exa and set results. We're going to pass the set2 that invoke, and then we're gonna make an HTTP request to the web. And in here, I'm going to pass this data. You can see pass here set results, and here pass a JSON that pass set results. This data here we have a string, okay? And once we got a string, we are going to parse it, and then we are going to assert it as an object, okay? We're gonna have here an array, and inside of this array we have in many keys, but I'm passing here only the title, the text, but also the URL. And now let's head into the add source, and here we're gonna create here in our root node/search/web, okay? We're going to get data from the web. Now let's head into our React app. Okay, let's head into inside our React app. Okay, I'm gonna head in, and we're going to head into the API folder, notes.ts. Okay, in here I'm gonna create another endpoint, set verb, and make TP-rec. The HTTP verb is get notes/search/web, and we pass here the query. Now we're going to head into the discovery modal, and in here what I'm going to do, we are going to pass the schema query. Okay, we pass here the minimum length 3, max 50 characters, and we pass here the type, and we pass here zod.infer in order to get a type. Here you can see we have here type, okay, and the query, the type is a string. After that, we're gonna define a state, set results, and then I assert it as an array. We're gonna have here title, link, but also the text. And we have here another state, send web result loading. And so when we're gonna send a request to the server, we are going to modify the value of this state, okay? And it means when the request is gonna be in the pending mode, we are going to modify the value to true. Once it's completed, we're gonna modify the value to false. Then we're gonna call the use form hook. We pass here form type, and here on submit event, we're going to pass in as parameter the data, and we are going to call the set web function. We're gonna pass in the query, and if we got data from the server, we are going to update the set result state. Okay, we're gonna pass the server data, the data, and after that, we're gonna create here another function, send web results. You know, we are going to have an array of data. Okay, we can have an array of data. Let's say something like this. Let me show you. Okay, we're gonna have here the title. We're gonna pass it the title. Let's say what is RAG. Okay, and so we're gonna have here the link. Okay, and we are going to store this data inside the set. We're gonna store the data inside the set result state. Here we're gonna store that in here, and once we get the data, we are going to iterate through the array, and then we're going to send it again to the server. We are going to use the send text data. Okay, you can see in here I'm checking if set result the length is greater than 0. We are going to pass here web results of set results. Okay, we're going to iterate through it. We're going to pass here send text data, and we pass here web result that text. We send the text again, okay, to this endpoint. You can see we have here an endpoint that allows to send text to the server. Okay, not/text data. And if I head into the server, you can see we have it in here, store text data. Okay, we are going to take this text, and then we're going to send it to this endpoint in order to to process it. Okay, and here, let me go back in here. Then we're gonna call the send web results. We are going to pass it to the backend inside the footer. On click event, we are going to send the data to the server. Okay, we are going to send the data to this endpoint in here. Send text data, we're gonna pass it here to the function. Okay, pass it the text, but also the node ID. And after that, we're gonna wrap our div inside the form tag, and then in here we're gonna bound the query property to the input text error, and then we are going to display here the error of the form if the user doesn't provide any query. And once we got the data, we are going to pass it inside this div in here. We are going to pass it set result.map. We're gonna iterate through it, and then we're going to pass it the title, but also the link. Now let's check this inside the browser, okay? And here, let's refresh the page and see what we're gonna get here. If I click here, discover, and I pass here what is rag, you're gonna see what we're gonna get, what is rag. And if I click here, search, we are going to make an HTTP request to the web, and then you can see, boom, we got here data, okay? Yeah, you can see select all sources. You can see we pass here too. If I head into in here, I'm not heading to inside this endpoint. You can see we have set web results. And if I head into set to data, you can see in here, as I'm using exa, I pass here num result is equal to 2. That's why I got two sources in here. Okay. And now as I got two sources, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna click here submit. Okay, this is an array. Let me show you what we got in here. Let me head into in here. Okay, let me head into inside our React app, and you can see in here. Let me show you something. Yeah, I can just pass you something like console.log here and pass the save. Yeah, we're gonna pass the save data. Yeah, we can just pass here save data. Now let's see what we got inside the console. Now I'm gonna repeat this again. I'm gonna head into the console. Okay, let me head into in here. I'm gonna click here, search again. Let's see what we're gonna get. We're gonna have here an array of data. Okay, you can see we have here the title, but also we have here the text. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to iterate through the search result state. Okay, because we store the data in this state in here. Okay, this is the state where we store the data. Now we have in a text property. Now we are going to iterate through the array, and then we are going to take here the web result, the text. We are going to send it to the server. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Now I'm gonna click here submit, and then we're gonna send the data. And here, if I click here submit, we're gonna send the data to the server. Okay, let's send it. Okay, yeah, we send the data to the server. Okay, great. And you can see inside the console you have here message document saved successfully. And let's head into the console. And here you can see we have here to upload a doc. You can see we have two links. It means two doc. Okay, they added to resources. Okay, that's great. It works pretty well, guys. Now we're gonna add a loading indicator in the left panel. You can see in here, if I click here, refresh, we don't show anything in the left panel when we are making an HTTP request to the server. Let's say I just added here source, and when I click here, let's say I want to add here text, and repeat again the last one. Now we're gonna add loading. Now we're gonna add a loading indicator in the left panel. And in here, what I'm going to do in here, when we are going to make an HTTP request to the server, we are going to show even a skeleton loader while this request is in pending mode. Okay, we are going to show that. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to head into the left panel, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to define here another component, a doc raw skeleton loader. Okay, and you can see pass a count prompt, and in order to duplicate this div more times. And then I'm going to pass here another prop to this component. We're going to pass here loading prop, and we're going to pass in here, and we're going to pass here a condition before this loop here. Okay, you can see pass here notes.docs.length. Okay, Now I'm pass here another condition. If loading property is equal to true, we are going to show this loading indicator and pass here dog. Yeah, and pass dog raw skeleton loader, pass it and the count and pass here is equal to 12. And else we are going to show this div in here. Now if I pass here true, let me first head into the chat panel. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm pass here loading. We are going to pass here is equal to true. Okay, like this. If pass here true, you're gonna see we're gonna have here loading indicator. Okay, you can see we got this. And I'm going to pass here now this property and pass here loading. We are going to extract it from the use select hook. Okay, you can see in here we pass here the state that charts, and inside the chat property we have here the loading property. I'm gonna extract it and pass it loading here like this. Okay, and I'm going to copy these two lines here. We are going to head into the let me head into the YouTube link form, add YouTube link form. Okay, in here, okay, you can see inside the note folder we have EditNote Modal, and in here we have some components, add paste text form. Okay, now when we're gonna add a text here, we are going to call a function. Let me pass here this. Yeah, I'm gonna import dispatch hook. We are going to import event select hook. Okay, I'm gonna import that. Yeah, and also let me go back inside the chat panel. I'm gonna head into again inside the chat page, and I'm gonna copy this line in here. Copy this. We are going to pass it in here, and when we submit the data, we are going to call that. Okay, and pass it in here. We're gonna import that. Okay, we are going to import also the use selector hook like this, and the root state type like this. Okay, everything is okay in here, guys. Okay, everything. Yeah, we shouldn't import this because we aren't gonna need it. And now we're gonna pass here the node ID like this. Okay, yeah, that's good. And here you can see actually we have a typing error because the fetch single note takes a property. Yeah, the type is a string. Now I'm going to assert it as a string in order to remove the typing error. Okay, that's good. Now we are going to copy that. I'm gonna copy the line. We're gonna head into the web link form. In here, I'm gonna pass it, and here we're gonna go back in here. I'm gonna copy this line. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. I'm gonna import it in here. I'm gonna copy this line in here. We are going to pass it in here, guys. Okay, that's great. And also we are going to head into this model in here, discovery model. We can head into the discovery model, and we can pass it in here too. Okay, pass that in. Yeah, we got it in here. Okay, and I'm gonna go back in here. I'm gonna copy this line here. Okay, actually we have here this error. Let's import that. Okay, yeah, we pass here node ID. Here we have here the type of node ID is a string or undefined, and in here we have here an error. Yeah, we are going to import the fetch single note function. Let's import it. We haven't yet import it from here. Okay, great. Alright, guys, now we're gonna work on the input at the top left corner. You can see at the top left corner we have an input, and inside of it we pass in the title of the note. And what I'm going to do in here, once we finish typing inside the input, we're going to make an HTTP request to the server in order to update the title of the note. That's what we're gonna do. Now, in order to update the title of the note, we're gonna send the ID and the title, and this is the control that we're gonna hit. Now we are going to head inside the Note API in our React app, and we're gonna pass you another endpoint. Okay, you can see update notes, and the HTTP verb is puts and the endpoint is notes. We pass it the title and node ID like this. Now we are going to, here we should pass here the ID like this and pass the ID like this, because you can see in here, if we head in here, guys, you can see we are going to extract the ID and the title. Okay, we pass it the ID. Now we are going to head into we're gonna head into the chat page. Okay, in here, guys, let me reduce the zoom a little bit. Okay, like this chat page. Okay, we're in the chat page, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to remove these components, and we're gonna head into the node folder. We're gonna create in another component in here, and the name of this component is gonna be EditNote. You can see we got it in here. Okay, I put in everything that we got in here. Let me go back inside the chat page. You can see in here we got this div. I put it inside the EditNote. Okay, now I'm gonna remove this, and I'm going to import in here EditNote component, EditNote like this. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm pass it the node ID, pass the node ID like this. We're going to pass it as a prop there, and is equal to this ID like this. Okay, you can see, yeah, we're going to pass here the ID that we extract from the use params hook. Okay, we pass here that here. Now let's go into the EditNote component. Let me first import it, and then we're gonna head in. And in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a schema. We're gonna have here the title, and we have here type of the type of this schema, and we pass here z.info in order to get a type. And here for the prop, we are going to pass here a note. Okay, we pass here note. We're gonna have here the ID and title, and it means we're going to go back in here, and we're gonna pass here a note as a prop. And pass here notes like this. Okay, and then let's go back in here. We're gonna pass here a note, edit note prop. We have here the ID underscore ID and the title, and we're going to pass here use from hook, and we're going to pass here function handler, because we're gonna have here the input. We're gonna pass here the on play events. When we finish typing in the input, we're gonna make an HTTP request to the server. And in here you can see we are going to pass here the data, and let me pass here to the ID. Let me pass here underscore ID like this, and see what we're gonna get. Then pass here notes.id like this, and see what we're gonna get. Okay, now I'm gonna head into the browser. In here, I'm type here something. Let me clear out the console. I'm type here rag, and pass here rag like this. And on blur events, you can see we have here rag, but also we have here the ID. Now we're gonna pass to the function. Okay, now we are going to call that function here, pass here await, and then pass the update notes like this. And this function takes the node ID, and we're gonna pass the notes. Okay, notes that underscore ID, and we're gonna pass it also the title. And to pass the title, and pass the data, the title like this. And we just finished. For the ID, I'm gonna set it as a string. Okay, to remove the typing error. Great, just finishing here. Now we're gonna move here, and I'm gonna type here something, a research about RAG in AI. Okay, like this. And on Blade events, you can see we have here a message not updated. Okay, you can see we have a message from the server not updated successfully. Now we're gonna install React Toastify in order to save a message. Okay, you're gonna tap this command in order to install the package. And once done, we're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna import the line inside your chart layout. And if I head into the chart layout, okay, I'm passing chart layout. Okay, and in here we are going to import the tools container, and then we're gonna pass it under the outlet components. And once done, we're going to head into the URL folder. Okay, URL folder, we're gonna put in some method. Okay, you're gonna pass here toast notification, and then we're gonna put in some functions. Okay, show success. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna head into the API notes here, API notes like this, and then I'm gonna pass it here, show success. I'm gonna import it in here like this, and then pass here data that message. Okay, like this, and then you're gonna show the message in here. Okay, the message can be undefined, and I'm not set it to string to remove this typing error. Okay, that's great. Okay, let's see first if we're gonna display the message in here. Let me check. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the page. Okay, Okay, actually it doesn't work. Okay, now I'm tap here, research about RAG in AI. And okay, I'm at here space. Yeah, you can see we have a message not updated successfully, okay? And great. Alright guys, now we're gonna work on the right panel. We just finished working on the left panel. We learned how to add sources for a given nodes. You can see on the left panel we have two bar ends, the add and discover. We use these two bar ends in order to add sources for a given nodes. Now we're gonna learn how to generate the summary, starter guides, an audio overview, a video overview based on multiple selected sources. Now, in order to generate the summary or the starter guide, we're going to run through some process. Now, you can see on the left, we have here some selected sources, okay, inside our React app. And we are going to make an HTTP request to the server in order to check if these selected sources, we have summary, okay? We're going to ask a question. Do we have summary for all selected sources? If yes, we are going to merge all summary of all sources into a single one. And that's what we're going to return to our React app. We're going to display it in here. You can see we're going to pull the cursor. We're going to display it in here. Now, if we don't have the summary for selected sources, well, what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to basically generate the summary of all documents. For each document, I'm going to generate the summary. And then once I have summary for each selected sources, we are going to take that and then we're going to merge it into a single one. That's what we're going to do. This is the process, guys, that we're going to run through in order to have here the sources, okay? We're going to use the same technique in order to generate summary, starter guide, the audio, the mind map. Okay, guys, we are going to run through the process in order to get what we want. Now, that's it. Now, let's head into our text editor and implement that. And in here, guys, we are going to head into the summary folder. You can see we have a summary. And inside the summary, we have two controller. You can see we created these two controller in the first parts. And in here, you can see we have the getDoc summary in order to return the summary of given doc. And you can see we have here another controller, update or create summary. And we use this controller in order to create the summary for a given doc. We send the user ID, node ID in order to create the summary. Now, what I'm going to do, we are going to use now this controller in order to create the summary of a given source. And this source is a document. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the getDoc summary. And what I'm going to basically do in here, I'm going to create another version of the getDoc summary, okay? I'm going to comment this one. I'm not comment this one. We aren't going to use it. And we have here another version, getDoc summary. And in here, guys, you're going to see we have some modification here. And the purpose of this function in here, of this controller, is to check if we have the summary for selected sources. You can see in here, we are going to select multiple sources in here, multiple documents, and then we're going to make an HTTP request to the server. And in here, we are going to receive in here the user ID, node ID, docs ID. And the docs ID is an array. Now, what I'm going to do in here first, I'm going to pass here doc repository, and then we have here doc. We are going to, then in here, we're going to iterate through the docs array. Okay, the docs array is an array that is a IDs of selected sources. Now in here, we are going to pass here doc getSingleDoc2. Okay, you can see this is not a function. In the first part, we have only this one in here, guys. You can see for this one, we pass here the user ID, node ID. But for the second one in here, we pass it free parameter. The ID, which is the ID of the selected source, the user ID, node ID, okay? That's why we pass here getSingleDoc2, okay? Do that too. And now let me go back. And in here, I'm checking if we don't have the summary for this selected doc, we are going to push it into the doc without summary array. Let me zoom a little bit. And we're going to push it into the doc without summary array. Okay, we're going to say for this document, we don't have the summary. We're going to push it in this array. And once we push it in this array, we are going to move in here. And we're going to iterate through the doc without summary array. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to call a function here, update or create summary. And we're going to generate the summary for the source, for the document which doesn't have the summary. And then we're going to return to the client ready to generate source. Okay, it means for all selected source, right now we have the summary. Now let's head into the update create summary. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here the doc ID. Let me get rid of this code in here. I'm going to remove all of this. Let me remove this here. Okay, we are going to remove that. And here, I'm going to pass here underscore. I'm pass here underscore. We are going to pass here the doc ID. And I'm saying the type here is string, user ID, and the type is string. And we're going to pass here node ID, the type is string. And then we're going to close that. Okay, like this. And you can see me here, I'm not comment this line here. Here for the note here, I should pass here the type of note is a string, and then we're gonna close that like this. Okay, yeah, everything is okay in here. And now we are going to pass, yeah, you can see in here, we are going to pass here now, yeah, doc repo, and then we're gonna pass here get single doc2. And in here, I'm pass here this. I'm passing get single doc2 function. Okay, we're gonna call a function. We are going to pass it three parameter. The first one is the ID, the doc ID. You can see we're gonna pass here the doc ID like this, and pass here underscore. We're gonna pass here the user ID, and so we're gonna pass here the node ID like this. Okay, like this. Let me close this. Okay, like this. We pass here the doc ID, user ID, node ID. Okay, and then we're going to get a path of the document. We're gonna get the doc inside the upload folder, and then we're gonna pass it to the load document function in order to parse it and extract the contents. And once done, we are going to continue in here, doc repo. We are going to continue, and here you can see we have another function in here, guys. We have update summary, and if we head into the notes repository, in here, the update summary takes the user ID, node ID, and summary. Now I'm going to pass it in a parameter. We are going to create another version of it. We have here update summary 2. For this one, we pass it three parameter. We pass here the doc ID, user ID, node ID, and summary. Okay. And here, let me copy this. We are going to head into inside the update create summary. And what I'm going to basically do in here, I'm pass it in here. Right here, let me do this. We're going to pass here a wait. Then we're going to pass here doc repo. That's update summary. Update summary to okay, this one. And we are going to pass here the doc ID. Okay, let me see edit tab in here. We'll pass here the doc ID. Yeah, and pass here the doc ID like this. And so we're gonna pass here, you're gonna pass here user ID, node ID, and then pass here the summary, and we're gonna pass here summary and option chaining, and pass here final summary like this. Okay, and pass here like this. Okay, let me close that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on inside my text editor. Let me close that like this, and then we are going to get rid of the second line in here like this, and then I'm not comment this, and I can pass here console.log, pass here finished generating summary. I'm passing console finished generating summary like this, and then I'm gonna close that, and we're gonna comment this. Okay, yeah, let me pass here console.log error. In case we have an error, we're gonna show it. Okay, now we call the update create summary inside the get doc summary. Okay, now once we check the raw documents, the raw selected sources have summary, we're going to return to the client ready to generate source. Okay, we are here. Let me show you. Okay, you can see here we are going to make an HTTP request to the server. We are going to check, do we have summary for raw selected sources? If we have summary for raw selected sources, we are going to take this summary, and then we're going to merge it into a single one. If we don't have, we are going to make sure for each document we have the summary, and that's what I'm doing in here, guys. You can see in here I'm checking if we don't have summary for a given doc. We're gonna push it inside the doc with a summary array, and then we can generate the summary for the doc, and then we're gonna send the ready status. It means for all selected sources, we have the summary. And then we are going to head into now the models folder, and inside the models folder, we're gonna put in another schema. Okay, we have here source schema, and in here we have the title of the source, the total source, content, source type, node ID, user ID. And inside of this table, we're gonna put in the summary of all selected sources. We're gonna put in, let's say we can put in the summary, the study guide. And in here you can see that we have the title. We are going to generate the title of the all selected summary, and then we are going to say it's gonna look like this. Let me show you a little bit. We're gonna have like the title, let's say for example what is RAG, and then we're gonna say some pass summary. Let me pass the summary based on 5 sources like this. Okay, and then we are going to pass and then we're gonna have here also the contents. But for the contents, we're gonna display it inside the model when we're gonna click on that line here. When we're gonna click on the li tag, we are going to see the content. The content is gonna be the summary. And yeah, that's it. You get the idea. Now we are going to continue. Now we have here the source schema. Okay, now we are going to head into in here. We're gonna create another folder inside the controller, guys. And in here, you're gonna create a controller again. In here, you're gonna name it give source results. What I'm doing in here, guys, I'm just retrieving all sources inside the source table. Okay, you can see here, pass here source repository. We are going to head into first inside the source repository in here, and then we are going to pass here this function create source. In order to create source, we're going to pass the source type, user ID, title, node ID, total source, contents, and then we're going to store that there. And then we have here another function in order to retrieve all sources. And inside the get source controller, we call the get source. We pass it the user ID, node ID. Okay, it's pretty easy, pretty simple, guys. I don't have to write all of this. I've already do that in the first part. I've already explained everything you need to know. Now we are going to head into the source results. Okay, in here, guys, what I'm doing here is, let me go back first inside the generate summary from source. Okay, now we already get the signal from our backend that we have here. We have, let's say, from our backend, we got a signal, the yes signal in here. It means here, let me add here something. We have, if the signal is yes, we have summary for all selected sources. Okay, we have that signal. And once we have the signal from our backend, now it's time to generate the source. Okay, now we're going to head into in here, and then we are going to pass a generate summary from sources, from multiple sources. We're going to create a function, and in here we are going to request for the user ID, node ID, docs ID. This is an array of IDs, and in here we're going to pass here source repository that get instance, but also we have here the doc repository, and here I create an array summaries, and then in here I'm going to iterate through the docs IDs, and then I'm gonna retrieve the summary. Okay, I'm gonna retrieve the summary for each doc. Okay, you can see in here inside the docs table, I'm gonna head into in here docs, and you can see, let me scroll at the bottom in here, we have the summary column in here. Let me head into the, I can just head into the doc repository, and then in here I'm gonna head into doc schema. You can see in here we have the summary. Now what I'm doing in here, I'm checking if we have the summary. If we have the summary, okay, we are going to select it. We pass here get single doc2. We're gonna get the summary in here. We are going to, if doc exists, we are going to take the title but also the summary. We're gonna push it inside the summaries array.
for each doc, for each selected doc. And then we are going to pass here summary.length is equal to 1. Let's say the user select a single doc. You can see in here we are selecting multiple doc. Let's say we select a single doc like this. We select a single doc. And if we select a single doc, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to use the LLM, generate title. We create this function in the first part. We're going to pass the LLM, and so we're going to take the summary. We're going to pass it as a document. We're going to get the title, and then we're going to create the source and finish creating summary. And what if we have here the array is greater than 1? It means we have more selected sources. And here, what we are doing in here, we are going to count the sources. We're going to get, let's say, 2 or 5. And then we are going to pass here a function for make summary. This function allows to, we got the function in here for make summary. This function allows to take this array of summary. You can see the array of summary, it is the title and summary. And then we're going to return a string. Okay, let's say we have something like this array. We have here hello, the first summary. Okay, the second summary, we have here Ben. Okay, these are summaries. And then what we are doing here, we are going to return a single string. We have here hello, and then we have here Ben with a separator, with this kind of separator. And we are going to use this separator in order to tell the LLM that these are multiple summaries, but these summaries are separated by this sign. Okay, you can see pass it the title and summary, and then we're going to get here string. Okay, now once we pass here format summary, we're gonna get here string, and then we're going to pass here a function merge summary, and then we pass here count source LLM. We pass here the summary to string. This is the string. And then we are going to generate the title based on this summary. Okay, we're gonna generate the title, and then we're gonna store that into the source table. And now let's see what we got inside the make summary function. And inside of it, we have a prompt. You can see this is the prompt in here, guys. We pass here UI professional technical summarizer. Your task is to make the following. We pass here the number of sources, summaries into a single polished and concise summary. And in here, we pass here a message. Each summary is separated by the marker. You can see this is the marker. And then we pass the context, which is the summary of all selected sources. And then we are going to pass you output requirements. We pass you the structure. We tell the LLM to return a markdown format. You can see produce a clear, logically organized markdown document. Use headings for major section if applicable. Use bullet points for key concepts or takeaways. Include sub-bullets when appropriate for details. Style and clarity. Preserve all essential ideas. Okay, this is the prompt, and then we take it, we pass it to the LLM, and then the LLM is going to return the final summary that we store into the source model. Okay, I think you understand, guys. It's pretty simple. Now we are going to repeat the process to generate the study guide, the mind map, and so on, guys. I think you understand. Now, in order to understand pretty well, you need to practice a little bit. Try to practice, open your text editor and practice. Yeah, and that's it. And now we have here a roots. Okay, source results roots. We pass here the endpoint. Okay, generate summary roots, and we have here another endpoint in order to get the source results. Okay, the source result is what we're gonna pass it in here. We are going to create a function on our React app, and we are going to add that endpoint in order to populate that section. Now let's head into a React app so that we can start interacting with our backend, guys. Now I'm going to move here, and first of all, I wanna tell you to install this package, React Markdown, and also we are going to use this Shadcn components. The drop-down menu, you're gonna tap npx Shadcn at lattice at drop-down menu. And once done, we are going to head into now inside our React app. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna head into the Node API, and in here I'm gonna create a function, create a summary, pass it the node ID, docs ID. The docs ID is the selected sources, and here once we have a response from the server ready to generate source, it means for our selected source we have the summary. And once we have the summary, we're gonna make another HTTP request to the server, generate summary source, and this the function. We are going to send the user ID, node ID, and docs ID, and then we're going to create a source. And once we create a source, we are going to retrieve all sources inside the source table. We're going to make another HTTP request to the server, nodes/source/results. We're going to pass it node ID and user ID. Pretty easy, guys. And now we're going to head into the chart slice. I'm pass here, chart slice. Okay. And then we're gonna head into the store folder. We're gonna create another slice, right panel slice. And in this slice, guys, I'm gonna put in the create a sync thing. We're going to call the get source results. And we are going, once we get data, we're gonna pass it to the right panel. You can see here's the right panel in here. This is the right panel. We're gonna pass the data on these 4 buttons in here. You're gonna pass the data into this section. And then we are going to pass you the initial state. Sources, it's gonna be an array. Okay, here's an array. We're gonna pass it the total source. We're gonna pass it's gonna be a number, the content, node ID, user ID, and we got this property into the source table. You can see we have here total source, contents, source type, node ID, user ID, and in here we have the loading property, and also we have the summary. And the summary, these objects, you can see passing the model, the model, the title and content. And we're going to store, instead of it, we're going to store in the title of the source and the contents. And the model here, the model property, we're going to use it in order to toggle the summary model, in order to open and close the summary model. And we are going to pass it in here. And we have also here another state, a docs IDs, where we're going to push in IDs. Let me close this first. You can see we have here add doc IDs. We have here another function, show summary. And this function, we use it basically in order to pop up the summary model. And then we're going to pass it to the title and the contents. And then we have here extra reducers. This one is for the HTTP request that we define here at the top in order to retrieve all sources. And then we're going to pass here the docs ID and the show summary. And now we're going to head into in here. We're going to pass here the right panel slice and then in here. And let's head into the left panel. Inside the left panel, what I'm going to do in here, we're going to define a state, select the docs, and we are going to pass here handle doc select. We're going to pass here the ID, and then we're going to check here if we have the ID inside the selected docs array. We aren't going to add it, else we're going to add it. And here we're going to call the function dispatch add docs. Okay, this is the function. This is an action that we define inside this slice. Okay, we are going to push in the ID into that ID, that docs array here, so that we're gonna get access to it inside the right panel. And now let's go back inside the left panel. We are going to pass here now to the checkbox. We're gonna pass here checkbox, select the docs that includes, if we have that ID, we're gonna return true. And here you can see we have unchecked change. We are going to call that function.
Now we're gonna head into the right panel. And in here, guys, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to just import the summary model. And you may be wondering, we import the summary model, but we haven't yet created it. Now, you're going to head into the component folder. And inside the component folder, you can see we have node folder. Now we're going to create inside the node folder, another folder. We're going to name it a right panel. Okay. And inside of it, we're going to pass in a model. Okay. Summary model. Can see we have in the model, summary model, and we are going to pass inside this model. We're going to pass in the title, but also the contents. Now you can see in here, I use the use select hook. I extract the summary from the right panel. from the right panel property, and I extract it. The summary contains the modal property, the title, the content, and then we pass the summary model, the model, and if the value is equal to true, we're going to show the model. If the value is equal to false, we're going to hide the model. And then in here, you can see we pass here the React Markdown component. We already installed this component, guys. We pass it in here. You can see I pass the React Markdown component in here. And then in here, you can see inside the React Markdown component, I pass in the title of the summary, but also passing the contents. And that's all I pass inside this model, guys. We're passing the title and content, and that's all. Now we're going to go back inside the right panel, and pass here, right panel. And in here, once we import the summary model, we are going to pass to the right panel the node ID is a prop, and also we're gonna head into the chart page, and we're gonna pass in here. You can see node ID is equal to the ID. We extract the ID from the use params hook. Now let's go back again inside the right panel, and in here we are going to extract the docs IDs from the right panel. We're gonna extract the docs IDs, and we have here the sources and the summary. And here we're gonna create a function show summary model, and we are going to pass the source. Okay, you can see inside the right panel slice. Let me head into right panel slice, and in here you can see we have a function show summary, and we're gonna pass it the summary. Okay, and once we pass the summary, we are going to modify the value of the modal prop to true, and we're gonna pass now the title property, the value, and the content, and then we're gonna show the model. And now let's go back inside the right panel, and in here we're gonna pass that data, and then we're gonna create another function, fetch sources. We're gonna use the function in order to fetch sources. These sources we're gonna pass it in here, inside in the right panel under these 4 bar ends in here. We're gonna pass them there, and now we are going to create here right panel open. We're gonna check if the right panel is equal to open. We are going to iterate through the sources array, and then we're gonna pass here the sources. Okay, you can see we pass here the source title, the source type, total sources, and you can see I just use the same logic we use in the left panel. Now let me head into the left panel, and you can see inside the left panel we have here left panel. If the left panel is equal to open, we're gonna show this section that allows to display sources. You can see we have that section in here where we have here sources. Let me select it. We have this section. Okay, if the left panel is equal to open, we're gonna show that. Now I use the same thing inside the right panel. Okay, if you head into the right panel, and I use the same thing. If the right panel is equal to open, we're gonna show this div, and then we're gonna pass in sources. Okay, pass here the ID, and we on click event show summary model. We call a function and we pass it the source, the total source, content, node ID, and user ID. They're gonna pass to the summary model, and here you pass here the title, the source type. The source type can be FAQ summary, a MindMap, and total sources. And after that, we're gonna define here another panel. You can see here we have audio overview, video overview, MindMap. Now we have here report panel item, and this one is another div. We're gonna pass it some prop, right panel open, fetch sources. This is a function, and see you pass node ID and docs ID. This is an array of documents. Now we're gonna define here the report panel, and we're going to pass here these items because it's gonna be a menu, guys. Once we click on that, it's gonna look like this. We're gonna have here report panel. Right here we have report panel, and once we click on it, we're gonna pop up a little menu, and so that we are going to generate the summary starter guide briefing doc of the FAQ, and then inside of it we're gonna have a function generate source, and in here we're gonna invoke the create summary function, And in order to make it pretty close to the same, we're gonna pass the node ID and docs ID. And in here, first of all, we're gonna check if the item is equal to summary. We are going to call the create summary, and then we're gonna fetch sources. Okay, and also we are going to pass it the drop down menu component from Shadcn, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, we're gonna iterate through the menu items. Okay, you can see we iterate through the menu items. It's pretty simple, guys. And yeah, we are done. Now we are going to head into the browser and we're gonna try this. Everything is okay in here. Now I'm gonna move in here. We are going to try this. Let me see if our backend is running. Yeah, everything is okay in here. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now you can see in here we have some sources. Okay, now what I'm going to do, let me pick here I'm gonna pick here generative AI and data bridge. Okay, we're gonna pick the nodes, generative AI and data bridge. Now let me add here source. Click here. I'm passing right now what is I'm passing generative AI and its importance. Okay, yeah, like this, and then we're gonna click here, search. Okay, we got here the sources. I'm gonna click here submit, and yeah, we're gonna add it. Yeah, you can see we just add it. You can see we created here two docs, and now you can see the left panel we have generative AI benefits limitation. Now you can see in the right panel we have here summary. If I click here summary, you can see please select summary. Now I'm gonna choose here these two sources. We're gonna generate the summary about them. Okay, we're gonna click here summary. Okay, you can see this color. Okay, actually they are generating the summary. You can see inside the console. You can see generate summary, collect summary. We learned how to generate the summary in the first part. Okay, now you can see we have this process, okay, in the background, and you can see that actually, guys, we have here the source. Okay, you can see generative AI capabilities, and we have here the summary. And if we click here, you can see this is the summary: generative AI capability, career path, and responsible implementation. What is generative AI? And here we have here a disruptive subset of artificial intelligence focused on creating novel content, text, images, audio, video, code. Now we are going to head into the summary model. Okay, and I'm passing summary model, and in here what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna get rid of this button in here. Now for this here, we are going to head into the right panel slice. Now in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another function in order to close the model. Now I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing here, and this one I'm name it. Yeah, we can pass here. I'm gonna pass here close. I'm pass a close summary model like this, and I'm gonna get rid of this. We're gonna pass here the value false like this, and yeah, we can get rid of the payload like this, and then we're gonna copy that. We are going to pass it in here, and then we're gonna head into the summary model, and we are going to pass it in here. And let me see, we are going to pass here dispatch. I'm passing dispatch. Yeah, we're gonna pass it dispatch like this, and then we're gonna pass in that function like this. And actually we have here already import here dispatch. We're gonna head into the chat page, and I'm gonna copy here the dispatch hook. We're gonna pass it inside the summary model. Let's pass it in here, and in here I'm going to import it. Let's import it from Redux like this. Okay, we got dispatch in here, and now we're gonna pass in here, and we are going to import. We're gonna import now the closed summary model. Okay, like this. Everything is okay so far, and Yeah, that's good. Everything is okay. Everything is okay, guys. Now let's head into the browser again. If I click here, okay, we pop up the model. If I click here, yeah, we're gonna pass there, close. Let me see. Yeah, I'm pass here now, close model, like this. Okay, and we just finish. And if I click here again, you can see we have here the summary. Now let's try to generate the summary for a single source. Now I'm gonna pick here only this one. Understand generative AI. We're gonna generate only the summary for a single source. Now if I click here, we are going to run something in the background. You're gonna see we're gonna have something inside the background. Okay, finish creating summary. Okay, we got it in here. Immediately they finish creating it, and you can see we have here another title, generative AI business transformation. You can see we have here another title, generative AI business transformation. If I click here, and you can see generative AI business transformation risk and responsibility implementation. And you can see based on the provided summary, here is the consolidated overview of the main theme. And you can see we got here the summary for a single source, and it works pretty well, guys. And now we are going to work on this thing in here. Actually finish working on this the summary. We finish. Now it's time to work on the FAQ, study guide, briefing doc. And we're gonna follow the same process, guys. And for this, I'm gonna do that in the background. Yeah, this. Let me add here something. This one, I'm gonna make a quick pause. Okay, here I'm pass you quick pause, and after I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna finish it immediately. A quick pause. Okay, quick pause, guys, and then we're gonna come back in the next part. So we're gonna finish all of this because we're gonna follow the same process. But for the mind map audio and video, I'm passing you. We're gonna do that together. Yeah, I'm passing you together, guys, together. Okay, yeah. Now it's time to make this quick pause. You're gonna do that in the background, and me too, I'm gonna do it in the background, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna see if everything is gonna work fine. We're gonna do that on the back end and on the front end. Let's have a quick pause and do this in the background. Hey guys, I'm back. Previously we said that we're gonna work on the FAQ, study guide, and briefing doc in backgrounds, and I just finished. I hope you do it well, and let me show you what I've done, guys. And here I'm gonna head into here. You can see this is our React app, and if I head into the API notes, you're gonna see in here I've duplicated some function in here. You can see in here we have previously we have only create summary and generate summary source. Okay, now I duplicate the function and then I create here another one, create FAQ, generate FAQ, and we have here create study guide and generate study guide. I repeat the same process. I don't modify anything. Okay, now I'm going to move here inside in here. I'm gonna add here another source. Let me first tap here generative AI and type of artificial intelligence. Okay, I'm gonna copy this explanation here. I'm gonna pass it. Click here. I'm pass here. Okay, website. Okay, I'm gonna pass here copy a test. I'm pass in here, and let me add again here the text. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit how generative AI works. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it in here too. And now we're gonna submit that. Okay, we're gonna submit that. Yeah, we got here another source, and if I'm gonna close this, we got another source in here. Okay, generative AI overview benefits, and we have here another source, understanding generative AI, how it works. And so now I'm gonna pick this one, and then I'm gonna generate here the FAQ. I'm gonna click here FAQ, and then we're gonna start generating the FAQ. Now if we head into the console, you can see in here inside our command line, generating FAQ change. Okay, finished generating FAQ, and we got the FAQ in here. You can see assistant title generation request. Okay, FAQ. This is the generated source. And if I click here, let me See why we don't generate here the FAQ. It doesn't work pretty well. Let me refresh the page. Okay, we don't got the FAQ. Now I'm trying to generate the, let's try to generate the study guide and see what we're gonna get. Okay, let me head into in here. Okay, we don't see anything. Yeah, generating study guide, generate study guide, collect study guide. And here, let's see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, collapse study guide. Now let's wait now let's wait a little bit and see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, let's wait a bit. Yeah, finish generating study guide, finish creating study guide, and we have here the study guide. Okay, generative AI. Yeah, you can see for the study guide we got there and here. This study guide. Okay, it's pretty good, guys. Key characteristic, primary function, and yeah, it's pretty good, guys. Pretty good. Now let me try it again. Now I'm gonna close the model. Let's see for the FAQ. It doesn't work. Yeah, for the study guide. Now let's try to generate. This one was the study guide. Now I'm gonna try to generate the briefing doc. Okay, and pick here briefing doc and see what we're gonna get inside the console. Yeah, let me check in here. Yeah, generating briefing chunk, generating briefing chunks, and once done, we're gonna get it. And here for the FAQ it failed, we are going to fix that. Okay, let's wait a bit. Yeah, finished. Yeah, briefing doc generated successfully, and I hope you get here a message. Okay, you can see finish creating briefing doc. Yeah, I can see the bottom here, fundamentals of generative AI. Yeah, this is the briefing doc, fundamentals. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, you can use this tool in order to start, guys. You can use it in your research. And yeah, we finished. We got that too. Okay, for the FAQ, it failed. Now let's try it again for the FAQ, and for the FAQ, and we have here. Okay, let me pass a create update FAQ, create or update. Create update MindMap. We have here create update FAQ. Yeah, this for the FAQ, and for the FAQ. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me see what I pass in here. I'm going to head into the briefing doc. Okay, I'm gonna scroll a little bit, and for the briefing doc, we pass here briefing doc. Okay, like this. And maybe for the FAQ we don't pass data. Now let's go back in here, and yeah, we pass here FAQ. Yeah, I'm going to head into generate FAQ and see what we should pass there. I'm not heading to a bottom here. Yeah, we should pass the final FAQ, guys. Final FAQ. Okay, let me go in here, and I can just console this, and we're gonna try to debug this and pass a console.log FAQ. Okay, and we're gonna see what we're gonna get in here, and I'm pass here FAQ, and we're gonna pass the property there. Now we're gonna wait a bit because our Express server is gonna restart it again, and we are going to send that. Now let's try this again. Okay, let's try this. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to select, let me close the model. I'm gonna pick that, and then I'm click here FAQ. Let's head into the console and see in here, yeah, generating FAQ. Yeah, you can see in here we have an object final FAQ. That's what we should pass there, guys, and that's why we got undefined and pass that. Get rid of this, and now if we run this again, we're gonna have here the FAQ. Okay, we restarted again our Express server as we made changes, and again we're gonna try to generate now the FAQ.
And again, it goes here. Now I'm going to fix this. You can see I'm going to fix this and pass here overflow because I want to pull that in the same container. Now let's move inside the right panel and fix this. And in here, let me check. Yeah, this is the right panel, okay? And you can see this div, we're gonna pass here a class max age 400 pixel overflow y auto. And again, let's see what we got in here. Okay, you can see we fixed that, and we got all the contents in the div. And now let me generate again the FAQ for the doc and pass it. Click here, FAQ, and so we're gonna generate it. Yeah, you can see we have here this yellow. This indicates that this request is in the pending mode, and once we finish generating the FAQ, we're gonna have it in here. Yeah, we got it in here. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we have the FAQ. Alright guys, now let's learn how to generate a MindMap. We just finished with the summary, static gap, briefing doc, the FAQ. Now let's learn how to generate the MindMap. Now to generate the MindMap, we're going to follow the same process that we use in order to generate the summary, static guides. We're going to do the same process, guys. I'm not going to change anything in here, guys. Now let's head into our backend, okay? Now we're going to look for get MindMap. Yeah, in here you can see in the first part we have this function in order to get the mind map of a given document. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment the function and I'm gonna create here another version of it as we did for the static guide, guys. And now we're gonna comment this, and then in here I'm gonna create another function, MindMap. This is a new function, a new version of it. And then here we're gonna instantiate the doc repository. And then we got here the documents. And then what I'm going to do in order to generate the MindMap, I'm going to use the static guides. Okay, now in here we are going to iterate through the docs array. We are going to check for each document which doesn't have a static guide. We're going to push it into the doc with our static guide array. And once we push it there, we are going to head into now inside a function here, generates MindMap. Okay, generate MindMap, because we are going to return the ready to generate source a status to the front end, and then we're gonna add this endpoint now in order to generate the MindMap. Now in here I'm gonna create another function, generate MindMap from sources. And in here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna request for the user ID, node ID, docs ID. And then in here I'm just checking if we have values inside of these properties. And in here we are going to have here the static guide, and then I'm not iterate through the docs array, and I'm going to push in. I'm not pushing inside the static guides array. I'm not pushing the title and the static guide of a given document. And then I'm gonna check here if we have the data. And let's say in here if we have the data, we're gonna get into this block in here. And in here, I'm checking here if the static guide, the length is equal to 1. If it's equal to 1, we are going to generate here the MindMap. We're going to take the static guide of a given document. Okay, you can see in here, first of all, we got the title of the doc, and then we're going to pass it to the function generate MindMap. And we create the pipeline in the first part of this course. And then in here, we pass in here, we got MindMap, we store it inside the source table. Now else, if we have more than one item inside the static guide array, we're gonna head into the else statement. And in here, I'm passing here, and if we have more than one item inside the static guide array, we're gonna head into the else block here. And so we are going to take here, we're gonna count static guides, okay, pass the static guides that length. And then we are going to take the array, we're going to convert it into string. You can see in here we have a function format static guide. We're going to get here a string. And then as separator, we're going to use this sign in here. And then we're going to use this sign in here as separator to tell the LLM that this is a separator of multiple static guides. Now we're going to create another function, merge static guides. Okay, I'm pass at the bottom in here.
we are going to take multiple static guides and then we're going to combine it into a single one. And once we have here the final static guide, we are going to take that. We're going to take that here. We are going to generate the title of the final static guide, and then we're going to call the function generate MindMap. Okay, we're going to take the final static guide in here, and then we're going to store that inside the table. And that's it. We just finished. Now let's head into inside our React app, and then we're going to create the MindMap model. Okay, now we are going to head into, first we're going to head into the Notes API. Okay, you can see we have here Notes API. We're going to create here another function, create MindMap. Okay, and I just copy this function up here. I just copy this and modify the name as we did for the FAQ, and we're going to pass it in here. Okay, create MindMap. We're going to hit that endpoint, not/MindMap. And we are going to, and once we generate the MindMap, I'm going to call the generate MindMap function in order to store now the generated MindMap inside the table. Okay, that's it. We just finished in here, guys. Now we are going to head into inside the note folder. You can see we have a note folder, and I'm going to head into the right panel, and in here I'm going to create the MindMap source model. Okay, we got it in here. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to define here some states. We have here render queue, set re-render queue. Okay, now I'm gonna use this function. I'm gonna use these states in here in order to re-render the MindMap on the model. Okay, you know, when we are going to call this library, okay, let me show you something. We are going to pass the MindElix instance inside the MindMap model, and once we instantiate, we pass the library inside the MindMap model, we instantiate it inside of it, we aren't gonna be able to get the div in here, because we are going to reference the div, but we're gonna miss it as we're gonna store that inside the model. And we are going to use here this state in order to re-render this component. And once we render this component, we are going to instantiate the MindElix. And guys, I've already explained you what is the MindElix library. I've already explained you what it is and how we're gonna use it. If you don't know what is the MindElix library, go check it out, the first parts. Now let's head into the right panel slice, and in here we're gonna create another prop here, MindMap model. Pass here the model, value is equal to false, the title, the content, and the source type. Now we're gonna move in here and pass here condition. If the action that payload that source type includes MindMap, we are going to pass here the MindMap model that content is equal to the action that payload that contents, and we're gonna pass here state that MindMap that model is equal to true. We're gonna modify the value of the model prop, and else we are going to show this, okay, in order to, if is different from the MindMap. Now we're going to go back inside the MindMap source model in here, and we're gonna pass use effects, and I'm gonna pass here a container. I'm gonna check if we got the container. If the value is undefined, we're gonna return here undefined, and if the value of the MindMap that model is equal to false, we are going to return here undefined. And here I instantiate the MindMap, and here I instantiate MindElix library. And then we're gonna pass here the content, pass here MindMap.content, and you can see in here pass here JSON parse. We are going to get a string from the server. It's gonna be a JSON string, and then we're gonna parse it to a JavaScript value, and then we are going to show it up. Okay, and here you pass in another use effect in order to re-render. Okay, in order to re-render the MindMap on the model. And guys, try to practice in order to understand what I'm doing. It's better to practice. And now we are going to pass here the base model. We pass here the background color, and pass here a black color, and we pass here dispatch, and we call the function close MindMap. And here's the container where we're gonna display the MindMap. And that's it. Now let's head into the right panel, pass here right panel, and in here what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna create here another function, generate MindMap. And here I'm gonna check first if we have some selected sources,
if we have some selected sources, we're gonna call a function, create a MindMap. We're gonna pass the node ID docs in the docs array. And then I'm gonna import the MindMap source model. We're gonna pass it in here. And we have here the panel item. I'm pass here generate source function is equal to generate MindMap. And we are going to move at the bottom in here. You can see if I click here panel item, we got a panel item in here. Okay, and you can see we pass here a function generate source. We pass it in here, and once we click on the MindMap, let me go back in here. Once we pass here generate, once we call the function generate MindMap, we are going to make an HTTP request to the server, and then we're going to generate the MindMap. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, is we just finish in here. Now, let's head into the browser and generate a MindMap, okay? I'm going to pick these nodes here, and I'm select here these two sources. And now, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to click here MindMap. Now, let me head into the console and see if we're going to make an HTTP request to the server in order to see if we are going to generate it, okay? Now, I'm going to click here MindMap. And now let's head into in here and see what we got. You can see inside the console we have here generate static guide chunk. And once they finish generating the static guide for both documents, we're gonna have here a MindMap. Now what we're gonna do is to wait a little bit. And guys, you can see that actually they finished generating the static guide for both documents. Now let's head into the browser and see what we can here. And you can see at the bottom here we have a MindMap. You can see for two sources. Okay, now I'm gonna click here. Yeah, you can see we got this. Let me refresh the page. You can see actually we have here JSON string. Now let me refresh the page here and see what we're gonna get in here. I'm gonna click here again. And yeah, you can see we pop up here the MindMap model. Okay, you can see for the title is MindMap, and yeah, we have here a generated MindMap in here for generative AI. And you can see we can use this MindMap in order to study. You can see we have here strategic importance, and we have here a lot of things, how it works, training pattern recognition. We have here content creations, and if I go at the left here, you can see risk and ethics of generative AI. We have here primary risk. Let me see in here we have hallucinations, fabricated info, we have deepfake, synthetic deception, and yeah, you can see that actually we have a pretty good MindMap, and you can use it in order to study. Now I'm gonna close this model, and now we are going to learn how to generate an audio based on selected sources. Alright guys, now let's learn how to generate an audio based on selected sources. We just finished learning how to generate a MindMap. That's what we learned previously. Alright guys, now we're going to learn how to generate an audio based on selected sources, and the type of the audio that we're going to generate is going to be a podcast style audio, okay? We are going to use the selected sources, and then we are going to generate a podcast over it. Now, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to move it evenlabs.io. In here, you're going to create an account because we're going to use an even lab model in order to generate this podcast. Now, create an account at EvenLab, the link down in description. And then once in here, guys, you're gonna move in here, and you're gonna see at the bottom here, you can see we have here the developer section. Let me check for that. You can see at the left bottom corner, you can see we have developers, and then click there. And then you're gonna head into this menu, you're gonna head in the API keys, and you're gonna copy your API key and head into your data file, and then you're gonna put it there. Once done, we are going to head into our Express app. And in here, what we are going to do first in here, guys, we're gonna create a model, we're gonna name it generate podcast, okay? Create a function here and name it, yeah, we're gonna name it generate podcast, okay? Like this, generate podcast from briefing doc, okay? And in here, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna basically using a briefing doc, and then I'm gonna feed it to the LLM, and the LLM is gonna generate a conversation above it. Now you can see in here we extract the context, the user ID, node ID,
total source, the title, and the LLM. Okay, these are the props that we pass to this function. Now in here, I'm going to define a prop, and this prop in here, guys, and here you pass it the user, and here what I'm just telling the LLM to do is to generate a conversation that we're gonna use in order to feed it to the EventLab model, and then we're gonna get an audio. And you can see in here, I'm gonna rate it a little bit. You are a professional podcast scriptwriter and storyteller. Your task is to create a 5-minute podcast dialogue based on the following documents briefing doc. I'm modify here and pass here briefing and pass based on the following document briefing doc. But also we can use the summary in order to generate that podcast. And in here we're gonna pass here the briefing doc and then podcast requirements. Okay, write a natural engaging conversation between two hosts. Okay, we're gonna have here two hosts. Okay, we're gonna have here the voice 1 and voice 2, and you can see we have here some IDs, and these IDs I copy them from my dashboard. In here you're gonna head into voices. If I click here voice changer, head into in here, and you can see in here that EventLab providers provide us some voices. You can see in here we have some voices. You can pick a voice ID in here. If I want, I can copy this or this in here, and then we are going to pass it in here. I'm not heading to in here. We're gonna pass the ID of the voice that we want to use in here, and once done, we are going to generate a conversation. And here this conversation is gonna look like this. And here you can see we pass here the example of the output. We pass here R is equal to an array, O is equal to open curly brace, and C is equal to close curly brace. And here we have the text. Hi everyone, welcome to our podcast. Today we are diving into our small actions can change your life. Okay, and here this is the first horse. Okay, and his voice. And also we have here the second horse. That's right, Alex. Every big journey begins with a one small step. Okay, and we pass here laugh. Maybe the second horse can laugh a little bit. And here we have here the voice of the second person, and we have here JSON objects. Okay, return only a valid JSON. After that, we're gonna pass here map prompt that invoke. We're gonna pass in the context, which is the briefing doc, and then we're going to pass here LLM that invoke. We pass here the prompt, and we pass here the response formatter. And in here, guys, we just force the LLM to return these kind of objects. Okay, you can see we're gonna have an object. Inside of it, we're gonna have the podcast property, and it's gonna hold an array. And inside of that array, we're gonna have the text and voice ID. The type should be a string. And after that, we're going to pass here response to content to get access to the content. And then we're gonna pass it to a JavaScript value. And once we have that podcast, we're gonna pass it to another function, generate audio function. And this function, we pass it the input, title, user ID, node ID, total source. And then here, we are going to pass here the EventLabs instance, the EventLab class. We are going to pass you the API key and process.env, EventLab API key, and environments. Okay, and after that, we are going to pass here a wait EventLabs that text to dialog that converts. We're gonna pass you the input, which is an array of conversation. And then we're gonna pass you the name of the model, EventLab version 3, and the output formats here. I'm gonna iterate through the audio stream, and we are going to pass here the source repository, and then pass here buffer that concat, which is the audio, and then we are going to pass here a random name of the audio, the current working directory, and after that we are going to store the user ID, node ID, the title, the source type, contents inside the source table. You can see actually the source type is an audio. Now what I'm going to do, as I said before, we are going to use a briefing doc in order to generate an audio. I choose the briefing doc, but also we can use the summary or the study guide in order to generate an audio. Now I'm gonna head into the generate briefing doc from source. Okay, in here we are going to import the generate podcast from briefing doc, and I'm gonna add here another property, tab audio or briefing doc. By default is gonna be a briefing doc. And then what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to move at the bottom in here inside the else statement. Let me copy this and pass it. Let's start inside the if statements. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna basically add here a small check. Let me pass it in here, and then I'm going to check in here if we're going to pass here first generate podcast from briefing doc, and then let me pass a tab in here, and then I'm passing generate podcast from briefing doc. If the tab is equal to an audio, we're gonna call this function. Let me copy that, and then I'm passing here, and I'm going to pass you the contents. Okay, let me remove this line here. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm passing the contents, okay, which is the briefing doc, and I'm gonna set it as string to remove the tapping error, and like this. And if the tab is equal to an audio, we are going to run this function. And if the tab is equal to briefing doc, and pass if tab is equal to briefing doc, we are going to generate a briefing doc, and I'm gonna pass that here. I'm going to generate title, okay, like this. Okay, let me see in here. I'm gonna copy this code, and then I'm pass it inside the second if here, like this. We're gonna store that inside the source table, okay, like this, and I'm gonna return this. And here, if we generate an audio, we're gonna return this, and then pass here finished generating podcast, pass here finished generating audio, like this. And like this, I'm gonna return this, and here, okay, everything is okay in here. And I'm gonna copy this condition in here. We are going to put it inside the else statements in here. Let me pass here like this, and I'm going to copy here the LLM final briefing doc. I'm gonna copy it. We are going to pass it in here like this, and inside we are going to pass here another. I'm passing another condition. If tab is equal, let me pass if tab is equal to briefing doc. We are going to pass here this code, okay? And I'm gonna copy this again. I'm gonna pass it in here, and we're gonna copy also this line here. Let me copy this finished generating audio, okay, like this. We're gonna copy this, and we're gonna pass it in here. I've already passed that in here. You can see we got it in here, okay, like this. And then we are going to generate an audio, okay. Now what I'm gonna do next is to create another controller that we're gonna use in order to read the audio. Now in here we're gonna pass in another controller, read MP3 audio, okay. We're gonna pass here the name of the controller, read audio. And in here you can see we pass here rec the headers the range. Let me zoom a little bit. Pass here rec that, you can see pass here rec the headers the range, in order to indicate that we're gonna need a specific portion of the audio. We aren't gonna load the entire audio in the browser, but instead we're gonna read it chunk by chunk, okay. Let's say we have an audio of 50 megabytes. Let me pass it 50 megabytes, and in order to consume the audio, it's better to consume it in chunks, okay. Let's say we can request at the first time we can request, let's say I can pass even 1 megabyte. For the second time we can request again 1 megabyte again, until we finish reading the audio. And we are going to use stream in order to process the audio in chunk. Now we are going to go back in here. I'm going to pass you rec that params, that file name, and then we're gonna pass you the audio path, and I'm gonna check if the audio exists. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna send this error, And then here we pass the audio size fs.startSync in order to get the audio size. And here the chunk size is 1 megabyte. We're gonna consume the audio in chunk of 1 megabyte. And after that, we're gonna pass the MindMap. And here we're gonna install this package, MERN Stack, okay, in order to get the file extension. Okay, let me copy this. I'm going to head into here. You're gonna tap npm install MindMap, but also you're gonna install the MindMap tabs. Okay, you're gonna pass the npm install -- save and then -dev add tabs / MindTabs. Pass here this, and then we're gonna tap inner. Let me pass this, and then we're gonna tap inner to remove the tapping error. You can see in here we have a tapping error. Now to get rid of it, we need to tap this command. And after that, once we have here the MindMap, we're gonna pass here the headers, this object, and then we're gonna pass here fs create restream in order to process the audio in chains. Now let's head into the source results routes.ts, and in here we're gonna create another endpoint, notes read /audios /file name. We're gonna pass the file name, and then we're gonna read the audio. Now we are going to head into inside our React app. Okay, let's move in here. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to create an audio component. Okay, now you can see at the left, on the left side, we have the right panel folder. And inside the right panel folder, I'm gonna put in another component in here. Yeah, you can see we have here inside the chat folder, I pass in another component, audio section, the TS6. Okay, we got a component in here. Now, this is the audio component that we're gonna use in order to read the audio. Now I'm gonna head into the right panel, and I'm gonna import it in here. And then I'm gonna pass here a div, and this div is animated. Let me show you what we got in here. You can see that this div is animated. Okay, when we're gonna click on the car, we are going to show this animated border that we are generating the audio. And in here, I'm going to go back in here. Now we're gonna pass here the audio and pass here. If the right panel is equal to open, we're gonna show the audio. We're gonna pass here to prop the audio URL, but also the title. And in here, you can see we have here the audio components. Now we are going to head into the Notes API. Head into Notes API, guys. Okay, in here, and you can see we have this function that we use in order to make an API call to these endpoints. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna pass here the tab prop, and we're gonna pass here briefing doc, and pass here if the tab is equal to briefing doc, we're gonna generate a briefing doc. That's what we pass to the server. You can see inside on the server we have a check here. If we head into the generate briefing doc from sources file, you can see in here we have a tab property, and we are checking here if the tab is equal to an audio, we're gonna generate the podcast, and if the tab is equal to briefing doc, we're gonna generate the briefing doc. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to go back inside our React app in here. Let me pass you this briefing doc like this, and now we're gonna send here the tab like this. Okay, cool. Now what I'm gonna do next, we are going to go back inside the right panel, and what I'm going to do in here, we are going to move here. You can see actually you have here tapping error because we don't pass here the tab. And for the tab here, I'm gonna pass here briefing doc like this. And now what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna copy here this, and then we are going to move edit tab, because I'm gonna pass the function in here. We are going to, you can see we have this div here. We're gonna pass here a function to generate the audio, and let's pass it a tab in here. Okay, right here. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get rid of these things here. Okay, I'm gonna remove that here, and yeah, let me remove that. We're gonna pass here generate. I'm passing generate audio like this, and yeah, and here I'm gonna pass here the type. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna remove here this, and here we are going to pass here audio like this. And for the item, I'm gonna remove that. Okay, like this.
Okay, we are going to, I'm not defining here another loading indicator. You can see at the top here. Yeah, in here, let me define a loading state. I'm passing audio loading, I'm passing audio loading, and then I'm passing here sets audio loading like this. We are going to copy the function. We're going to pass in here. Okay, in here, and in here, if we have an error here, we are going to, like this. If you have an error, we are going to, we can just pass this in try catch. If you have an error, we are going to modify the value of the audio loading property to false. I'm gonna copy that and then I'm pass in here like this. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here, we are going to copy now the generate audio function. Copy it, and then we're gonna bind it to this div right here. You can see we have a div. Let me see audio overview. Yeah, this is the div, and I'm pass here. We're gonna pass here generate source event. You can see in here, if we put our case over the panel item component, you can see we have here an event. That's what we should pass here instead of on click events. Now, what I'm going to do next in here, I'm going to head into now inside the right panel slice, and in here I'm gonna define another prop here, audio car. We have here some property, show, false, title, content, and source type. And we're going to pass here function close audio car in order to close the audio car. And we're going to have here another if condition. We are going to check if the source type includes audio. If it includes audio, we are going to pass here the audio car that show is equal to true. We're going to pass here the title, but also the content. Okay, like this. And then we're going to pass here this function close audio car. Now we are going to head into we're going to go back inside the right panel. And I'm going to move at the top here. I'm going to extract the audio car like this. I'm copy that. And then we're going to move to the audio section. I'm going to look for the audio section right here. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass you the type audio content, which is the name of the audio. And we're going to pass you the title. Now we're going to click on audio section. And in here, I'm going to pass you the use dispatch hook, use selector. We are going to get access to the audio car prop. And then we are going to pass to a button here that allows to close this car. We're going to pass it the close audio car. Okay, we're going to pass the function there. In case we click to the button, we're going to hide this car. And then I'm going to wrap that in a condition audio car that show if the value is equal to true, we are going to show this div. Else we're going to add it. Okay, now let's head into the browser and see what we got in here. Now, you can see in here, we have here the charts, and I'm gonna scroll a little bit. You can see we have here generative AI. We have here an audio that I've already generated. I'm gonna generate another one together. And you can see if I click here, we're gonna play the audio. Okay, now let me generate another one. Okay, you can see the bottom, we have this audio. Now I'm gonna click here, I'm gonna select this one. Okay. And then I'm going to click here, generate audio. Let me select this one here. And then I'm going to click here, audio overview. Okay, right here. And then you're going to see we're going to have here in our audio. And if we head into inside our Express app, let me head in. And you're going to see in here, I've already generated an audio. And then we're going to generate another audio. We're going to have here two audio. Okay, now let's see what we got in here. Okay. The tab is audio gen in progress. You can see actually they're generating the audio, and once they finish, we're gonna see another audio in here, and we're gonna listen what we have in it. Okay, yeah guys, you can see actually they finished generating the audio. Guys, they finished generating the audio. You can see podcast saved successfully. We have the audio, and if we head into in here, you can see that actually we have here two audio. Now we're gonna listen to this audio. Now let's listen to this generated podcast. I'm gonna click here and then I'm gonna hit here play.
Hey there, and welcome to Tech Unpacked. I'm Alex.
And I'm Sam. Today we're cracking open one of the biggest buzzwords in tech, generative AI. but we're going beyond the hype to the core of what it actually is.
Exactly, because at its heart, it's not just about analyzing data or predicting trends. This is AI that's all about creation. It's writing stories, composing music, generating images. It's simulating creativity.
Which is a huge shift from traditional AI. It's not just looking at the past. It's building something entirely new for the future. And it all starts with a prompt. That little instruction.
Now, let's head into inside our React app and understand this audio again. We're gonna move here, and then I'm gonna scroll a little bit, and then you can see here's the audio generative AI fundamentals. I'm gonna click here. We're gonna see here we have the audio card, and then we're gonna hit here, play again.
Hey there, and welcome to Tech Unpacked. I'm Alex.
And I'm Sam. Today we're cracking open one of the biggest buzzwords in tech. Generative AI. But we're going beyond the hype to the core of what it actually is.
Exactly, because at its heart, it's not just about analyzing data or predicting trends. This is AI that's all about creation. It's writing stories, composing music, generating images. It's simulating creativity.
Which is a huge shift from traditional AI. It's not just looking at the past. It's building something entirely new for the future. And it all starts with a prompt. That little instruction you give it.
Yeah, and that's the key. It's React.
Now guys, we just learned how to generate a podcast based on selected sources. Now, if you want to generate a long podcast, you can see here, we just generate a 2-minute podcast. And if you want to generate long podcasts, you can go at evenlab.com. You're going to use my link down in the description, and then you're going to create an account to get more credit. Alright guys, as we just finished working on this free card, now I'm gonna give you homework. You're gonna work on the video overview. Okay, we just finished working on this free feature in here, guys. Now you're gonna work on the video overview. You're gonna look for an open source model. If you find it, you can use it in order to generate video, or you can use a paid one. Okay, you're gonna do that. And now let's move to the next one. Alright guys, now we're gonna learn how to chat over multiple documents. You can see on the left, we have the left panel, which is populated with sources added by the user. And we're going to consider the sources as the user library. The user has already added sources. Now we're going to use the AI agent in order to perform Q&A over these documents. Now you can see in here we have the LLM. The LLM has 4 tools. We have the library tool. And the library tool is basically a tool that we're going to use in order to get access to these sources of the user, to get access to the user library. And once the LLM get access to the user library, the LLM can get the title of a given source and a little description about it. We have also the set tool, the search web tool. This tool is pretty essential because if we ask the LLM a question which doesn't exist inside the PDF, the LLM can try to search the web and found better answer, because we can have a source that talks about RAG, but inside of this source we don't have a lot of information about the user question. Maybe the agent can try to reason and figure out which tool to use in order to give better answer. The LLM can try to use, maybe the LLM can use a vector DB search tool or the search web tool in order to find a better answer. Or the LLM can use both and then compare the answer. Okay, you can see in here we have 2 tools. We have the search web tool to search the internet. We have also the vector DB tool. The LLM can use both tools. First, the LLM can use both tools and then compare the answer. We have also the summary tool in here. The summary tool is basically a tool that allows to return the summary of a given document. Okay, the LLM is gonna use it in order to get an idea, quick idea about a specific document. And you can see on the left we have the user library, and these are the sources added by the user. Now, once a user added the source, we're gonna take it and then we're gonna embed it inside the vector database so that the LLM can find data inside the vector DB. You can see here we have the user uploaded these documents. We are going to take them. We're gonna split it into chunks, and then we're gonna convert it into embeddings. And once we have embeddings, we can store that inside the vector database, and then the user can start querying our system. Okay, this is the process. I've already explained you how it works. You know what is a vector database, you know what is embeddings. If you doesn't know what is embeddings or what is a vector database, go check it out the first part of this video. I've already explained what is a vector database and what is embeddings, everything from here. Okay, I've already explained you what is a retriever. Now we are going to move into the practice. So before we start integrating this feature inside our app, I'm going to explain you what is a React agent. A React agent is a framework that combines reasoning and action before solving a specific task. Let's say we ask our AI a specific question. What is something? Before the AI responds to this question, the AI is gonna reason and then act. The AI can try to think a little bit in order to decide which is the better tool to use in order to give relevant information about the user question. This is the React framework, guys. It's a framework that combines reasoning and action. Now you're gonna tap what is React agents on Google, and then you're gonna learn more about it. Now let's head into our text editor, and then in here we're gonna implement our React agents. Now inside the controllers folder, you're gonna create the chat folder. You can see I've already created the chat folder in here, and we're gonna start with the system prompt. And I've already explained what is a system prompt. In the first part, we said the system prompt is like the brain of the system. Now we're gonna create it in here. You can see it's pretty long in here, and UI precise, safety conscious, error reset assistance for a notebook stack Q&A system. Respond only in English. Okay. Now this is our system prompt we're gonna use in order to perform Q&A over these user sources. Now we are going to, once we create the system prompt, we're gonna create now tools. Now we're gonna create our first tool, which is the doc summary tool. In the first part, I explained what is a tool. A tool allows an agent to take an action. That's what we said in the first part. If you don't know what is a tool, you can go check it out the first part, guys. It's pretty important to know what is a tool. And to create a tool, we pass the tool function, and you can see our tool has two parameters, node ID, doc ID. And here we have a function, get node summary. We are going to use this function in order to get a summary of a given document. Okay, the AI can plug in the node ID and doc ID, and then the AI is gonna get the summary of the doc. Now we're gonna create the second tool, which is the library tool. And the library tool allows the agent to get a list of sources added to a given node chain. Now we're gonna create here another tool, which is the VectorDB tool. And the VectorDB tool, we pass here the query, node ID, and user ID. And you can see in here, we pass here query VectorDB, and we're gonna use this function in order to make a search inside our vector database. Now we have here the query VectorDB. This is the function. Pass the query, node ID, user ID, and then here we are going to pass, and then here we're gonna use the user ID, node ID in order to make a filter inside our vector database. And guys, I've already explained you what is a vector database and how it works. In the first part, we create a function, and you can see here we are going to filter by user ID and node ID. And once we got there, we're gonna pass it to that tool here, query VectorDB. The user query, node ID, user ID, and then we are going to get here the data. We're gonna return it, and here we're gonna create another tool, which is the set tool. And you can see in here we use exa tool in order to save the web. And in here we can use Tavily. You can see if I pass here, we have the possibility to use Tavily in order to save the web, or we can use exa set tool. Now we are going to head into the embed doc file, and in here I'm gonna simply create a function that allows to embed a document inside the vector database. And this function too, we create it in the first part. Okay, go check it out the first part, guys. And we're gonna pass it the path of the document, node ID, user ID. And in here I'm pass here file path instead of PDF path. Okay, file path, I'm gonna pass it in here. You can see in here we pass in node ID, and user ID. And we're gonna use these in order to get data about specific document. Okay, you can see inside the vector DB we pass it node ID, user ID. And now we are going to head into the chat history. Okay, we are going to give our agents a memory, because we can ask about something and then the agent can remember. Okay, now for the chat history, we are going to use a file. We're gonna name it chat history, and in here we have a function in order to store the conversation. We are going to store the conversation inside a file. You can see we are checking if the file exists. If the file exists, we're gonna read the contents, and then we're gonna take the content, we're gonna push it inside an array, and then later we're gonna try, and then later we are going to write this array inside the file. We have also here another function, get conversation history. We are going to check first if the file exists. If the file doesn't exist, we're gonna return an empty array, and here if it exists, we're gonna return the data. And let me show you what we're gonna get inside the chat history file. You can see in here we have the public folder, we have here chat history and chat history.json. You can see in here we have the conversation between the AI and human. I'm going to, once we start interacting with the AI, we are going to take the file and then we're gonna pass to the LLM so that the LLM can remember previous interaction about the user. Okay. And now let's go inside the chat over doc file, and in here this is the controller, guys. We pass it chat over docs, and in here we're gonna pass it the query, we're gonna pass it the LLM. We have here all our tool, library tool, vector DB tool, set tool, doc summary tool, and then we're going to pass here a message modifier, and the message modifier is the prompt. You can see in here I return here an array of messages. We pass you the system prompt, pass you the history, and then we pass here another system prompt. Okay, and then in here we have here a function I imported from Langchain, which is create React agents. This function allows to create a React agent. We pass it the LLM, we pass it the tool, but also a message modifier. A message modifier is simply our prompt here. This is the prompt, and then here I'm going to pass here store conversation. We are going to take the user message, we're gonna store inside the file, and we have here another message chat history in order to get the history. Okay, we're gonna, once we get the chat history, we are going to take it and then we're gonna pass it to the message array. You can see here we pass here app with message modifier that invoke, and then I take the chat history, I pass to the message array. And we have here the recursion. The recursion limit is the number of iteration the agent can make. We pass here further, and then we are going to extract here the AI response, and then we are going to take again the AI response. We're gonna store that inside the file, and then we're gonna console here the output, and we just finished in here. We are going to return here the message, and actually we have here an header. You can see actually we have here an header. We are going to pass here to the user ID. Let me pass here something like this. Let me first copy this and then I'll pass it here, and then we're gonna try to make a test and see what we're gonna get here. Pass that, and also we are going to pass here the node ID. I'm copy that, and then I'm pass here the node ID. We're gonna pass in here like this, and then we're gonna remove that header. Yeah, pretty cool. And let me see in here where we got here an error. Okay, store conversation. In here too, I'm going to copy here the node ID and the user ID and pass that there. Let me pass editor because we are going to have here some constants. This is the user ID, and here we're gonna have here the node ID, and here is equal to this. And guys, if you notice, you can see at the bottom here for the second system prompt, I pass here the user ID and node ID. You can see here I said some tools need this param. If you want to use a tool that need those, don't hesitate to use. Okay, the agent can use the user ID and node ID in order to use a specific tool. You're gonna read it when you're gonna get the code. And then we are going to pass here the user ID and node ID, like this. And now I can take this and then I'm gonna pass it in here, like this. Now we're going to head into our command prompt and we're gonna run our Express server. You're gonna tap npm run dev start, and this is another command that I create, guys. And you're gonna head into your package.json file and you're gonna add it in here. We have here the dev scripts. Okay, once we run this and we make changes inside our app, we are going to rerun it again. We're gonna rerun our server. Okay, you can see in here, I create a file. Inside the public folder, we have chat history. Okay, we have here history. Okay, when we're gonna start interacting with the air, we're gonna create the file. And once we create the file and we make changes inside of it, we're gonna rerun our server. Okay, and as this command rerun our server, I remove here node mod, and then I pass here npm, I pass here, and then I pass here another command, dev starts. This one, if we make changes inside of our app, we aren't gonna rerun our Express server, and it's better, guys. Now I'm gonna head into here. Now I'm going to tap here this. Let me see this here. You can see we are going to let me copy it. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm passing here. For testing purposes, we're gonna pass here localhost port 8000 charts, and then we're gonna pass here the query. And let me see what we pass in here. You can see, okay, chart over doc, okay, and I create a route here, guys. I create an endpoint named charts, and that point to this controller. Now let's see what we got in here. I'm gonna tap inner. Okay, and once I tap enter in here, let me copy that, and then I'm pass it in here. You don't got anything in here. I'm tap inner. Let me see in here. Yeah, you can see in here we have a response here. You can see, let me reduce the zoom a little bit. You can see we have here hello here. I'm here to help you with questions about your library contents. Okay, let me reduce the zoom again so that we can see everything. Okay, and I can access your documents, and you can see this is the AI response based on what's in your collection, or set to the web if needed. Now this is the response from the AI. You can say pass here I'm Ben. Okay, you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see as a pass here I'm Ben. You can see hi Ben, nice to meet you. I'm here to help you with questions about your library content. If I pass here, what is my name again? Pass here, what is my name? You're gonna see your name is Ben because our agent has a memory. Okay, your name is Ben. You mentioned earlier, I'm Ben. You mentioned earlier, I'm Ben. In our previous conversation, you can see our agent has the memory. And if we head into here, let me move here inside the chat history. And you can see inside the chat history, we have the conversation between the AI and human. Okay, we have here, hello, I'm Ben. Hello, this is the first message. AI, hello, I'm here to help you with question about your library contents. And here we have here the AI, and again I pass here I'm Ben, etc. Okay, you can see this the history. Now I'm trying to ask a question about something. You can see this is the node ID that I pick, that I pass here, guys, inside the chat of a doc. This is the node ID that I pass in here, and it's about generative AI and their bridge course in 2025. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna tell the AI to list me a list of documents that I have. Now here's the question. I'm passing to it in here, and I'm passing list me a list, okay, list of documents available in my library. Pass library, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get again. Let's wait a bit. Yeah, you can see we have a response. Here are the documents available in your library. Generative AI overview. Let me copy this because we don't see everything pretty well in here, guys. Okay, you can see here are the documents available in your library. Okay, number one, we have here generative AI overview, benefits, limitation, and career opportunity. We have here the second documents, understanding generative AI, capabilities, impact, and challenges. We have here the third one. Okay, for the third one, understand generative AI, how it creates new content. And you can see we have 3 documents. Okay, these, yeah, let me read here. These documents all focus on generative AI topics, including overviews, capabilities, benefits, limitation, and career opportunity related to this technology. We have 3 documents, guys, and you can see in here the AI core, the some tools in here. Let me see here, the AI core, the user library tool, in order to get a list of documents. Okay, the AI called this tool, let me show you. It's called this tool in here, okay, which is the user library tool. It's called this, and that will got a list of documents. And if we have a look in here, guys, we have these 3 documents. Okay, you can see we have a generative AI overview, benefits, limitation, and career opportunity. And if we perform a Q&A of a document, we're gonna get this, guys. Okay, we're gonna get this. Now you may be wondering how we're gonna get the response, and we have here embed this PDF inside the vector database. You can see in here, guys, we have here something. Let me show you. We have here the embed docs. Okay, now what I'm going to do in order to get data, we are going to take the function here, and then we are going to call it in here. Now we're going to take the doc embedding function, we're going to pass it inside the stored drive files. Okay, stored drive files in here, guys, we're going to pass it in here. And if we pass that function in here, guys, it's going to take a lot of time in order to return a response to the user. You can see the embedding process takes a lot of time, and this is an external operation. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a job for it. We're going to head into the jobs folder, and we're going to create here another job here, doc embedding job.ts. And in here, we define it, doc embedding. And here we're going to extract node ID, file path, user ID, and then we're going to pass it to the doc embedding function. Now let's go back inside the stored drive files, and then we're going to call that job in here. And here we're going to pass here node ID, user ID, file path, and pass here process.env, the app URL, and pass here uploads folder / new file name. Okay, this is the file name. Now I'm gonna copy that job. We are going to head into the stored text data, and inside the stored text data, I'm gonna pass it in here. Let me pass it in here. Yeah, I'm pass it in here, and we're gonna take here again the file name, and then we're gonna pass it in here, and we're gonna import a gender. Right here, I'm gonna import a gender. I'm gonna copy that again. We're gonna head into the store upload files. We are going to move in here. We're gonna pass in here, and this is the file name. Copy that. We're gonna pass it in here again, and we're gonna import a gender again and pass in here. Okay, like this. We're gonna copy that again. We're gonna head into store web link data, and I'm pass it again in here at the bottom. Yeah, I'm pass here. You can see this is the file name. We pass it there, and then I'm passed in here again. We're gonna copy that again, and we're gonna head into store YouTube scripts. Okay, in here too, we're gonna pass it in here like this, and we're gonna import a gender, and that's good, guys. And once we are going to add a given source, we are going to store the file to a disk, and then we're gonna run this job in order to embed it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into inside React app, and let's head into the Notes API. Okay, inside the Notes API, we're going to define in 2 functions. First of all, I'm passing the tab, child history tab. The child history tab is going to be an array. We're going to have in the row, and for the row, we have here the AI or user, node ID, user ID, contents, and we're going to pass here get notes charts, and we're going to pass here the user ID, node ID in order to get the child history for a given note. And we're gonna pass you send message. We are going to use the function in order to send the message to the server. Okay, we're gonna send here user ID, node ID. Now we're gonna head into the middle panel, and what we are going to do here, I'm going to define an interface message. We have here the row, content, user ID, node ID, and we pass it in here. And then we are going to pass here this. You can see we have the message state, and we pass it the initial array. And then we are going to pass another state, input value, and then we are going to pass it to the input. And here we define another function here, send message. And here we're going to pass here the new message, and then we're going to pass here the API call function, okay? And in here we're gonna pass here to the input, we're gonna pass here the value and an event, okay? When we are going to change the value, we are going to pass it. When we're gonna be tapping into the input, we're gonna pass to the input value state the value, and then we are going to pass here to the backend on click event. We're gonna call the send message function. And also we're going to create another component in here, middle panel header. We are going to pass it in here above the charts, okay? Let me pass it above the chart in here. Pass here middle panel header, okay? You're going to see what we're going to get. Okay, let's head into the browser. You can see this is the middle panel header. We are going to pass here the image. Actually, I pass here an emoji, and we're going to pass it title. And also we have here this body. We're going to put in a little overview about all selected sources. And here we're going to have here three buttons, summary, MindMap, and audio overview. Okay, that's what applies inside the middle panel header. If we have a look to the middle panel header, you can see we're not having anything. We have here this pan tag, and we pass it an emoji, and we have here the title and this paragraph, and we have here these three buttons. That's what I pass inside this middle panel. Okay, now I'm going to modify here something again inside the middle panel. You can see in here we have a list of message. Okay, this is a list of message. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm pass here, and in here I'm iterating through the message array. And if the message type is equal to AI, we are going to pass it justify starts. If is equal to human, we're going to pass this justify end. And you can see we have here another div. We make here again a little check. If the message type is equal to A, we're going to return this. Else we're going to return this class. Now let's see what we can here. You can see we have here the A message and the human message in here. Now I'm going to head into inside our Express app. And then I'm going to define here an endpoint in order to return a list of all message. And we're going to create here another endpoint, okay, get note charts, okay, and we're going to pass here this endpoint, okay, get note charts, and we're going to request here the user ID, node ID, and then we're going to pass here function get conversation history. We're going to pass it the user ID, node ID. Now we're going to head into the chart history.ts file. And in here, what I'm going to do in here, you can see we have this function in here. We don't pass it the user ID in node ID. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass it now the user ID in node ID. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this function in here. And we have a new version of it. In here, we pass the user ID node ID in order to retrieve the charts of a single node. Okay, and then we're going to pass it in here. And now let me import this. And we are going to create now in here the roots folder and pass here roots, okay, and some pass here charts roots, okay, pass here charts roots.ts like this, and I'm gonna copy two roots, two endpoints in here. I'm copy that, and then I'm passing here export function charts roots, and we're gonna pass here the router. I'm passing the router type. And we are going to pass it in here. Let's import the chart over doc function. I'm going to import this and these two. Okay, like this. Okay, these two, we're going to import that from Express. Okay, like this. Now we're going to head into the API view one. API view, yeah. Let me pass here API view one, and then we're going to pass it in here. Let me pass here cons chart roots. Okay, is chart roots is equal to this, and then we're going to pass it the router, and let me copy this. We're going to pass it in here, okay, like this. Okay, like this, guys. Okay, and we get rid of the error like this. Yeah, everything is okay in here. Let me check in here. You can see actually we have a typing error. Let me check in here. I'm gonna move here. Yeah, we are going to return here the router and pass you return router like this, and then we're gonna remove this error. Okay, and in here we just get rid of the error as we return the router. Now let's head into the chat of docs.ts file, and I'm gonna extract here the user ID and node ID and pass here. I'm gonna extract the query user ID and node ID because we are going to use a pause as HTTP verb for this control. Okay, we are going to use pause. Okay, you can see in here passive pause. Okay, now in order to get access to the query user ID node ID, we are going to pass here rect body. And now let me remove this in here, and then I'm going to let me remove that. Remove this, and now we're gonna copy the node ID and the user ID. We're going to pass it to this function in here like this. Okay, pass here the user ID node ID. Okay, like this, and we get rid of the error. And here too, we're gonna pass here this and pass here user ID, and I'm gonna pass here the node ID like this. Now we're going to head into inside the store folder in our React tab. Okay, let me move here. Now inside the store folder, we're gonna put in another slice. I'm gonna name it chat history slice. Okay, you can see we have a chat history slice, and in here we are going to pass here we're gonna pass to our func get notes, get note charts, and we pass here user ID, node ID, and then we're gonna get there. I've already explained this, guys. I don't have to write it again. And now we're gonna head into now the chat page, and in here we're going to pass the chat history, use letter hook, and we're gonna get access to the chat history. Okay, actually we have here an error because we haven't yet passed the slice in here, chat history slice, and pass in here, and then we're gonna get rid of the error. Okay, we get rid of the error, and then we're gonna call it in here like this. Pass here the user ID, node ID, and then I'm going to do this. I'm gonna copy here the chat history. Okay, chat history, and then I'm gonna pass it as a prop in here. You can see we have here the middle panel. Okay, and I'm passing chat history is equal to chat history like this, chat history like this. And now we're gonna head into the middle panel, and then I'm defining a prop. I'm passing chat history, and then I'm gonna tap it with chat history. Okay, we're going to I'm gonna get rid of this array here. I'm gonna remove this, and then I'm gonna pass here another array. Let's head into the I'm not heading to the charts. I'm not heading to the chat history slice, and in here we have a type. Okay, this. Okay, I'm gonna copy the chat history type. We're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it inside the middle panel. And here I'm gonna tap this. Let's tap this. Okay, this array, we're gonna import it in here. If we put our case over it, you can see this array. Now I'm gonna remove here the message inner first, and then we're going to do this. I'm gonna click here, and then I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna copy this object in here, and I'm pass here export type, and pass here message type, nodes, and pass it just message type like this is equal to this object. We're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass in here. And pass here message type. Okay, let me copy it. Let's go back inside the middle panel, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, like this. Okay, and then I'm passing here too. And now we're going to take the chat history, and then here we have this. Pass here chat history, the map. Okay, and pass here option chaining, and here to option chaining. If we have undefined, we aren't gonna throw an error. Now let's go back inside the chat page. We're gonna pass to the middle panel, add a prop, and here I'm going to pass here the note and user ID. We're gonna go back inside the middle panel,
and in here I'm pass user ID notes, and we're gonna pass it here user ID is string, and notes is a type of node type. We are going to extract the ID in here, we rename it, and then in here we define a loading state. When we're gonna make an HTTP request to the server, we're gonna modify the value to true, and once we finish, we're gonna modify the value again to false. Now inside the nodes.ts, you can see in here we have this function in order to send the message to the server. Now I'm gonna define a new version of it. Okay, I'm gonna remove this one, and this one we pass here the user ID, node ID, the query. Okay, we type it with this object in here, and then we are going to have this response from the server, message type. Okay, and now let's go back inside the middle panel, and in here we are going to pass here to the new message. We're gonna pass here user ID, node ID, and then I'm going to go inside the chat history slice. In here we are going to pass here add message in chat history. When we send a new message, we are going to push it inside the chat history array. And now I'm gonna export the function. We're going to go back inside the middle panel again, and in here we're going to pass here cell loading true. This part we're gonna call the function add message in chat history. We're gonna push that object inside the chat history array, and then we're going to make an HTTP request to the server. And once we have here the data, let me call the function send a chat message. I'm gonna rename it like this. I'm going to copy that. We're going to pass it in here like this, because in here we have another function send message. I'm gonna import this one in here, and if we put our cursor over the data variable, we can see we have here a message. The type, we have an object, we have a prop message, the type is message type, and here we're gonna take that object, we're gonna push it inside the chat history array. Okay, like this. And after that, let me see, well, we have here some errors. Let me get rid of some errors in here. Let me remove this one here, and then we're going to head into our Express app. I'm gonna move here, and here you can see we return here message. Now I'm gonna return this object. I'm gonna remove this one, and you can see in here pass it the content, a response, user ID, node ID, and the row is AI, like this. Now let's go back inside our React app, and then we are going to add something in here. Inside the middle panel, I'm gonna add here something. We're going to scroll at the bottom in here. You can see we have here this button. Once we call the function send message, we're gonna make an HTTP request to the server. I'm gonna modify the button with this button in here. I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm past this. And when the value of the loading property is gonna be true, we are going to show this loading indicator. Now, what I'm going to do next, you can see in here, let's head into the browser first. You can see in here, we have here sources. You can see we have here the title, but also on this title, we have here a sources. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, once we select here source, we're going to display here how many sources we select. Now, we are going to go back in here, and we're going to do that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to extract in here the docs ID with uSelect. And then what I'm going to do next, I'm going to pass to the middle panel header. This is the middle panel header. You can see this is the middle panel header, this component. We're going to pass it the notes, docs ID, and here we pass it node type and docs ID. Okay, like this. And in here, we're going to define three states: audio loading, summary loading, and MindMap loading for these three buttons in here. And once we select the source, we can generate the summary from here, or the MindMap, or the audio overview. And now I'm going to pass here use dispatch hook. We're going to pass it generate summary function. We're going to pass here generate MindMap function, and also going to pass here generate audio function. And now I'm going to move here. I'm going to pass here the title. I'm passing notes that title. Okay, like this. We're going to pass here number of source we select. I'm going to pass here docs. This is an array, that length. Like this. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to pass it in here. Right here we have
a sources and pass in here like this. And now let's head into the browser and see what we got here. We're gonna refresh the page, and sometimes the docs array can be undefined. That's why we got this error. And in order to get rid of this error, I'm gonna pass you option chaining, and also I'm going to pass you the node tab and pass you, let's pass you this prop. I'm gonna pass you nodes is equal to nodes, and here I'm passing the docs ID is equal to docs ID like this. And yeah, that's good. In here, pass the option chaining. I'm gonna move here too. I'm gonna pass the option chaining. Let me, right here, I should pass the option chaining. In the case the docs array is undefined, we aren't gonna throw an error. Okay. Now let's see what we got here, and let's refresh the page again. And yeah, you can see actually we have here 0 sources, and at the bottom here we have 0 sources. You can see we have here 0 sources, and if I select here something, we're gonna have here something like, you can see we have here 1 source, 2, 3. Yeah, it works pretty well, guys. And now I'm going to bound this function to this bar ends. I'm gonna go back in here, in here, guys. We're going to pass here these bar ends. Yeah, we have here generate audio. I'm copy this one. We're going to pass it in here. We have here MindMap. In here for the audio overview, I'm pass you on click event. We're gonna call the function. We have here on click events. On click events, we're gonna call generate MindMap. We're gonna pass it in here. And on click events again, we're gonna call generate summary. Generate summary like this. And in here, I'm going to pass here a loading indicator, guys. I'm pass this loading indicator. If the summary loading is equal to true, we're gonna show this. And I'm pass here disabled is equal to the summary loading. Okay, like this, gonna cap that. I'm gonna pass it in here like this. Now I'm gonna cap this loading indicator again. We're going to move here and pass it to the MindMap. And for the MindMap, pass it disable is equal to MindMap. Yeah, I'm passing MindMap loading like this. I can copy that because in here I think I made a typo, guys. We have here typo, like this. Then we're gonna pass here set MindMap. Okay, pass here MindMap. Okay, we can copy that, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. And I'm gonna copy that again. We're gonna scroll a little bit again. We're gonna move here. We're gonna pass it in here like this. Yeah, like this. And then I'm copy this icon. We are going to pass it in the else statements. Now I'm gonna copy that again. We are going to move here, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and on disable we are going to pass here load audio and pass audio loading like this. We're gonna copy that. I'm gonna pass it in here like this, and we're gonna copy this icon. We are going to pass it in here, right here. Yeah, okay, everything is working pretty well. If I pass it through, let's check here and see what we got. Yeah, you can see we have here the loading. Now let me pass here through again, pass it through. Okay, you can see actually we have here the loading indicator on the audio overview bar end. Now I'm gonna remove that like this. And now let's chat with the AI again and see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna scroll at the bottom and pass you hello again, and pass you hello, I'm Ben. Okay, what can you do for me? Okay, like this is the question. Hello, I'm Ben, what can you do for me? I'm gonna click here send, and then you can see we have here hello Ben, what can you do for me? This is my message, and then the AI respond here. Hello Ben, I'm your AI research assistant, and here's what I can do for you. Access your library. You have free documents about generative AI. Okay, you can see the AI actually has the possibility to get access to a library. And then you can see you have free documents about generative AI that can sit through and provide information. Answer questions about generative AI topics like what generative AI is and how it works. Okay, you can see
the AI is pretty intelligent. It has access to our library. Alright guys, now we're gonna learn how to format the AI response, because every time I'm chatting with the AI, I'm getting a markdown response. Now we're gonna format it for better rating. Okay, now we're going to head into in here in the middle panel, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to create a function chat message. Okay, and then we're gonna pass it in here, and in here I use React Markdown, and then I pass in the content. They're gonna format it. And now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna move in here. I'm going to remove something in here. I'm gonna get rid of this div because we just pass here the chat message function. And now let's see what we got in here. You can see actually we have here you can see in here guys that actually we can rate the AI response. It's pretty clean. And also don't forget to tap npm run dev start. Okay, you know, when we are chatting with the AI, we are modifying the chat history file, and as we are modifying the chat history file, we're gonna rerun our express saver if you use NodeMon. Okay, you can see in here, let me move inside the package, pass here package, the JSON file. You can see in here past dev starts. I don't use NodeMon. If you use NodeMon, you're gonna restart your express saver every time you are chatting with the AI. Okay, now use dev starts in order to run this app. Now I'm gonna continue again. I'm say hello there, and then I'm gonna click here send again, and we are going to have here the response from the AI. Okay, yeah, you can see, hello Ben, we've been discussing your generative AI library. Here's what we talked about: recent conversation summary, your library contents, you have free documents about generative AI, and you can see actually the AI is pretty intelligent. It's gonna get access to our library. Okay, and also I can ask some question about what is generative AI. Give me a quick summary about it, and pass you. Give me a quick summary about this library. Okay, and then I'm tap inner here, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get, and you can see actually we got everything we need. And at the bottom here, the AI returns some tool called, you can see tool called user library. Okay, and yeah, here we have a tool library, an array. If the AI call a given tool, we're gonna add it there. Okay, if I pass here what are trending, okay, in generative AI, actually the AI is gonna use a set tool in order to serve the web. You're gonna see we're gonna have here a set tool. Let me see. Yeah, based on your library documents, here are the trending topics and developments in generative AI. Okay, now this data that we got in here came from the web. You're gonna see we have here tool called use library. Okay, we got something. The AI don't make pass it check on Google. If I pass check on Google, the AI knows what you're gonna do because he has access to previous charts. He knows what we're talking about. He has access to the memory. Now if I click here send again, and then you're gonna see check on Google, you're gonna see here we're gonna have here the set tool. Okay, we got the response. Okay, based on the current web, yeah, you can see we have the response based on current web search results. Here are the latest trending topics in generative AI. You can see the AI has the memory. If I pass check on Google, he knows what I'm talking about. And yeah, you can see here we have tool called, we have here search and extend sources. Everything is working pretty good, guys. Alright guys, now we're gonna work on the middle panel header. We haven't yet finished working on these components, and is right here. Let me show you the middle panel header. Now what I'm going to do, I'm pass here now a little overview about these selected sources, and also at the bottom I'm passing here another components where we're gonna put in some questions generated by the AI. These questions are related to the sources. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to head into inside the chat folder. You can see we have the chat folder in here. Let me zoom a little bit. Chat folder. I'm passing another component suggested input. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, this the component we're gonna import inside the middle panel, and then we're gonna pass it. We're gonna pass it in here. Now what I'm going to do, we are going to I'm going to reduce this, and then we'll pass here suggested input like this, and then we're gonna pass in here like this. Now let's see. Yeah, let me import it. We're gonna import it in here. Okay, like this, and then you're gonna see we have it in here at the bottom. Okay, let me scroll all the way to the bottom in here, and yeah, you can see we're gonna have here this section. Now we are going to move to the backend, and so we're gonna create an endpoint in order to tell the AI to generate some questions about the sources of these nodes. Now I'm going to move in here. We are going to create another endpoint in here. You're gonna name it getDoc overview. Now we're gonna pass a getDoc overview. In here we're gonna pass a node ID, and I'm checking if the ID is provided. I'm gonna pass here LLM, and then we pass here node repo that get single node repo. We're gonna get an array of nodes, and then in here we have a function where we tell the LLM to generate an overview about these selected sources, and also we tell the LLM to generate 6 questions about them. Okay, now you can see we are expecting here some questions, and also we are expecting here a doc overview like this. It's pretty easy, guys. Once you get the code, you're gonna see that it's pretty easy. Okay, now I'm going to move here. Now what I'm going to do, guys, we are going to go into the GetONodes.ts. Yeah, I'm not heading to now the GetONodes roots, and then I'm past that endpoint in here. Okay, nodes /docs/overview, and then we pass it the controller, and we just finished in here. Now we're gonna head into the Note API. Okay, head into the Note API, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna define another function, get questions and doc overview, and we are going to have here an object, a result. We're gonna have in questions in doc overview. Now we are going to head into the chat slice, and in here we're gonna pass here we're gonna pass here this function, fetch doc overview and questions, and then we're gonna pass the node ID, and here we pass here the state, a results, pass it in here, and we are going to pass here the builder, and we have here some conditions. Okay, we just finished. Now we're gonna head into the chat page, and inside the chat page, what I'm gonna do in here, we're gonna import a function, and then we're going to pass here the results. We're gonna see if we're gonna get the results in here, and I'm passing a result. I extract it, and then we pass here the function. Now let's head into the browser and see what we're gonna get in here. You can see that actually we got the results. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to take this a results. I'm gonna remove this here, and we're going to pass to the middle panel in our prop and pass this. Okay, like this. And now let's head into the middle panel, and we're gonna pass in here a result, and I'm pass the tab in here a result, and we have here the tab inside the Notes API. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna tap it like this. We are going to take the a results. We are going to pass it in here. You can see we have here the p tag and pass it in here like this, and then I'll pass a results that's a results, and then option chaining again, and we're gonna pass here doc overview. Okay, like this. We just finished in here. Now I'm gonna copy the a result again. Let's copy it, and then we're gonna pass it to another component. Let me copy that, and we're gonna head into the suggest question inputs, and here we're gonna pass that component as a prop in here. We're gonna pass that as a prop. Okay, pass here a response. Okay, like this, a results, and then we're gonna tap it as the AI results like this. Okay, now let's import this type, and now I'm gonna take the AI results, and now I'm going to comment this. Okay, let's comment this. I'm gonna remove this, and then we are going to scroll a little bit. Okay, let me remove this, and I'm going to move here. You can see we have here chips and pass here a results. That's a results that's questions like this. Okay, and then we're gonna pass in questions. Now let's head into I'm not heading into again. I'm gonna go back inside the middle panel, and we're gonna pass the components, the data, and pass the suggested input. Okay, is right here. I'm gonna pass the a result is equal to a result like this. Okay, now let's head into the browser. You can see we got here the overview. These collections of document provides a comprehensive introduction to generative AI. It covers the fundamental mechanism of how this system learns and create new original contents. Yeah, here's the overview about these documents. Now, if we scroll at the bottom here, you can see we have some questions in here, some suggested question by the AI can answer about these documents in here. Now, in here, guys, if I pick here question, we are going to push it inside the input. Yeah, okay. If I click here, we're gonna push it inside the chart, and then the AI can respond to that question. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, guys, now let's handle payments inside of our app. We're gonna use Stripe for that. Now head on Stripe and create an account, and once in here inside the Stripe dashboard, you're gonna see at the bottom left corner you have here developers. Click here and then head on API keys. You're gonna copy your Stripe public key and Stripe secret key. Do that, and once done, we're gonna install this package npm install Stripe. We're gonna use it in order to handle payments. Now let's go back in here. We are going to head into the user schema. Okay, tap user schema, and here we're gonna add some columns. Stripe custom ID. We're gonna have here the Stripe payment method. We're gonna have here some cards for the car, and billing email, billing name, billing country, and we have here the credit. Okay, the type is number and the default value 0. We pass here the credit column because we're gonna use credit based model. Okay, in order a user to interact inside of our app, he gonna needs credit. Okay, if the credit he doesn't have credit, he ain't gonna make operations inside of our app. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use the credit based model. I think you get the idea. Now we are going to create also the payment model, and inside the payment model we're gonna pass in some columns like user ID, email, Stripe payments intent, Stripe custom ID, Stripe payment method, amount, currency. Okay, and also we're gonna pass a payment type, car brands, billing name, billing email, and country. Okay, create also the payment model. Now once done, we're going to head into the user repository, and inside the user repository we're gonna create in two functions. Okay, we have here function in order to increase the credit, add credit. We're gonna pass it the user ID, and the credit is a number. And in here, we're going to pass here user that found and update. We're going to pass here user ID, and then we're going to increment the credit. We're going to pass in a function in order to reduce the credit. Okay, if the user credit isn't sufficient, we're going to throw an error. Now you're going to create the payment folder inside the controllers folder, and in here we have some endpoint like set payment method. We're going to use this controller in order to set the user payment method, and in here we're going to create a function. First of all, we instantiate Stripe in here, pass here the Stripe secret key, and then we pass here create checkout session. We are going to use this function in order to create the session, and once we get the session from Stripe, we are going to take user information related to the car. Okay, we are going to take that information, and then we're going to store that inside the user table. Okay, we're going to update the user table. We're going to pass here the Stripe custom ID, the Stripe payment method, payment type, the car informations, billing name, billing country. Okay, once we got the session, okay, we are going to store this information inside the database, and all of this code are copied from here, guys. Okay, I don't invest anything, I just copy them. And we have also another function in order to charge the user, and in here, guys, we are going to have here this function. First of all, we instantiate Stripe in here. We have here the user repository, and then we're gonna make here check for the inputs. Okay, you can see in here we check if the email and the amount is not undefined. Okay, and then here we check if the number is greater than 0. We retrieve the user from the database, and then in here we process the payments.
and after the payment, and here we have a little condition. If the paid amount, which is the past amount, is greater or equal to 20, we're gonna give him 50 credits as bonus. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here total credit, base credit plus bonus credit, and then here we're gonna store these information inside the payment table, and then we are going to update the credit. Okay, we'll pass here add credit, user ID, and then pass here total credit like this, and then we're gonna head into the payment routes. We're gonna pass here create setup session, retrieve session, and child customer. And if we head into the API viewer, we're gonna pass that in here. We already learned all of that, and we just finished. Now let's move inside our front end, and in here let's move inside our front end. And the first thing we're gonna head into we're gonna create another API, which is the payment CS, and in here we're gonna put in two functions. The first one is to add payment methods, and we're gonna add that endpoint, create setup session, and we have another function to buy credit. Okay, pass the user ID, email, and amount, and then make it speed right. We're gonna pass here the endpoint child customer like this. Now we're gonna head into the creating menu. We are going to create another model inside the base folder here. Okay, head into component, and we have here the base folder, and inside of it we're gonna pass here another menu, creating menu. Okay, this is the creating menu, guys. Is a simple menu that we're gonna pass inside the header. Once we click on it, it's gonna allow us to toggle the payment mode. Okay, now we're gonna head into the chart page, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass here the create menu, and also we're gonna create another model by credit model. Okay, by credit model. Okay, like this. And in here we're gonna pass in here by create model. We have here dispatch hook, pass here payment, loading state, and then we're going to pass here a pricing plan. Okay, and that all, guys, we finish in here. Now let's head into the browser and see what we can here. I'm going to type npm run dev and see what we got here. And then you can see we have here this credit menu. And then if I click here buy credit, we're gonna show this pricing car so that the user can buy credit. Okay. Now what I'm going to do first, I'm gonna add payment information. Okay. I'm gonna click here add payment method. Okay. They're gonna take us to Stripe to add payment methods. And once done, we can make the payment. Okay. And then in here, you can choose link, or you can pass here Visa card. Okay, you can click here add new payment, and then you're gonna provide here your payment info. And then if I pass here my card info, I can pass here for testing purposes. We're gonna pass 42. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm pass here 42 again, and here I'm pass you the year, and we're gonna pass you the month, and then the year. And then I'm passing your verification code 123 like this. You're gonna pass your name, the country, and then you're gonna hit save. Okay, and then I'm click here. I'm gonna use link. I'm click here save like this. Now you can see that actually we just updated user information. We just added the payment methods. Now let's head into Mon Compass, and then you're gonna see here. If I click here refresh, you can see here we have here this user. Okay, and then you can see here we have billing country, billing email, name, and then the payment type here is link, and the Stripe customer ID, the Stripe payment method ID. Okay, that all, guys. But also you can see at the bottom here for the credits we have here 0. Okay, we just finished. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm gonna process the payments, and then as we just add here the payment method, I'm going to hide this button here. You can see we have here 2 buttons. If I click here buy credit, we're gonna pop up this model in order to buy credit. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna hide the add payment method button, because we already added payment methods. Now we need to hide the black button, and then we're gonna show this one. Now we're gonna head into again the payment API. Okay, payments API, and in here I'm gonna create another endpoint, get user credit and payment method. Okay, in order to get the payment method, and we are going to go inside the Express app, and we're gonna create that endpoint that we're gonna hit in order to get the user credit, but also the payment method. And now let's head in. Let's head into we're gonna head into the payment folder. You can see the payment folder, and we're going to head into first inside the user repository, and then I'm gonna create here another function. This one here, get user credit and payment tab. We're gonna select it, we're gonna pass user ID, and then we're gonna select the credit column and the payment tab. Now let's go back inside the payment folder, and here I'm gonna move here, and then we are going to pass here another controller. You can see we have here get user credit and payment tab, and then we're gonna pass in here. We're going to return it. And now let's head into the payment routes. I'm passing here, and done. Now we're going to head into inside our React app, and then we're gonna add that endpoint. Okay, we have this function here. We're gonna head into the store folder. In here, we're gonna create the credit menu slice. Okay, we are going to import the function get user credit and payment method, pass the user ID, and then we have here the results. Okay, and now we're gonna head into the chat page, and then in here we're going to pass here, we're gonna extract the results from the credits. We're gonna extract the results here, pass here state, that's credit menu, and then we have here the results. The tab is credit menu state, and then we're going to pass here results. I'm gonna pass here dispatch. We're gonna call the function fetch user credit and payment user ID, pass the user ID, and then we're gonna pass the credit menu the result, and here we're gonna pass here the type.
Now let's head into the chat page, and in here we're gonna import here we're gonna pass here a use select hook, and then we are going to extract the results, and we are going to pass here inside the user effect. We're gonna pass here fetch user credit and payment. We're gonna pass here the user ID, and now we're going to pass to the credit menu. We're gonna pass here the result. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna pass the result as a prop to the credit menu, and then we're gonna pass here the result that credit, and here to result that credit. And now we are going to hide here. We're gonna add here. We are going to hide the. We're gonna hide the add payment method button, as we already added the payment method. Now we're gonna hide this button, and here I make a check if result the payment we have in something. It means we already add the payment method. We're gonna show this button, else this one. Okay, yeah, like this, and done. Now we are going to head into the browser, and we're gonna try this. Okay, I'm gonna click here, and I'm pass here notes / okay, yeah, like this. Now I'm gonna click here, and then we are going to move here. Yeah, I'm gonna click here. You can see actually we have here total credit. You can see we have here 2 credits. Okay, 2 credits. And now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna buy the credit. Okay, if I click here, now let's head into the browser and try this. Okay, now I'm going to make here payments. Okay, yeah, like this. Now I'm gonna click here, buy credit. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to I'm gonna pick here the most popular plan here, and you can see $1 is equal to 10 credits. Okay, now if we buy this, we are going to get here a 250 credits. Okay, now I'm gonna pick this one, and once we click submit, we're gonna get this message, payment successful and credit added. Okay, we're gonna get this. Now I'm gonna click here subscribe, and then processing payments, and now we're gonna wait a bit, and then here you're gonna see we're gonna have a transaction of $20. Okay, now let's wait a bit. Okay, payment successful and credit added. Okay, you can see we have here this message, and now you can see we have here 250 credits. Okay, you can see the credit has been updated successfully in here. That's good. And here to if we head into Stripe dashboard, I'm gonna click here succeed. Okay, this $20, it works pretty well, guys. And here, great, we have here 250 credits. Alright guys, now we're gonna learn how to manage credit inside of our app. Now if we head into inside of our app, we have here some features. Let's say we can add here source from driver, or we can add a source from the discovery model, we can chat with the AI, we can generate a mind map, we can do a lot of things in here, guys. Now you can see in here the user has bought the credits. Now let's say the user bought here and pass here 50 credits. Okay, now how we're gonna manage these credits? Okay, now we have here a feature, add source. If a user add a source, we're gonna subtract the user 6 credits. If the user make a set to the web, we're gonna subtract here 10. If the user chat with the air, we're gonna subtract 2 credits per message. That's how we're gonna manage it. And now we're gonna try this. And in here, I'm going to head into on the back end. You can see we have a function search web. Okay, we call the function when we are making an HTTP request to the web. Now I'm gonna subtract a user some credit in here. Now I'm gonna move here, and then I'm pass here this user repo that reduce credit. We're gonna pass user ID, and then we're gonna say if the user make an HTTP request to the web, we're gonna subtract him 5 credits, and etc. You're gonna use the same technique in every controller. Okay, if the user selects add a source from Drive, we're gonna subtract him. Let's say we can subtract him. Let's say 10 credit. Okay, and so on. You're gonna do that. And also, guys, I'm gonna show you something again. If you notice, you can see we have a function async handler, and I use this function in order to catch express errors in a better way. I'm gonna show you how it works. Now let's see how it works. Now I'm gonna head into inside in here. I'm gonna move in here, and now I'm gonna try to type here something. Okay, I'm pass here lines, pass here wild animal, I'm pass here wild animal. Okay, like this. If I click here search, we're gonna subtract the. If I click here search, we're gonna subtract the user 5 credits. Okay, you can see we make a set to the web. Now let's see in here. You can see in here, once the user hit that endpoint, we're gonna subtract him 5 credits. Okay, you can see in here we're gonna subtract 5 credits. Yeah, let me show you. We're gonna subtract the user 5 credits. Okay, and if we head into in here, you can see, let me refresh in here. Actually the user has 245 credits. Okay, let me zoom a little bit. Okay, let me zoom again. Here you can see actually the user has 245 credits. We subtract the user 5 credits. If the user make another HTTP request to the web, we're gonna subtract again 5 credits, and so on. And this is how we're gonna manage the credits, guys. It's pretty simple. And in here, if the user make another set to the web, we're gonna subtract again 5 credits. Okay, if I pass here LLM and yeah, I'm passing LLM. Okay, like this large language model, I'm pass here large language, I'm pass large language models. Okay, like this. I'm gonna make a set to the web. If I click here again, we're gonna subtract again 5 credits. Okay, let's check in here. We subtract again here 5 credits. Okay, yeah, 5 credit again. We have here 240. Okay, and so on. This is how you're gonna manage the user credits. And guys, let's say I pass here this. Let's say let me show you now how this async handler function works. Okay, let me pass here 300 credits. Let's say the user doesn't have this credit. Okay, let's say for this endpoints we are going to subtract the user 300 credits. Now we're gonna pass that and see how it works. Okay, now Express Service is running again. Now let's try this. I'm gonna click here again, search. Okay, you can see insufficient credits. You can see, and let's see the error in here, guys. You can see we just formatted the error. This is what we're gonna give from the Express Save. Okay, this is the message and the type, code, status, the path, okay, and method, timestamp, and this tag here, error. Okay, and yeah, you can see we have here even the file path where we got the error. And that's great, guys. We just finished our tutorial. You're gonna get the code. Once you get the code, you're gonna rate it. Everything is in here, guys. Okay, I hope you enjoy everything. Okay, let me show you something again here. And this is the async handler function that I use in order to catch errors. Okay, and also you're gonna take a look to handle express error file. You're gonna see this. You're gonna see this once you get the code. You're gonna learn how it works and try to implement these features later on. Okay, that's pretty much it, guys, for this video. I hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.